26 resubscribed for 19 months.
Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf. Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf. Whoa.
Smokey Joe Fuzhpuzy cheered 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘.
The username is pronounced Fuzhpuzy. Go put out on a freaking billboard and announce it all over the radio station so every person on the whole entire planet knows.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheered 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 Fuzhpuzy.
𝗟𝗜𝗍𝗘 gifted Red Hood Venom 15 a subscription. 𝗟𝗜𝗍𝗘 gifted a tier 1 sub to Red Hood Venom 15. They have given 261 gift subs in the channel.
Alright, hello! Okay. I don't know why it was so stressful to figure this shit out. Okay, but I think it's fine. Okay, I need to breathe. This whole YouTube thing gets me really stressed out. And I'll be honest, I wasn't very prepared. Okay, I think it's fine. It's fine. The problem is I'm just so blind because freaking Twitch, you can adjust the chat where like you can put it on like max settings, but like on YouTube, I have to like literally like zoom in. Okay. Hi. Hello. Guys, bear with me. Stress is high. Hold on a second. Hold on. Benny has started. I have no idea where Benny is. I don't know. I still to this day think it's Smokey's alt account, but I guess we'll see. Hello, welcome in. Hold on, let me change this music up. Hi guys, hello. Hi Jamon, hi Jezza. I see you still stuck by your, what is that, green? It kind of looks like green bluish on my screen. Username. Hi, hello, welcome back. Keen, hello. Rex, hello. Smoke, hello. Bloka, Iron Man, Demon, Cherry, hi. Crunkle, hi. Omin, hi. This is like, yeah, I was like, oh my god. What do I do? Also, wait. This is gonna feel weird. Rex, hello for the YouTube side. Beast, hello. Rel, hello. Fine. Nick, hi. Dieter, hello. How are we doing? Hi, Soul. Hi, Andre. I don't know, like, I feel so jittery and I didn't even have coffee. How is everyone doing? Hello, welcome in. Sorry it took a little while to start stream. To be honest with you though, the game doesn't come out till 9 p.m. So, like, we have lots of time, so that's why. Happy late birthday, bro. Yeah, Jessa, you missed Andre's birthday last stream. We missed you last stream. I hope you've been well. Hello, welcome back. Also, Dieter, thank you for the gift. It's up to Red Hood. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Red Hood, welcome in. Nice, welcome in. And Dieter, thank you for the 2 years of tier 3. I think you're already on the wall though. Oh, I think the same thing that happened to Edric happened to you. Like, I think you upgraded your tier, but then this is your resub day. Thank you for the 2 years again. Thank you. Thank you also for the tier 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Omid, good morning to you. You're early. And Nice, you're early as well. Welcome in. And Cherry, thank you for the 250 bits. And Smokes, thank you for starting a hype train. Thank you for the Fuzz appreciation bits. And also Nick, thank you for the 19 months. Fight like a wall. Mucho appreciates. Fight like a wall. 19 months.
Crunkle Basket cheered X
Crunkle
100.
Basket.
My dude is on both Twitch as well as YouTube.
You
Fuzz
are?
is taking over the world, guys. Let's freaking go.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So for those of you who don't know, or if anybody's on the YouTube side watching, if you're new, we actually live streamed for 3 months on YouTube and Twitch at the same time last year. So exactly last year, January, February, March, I did like a test trial to stream on both. We didn't like, it was just for fun, but I figured from now on, we'll just do it for certain games. So Dynasty Warrior is kind of like, it's a little bit of like a harder game to upload as like a video. So I was like, you know what? For certain games, we'll stream on both. So I feel like it would make sense. But don't feel obligated to have to go to YouTube. I know a lot of people are like on phone, but if you are on PC, if you'd like to support the YouTube side as well, if you want to drop a lurk there, say hi every once in a while, it would be a huge appreciation. It's kind of nice being able to meet some of the other people who have joined from YouTube side too. So if you do that, thank you. But again, I understand. If you're on phone, I know it's a lot harder. Jam, welcome in. Pushimira, welcome in. Hi, Jeez Louise and Gashgila. Hi, Jam, welcome in. I think you changed your username color to red as well. Nice. You look great today. Thank you, Rel. Dude, the thing is, okay, if you guys are on the YouTube side, this is the part where it kind of stresses me out. If you're on the YouTube side, if your username is not the same as the Twitch side, please let me know, because like, I don't know who's Rel. Who's Rel? I don't know who that, unless it's somebody new. So, hi Mike, welcome in. Hi, I think Mike is, who's Mike? See, I'm confused by all those names now. Hi RC, welcome in. And Flames, welcome in. Hi, hello. The stream is the best. Always a pleasure checking in here. I hope you're well. Thank you for hanging out. I think you were just lurking last time. I hope everything's well. And Andre, we missed you last stream as well. I mean, it was your birthday, but guess what we did? We finished Nier Automata finally. We got to see all the endings. And yeah. It's done. We got to see all the main endings. It was so good. So good. And I'll be honest, it kind of worked out. It actually worked out because Dynasty came out today, which I thought it was going to be out on Friday, but the early access is actually tonight. So I was like, things do happen for a reason. Hi Archer, welcome in. Yeah, thank you. Congratulations to you guys for putting up with it, if anything. Oh, it's Soul. Mike is Soul. Okay, I think I'll remember that. I think I recognize that profile picture, Soul. I see it. Hi, Dieter. I see the skates. Sprix, welcome in. I told you I was going to say hello to you when I'm here. It's my Night Warrior from Twitch. Told you it's under a different username. Okay, so Rel is Night Warrior. Okay. Okay, got it. Got it. How is everyone doing? Happy Monday, guys. How was everyone's day? Can you, by the way, hear the music? Also, I need to be careful not to play copyright music because YouTube side doesn't like it. It basically just kind of like jingle jingle no no no. Ding ding disto da do. Disto da jingle bells. I feel like it says jingle bells, but it doesn't. It's all the schnitzel. Jake, welcome in. Hi, hello. Are you from the Midwest? I am in Canada, but my background's Persian. I don't know if that makes sense. Where exactly would Midwest be? I'm well, thanks. How are you doing today? I am doing okay. I had a lot of like housekeeping things to do that I feel like I was putting off for a really long time. So finally did that. I caught up on like a lot of to-do list stuff. Honestly, for most of the day, I was like trying to figure out like what we're gonna play today. And then I realized, I was like, wait, no, Dynasty's out tonight. So then I forgot. So it kind of worked out. Cherry, thank you. Jingles the bells. Aries, hi, welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you too, Cronko. I've been playing The Witcher 3 all day today. Let's go. You and Smokes are both playing the same game now at the same time. Can you accept my friend request? Huh? Why are you sending other people friend request? How do I do this? Mods. Hold on a second. Wait, mods, if you're here, can you look at Discord for a second? I don't know how to do something. Bricks on YouTube tried to claim VIP. Bricks is on YouTube claim VIP. How do you do that? I don't know you can do that. Beast, no, you can't do that. There's no such a thing. Nice try, nice try. You know, oh, by the way, for those who missed, you know who redeemed VIP last stream, actually? Summer. Summer actually redeemed it. Can you believe it? YouTube looks better than Twitch on my TV. It's usually like that. I think YouTube has like a higher bit rate. I wish the newest Life is Strange was better. Yeah. I was actually talking to my friend Peach. She also streams. And she really liked it, but I was telling her how the game got a lot of shit. I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed the game, but I feel like it wasn't as good as some of the other games. Hi Fuzz, congrats on finishing Nier. Went through the vlog, great playthrough. Way to perseverance on the final ending you saw. I know, I went back on the recording too because I'm editing those now. And I was like, oh dude, that was such a drag. I was this close to rage quitting, dude. This close. Andre, welcome back. Thank you for being part of that playthrough. Can I claim VIP on YouTube? I don't even know if YouTube has VIP. I have no idea. If you guys figure out ways to, I don't know, get more, I don't know, assigned badges I can give you guys, I will. I have no idea. You have to bear with me. Also, Steve, hi, welcome, hi, hello. Also, who got first today? Hold on. I have not forgotten. Shock got third, Demon got fourth, Smoke got fifth, Rex got second, Dieter got first. Let's go. Nice, guys. Nice, 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 nice. The fake tattoo is still on your arm. I know. It doesn't go away. It's a little bit better, actually. It's starting to kind of like rub off here. But yeah, I just don't want to like scratch my arm. But it's still, I'm just letting it fade on its own. Hi, Nick. Welcome to the YouTube side as well. Nick, you've been subbed on the YouTube since last year, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was like, damn. Hi, Airborne. Hi, Rice. Just dropping in to say hi and good night. I'm tired and ready to sleep. Good night. I hope you sleep well. Have a good Tuesday tomorrow. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. Anyone planning on playing this game anyways? Dynasty? Just lurking as I try to figure out my mixer. Okay, Airborne. Sounds good. Hi, Wazoo. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. You got in Cancun. I got it on like the last day. I put this on the last day of the trip, which was exactly... Wait, this was from 3 weeks ago. This was from 3 weeks ago, dude. Oh, yeah. It actually lasted for 3 weeks. It's permanent. I have no idea how. I have no idea how it's still hanging. The Midwest of the U.S. is Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, Missouri, and some other... Since someone apparently mentioned that earlier. Yeah, someone on YouTube asked. I see. No. I'm not from the land of burgers. 3 weeks ago was, yeah, I know, from the trip. Maybe soon when it goes on sale. What's it about? It's, I don't really know what the story's really about. It's a lot of like, kind of like kingdom takeover. So it's like basically you're like at war and you have like these different like warriors you place down. But a lot of it is just like slash. I don't know. Because I played the demo and I don't really, I don't know much about the story. But I'm wondering if the demo playthrough will get carried over. That's what I'm curious on. So I guess we'll see. Because I was so close on getting the code on the PC. But it's actually on PlayStation, so a good thing I realized that. So I'm hoping it does carry over. You're going to play this game? Hi, Steve! Are you gonna wait till Friday? I think it's actually Thursday night. January 17th will be Thursday night. So like Game of Thrones, basically? No. It's not like that. It's like a Japanese like slash kind of game. Yeah. It's kind of, yeah, you'll see. I don't know how much about the story. I guess I could tell you. Let's see. Dynasty, Warriors. The story of the Three Kingdoms is set in the vast mainland of China, where the conviction of different heroes in sick. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Yeah. There you go. 3 kings. That doesn't really explain. Hi, Lucky. How are you? I've never lore from that game. I just like playing it. It's a really, like I said, I don't think it's one of those like story-driven games, but it's like very much like gameplay-wise it's really good. Wait, how come I thought it's like from Japanese? I think it's like a Japanese studio. Because why do I remember that? It's Japanese hack and slash. That's even better. Yeah. But I guess according to Steam, it's set in China. So, I guess it is. Magias. Hold on. So you know the other option I could do? There is an option on OBS. If I press multi-stream, I could read both chats at the same time. But the problem is I can't zoom in. And I don't know how people read chat without it being on max settings. I don't think you guys ever seen my chat. It's humongous. Like right now, okay, if you pause chat right now, I can only see Lockie's message and Steve's message. I would have to scroll up to read like Crunkle's message right now. That's how zoomed in it is. I hope everyone's having the bestest of days. How are you doing, Locks? Welcome back. I hope this week's better for you. Dynasty Warrior usually don't have much story. It's mostly hack and slash against armies. Yes. And the demo I found a little bit hard, but I guess we'll see. It's kind of hard to figure out where to go. Buzz, I have a friend who multi-streams on 4 platforms at the same time, and she says that the only way she can keep up with the chats is by merging all the chats in one. Yes, that's what I was saying. Wait, why 4? Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and TikTok at the same time. That sounds like a headache. Hi, Bruce. Oh, it's Bruce Wayne. Hello. How you doing? Bruce Wayne, Yada's a beat man. Yeah, there's a way. Like, I can switch over to multi-stream, and it actually is nice. I can see everyone's messages here. But the problem is, it's not zoomed in. I don't know if somebody redeems, I don't know, like a channel point. I can't see subs from there. I can't see alerts. Nothing pops up in chat. I can't see Nightbot either, I think. Oh no, I can see Nightbot. It's based on the romance of the 3 kingdoms, isn't it? Maybe. It might be, Steve. I'm not sure. I ain't sure. I'm Vengeance. I'm the Knight. I am Batman. Welcome back. How are you? Is Kick good platform? I haven't been on Kick for a really long time. I used to go consistently when Peach used to stream, because she streams on both still. But it's been a while. Like, ever since she, like, moved to Twitch, like, every time I go say hi to her, it's just in her chat. But, like, not from the Kick side anymore. I have no idea. Actually, speaking of, does anyone know any streamers that still stream on Kick? Is it still, like, is it good? I don't even know how to define good, but I guess it depends on what kind of games you play. Hi, Instix. Welcome in. Maybe they use Restream. I've seen your chat on Twitter, so I know what you're saying. On Twitter? Oh, you have? Where did you see my chat on Twitter? What are you talking about? What do you mean? On Twitter? If you get 1,000 kills on this game, you're the warrior of the 3 kingdoms. 1,000 kills. Ah, interesting. I never go on Kick? Dieter! Let's go! Woo! Dieter, thank you. Thank you for the 3 months. That's so cool. It like pops up like a little poop. Waka waka. Hit so light. Hit so light. And Locks, thank you for the 2 gifted Zestubbins. Thank you. Fuzzkin tries Seduce 3 on Kick to check it out. Super Seducer. Did I tell you guys I streamed on there for, I think, 4 or 5 times? It's okay. It's okay. It had its moments. It was okay. Locks, thank you. Thank you so much. And Dieter, thank you for the, how do I say this now? So you didn't subscribe. You just has become a member. So you just membered. How do you say that? Thank you for the member? Thank you for becoming a member. Well, that's just so long. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the mem. Thank you for the mem. Does that make sense? A short way of saying it. I know someone who does, but the viewership there is tiny in comparison to Twitch, YouTube, etc. For Kick, I tried playing, what's it called? Last of Us on there. It wasn't that great. I feel like not many people play a lot of story games when it comes to Kick. But I think if you play more general games like, I don't know, like I want to say like Apex, Valorant, Marvel Rivals, I feel like there's a bigger audience for them there. But if you play more like a niche game, not so much. Like even like the categories and stuff too, you know? Kick is all about gambling. It's actually not. There's a lot of gamers on there too. And I think they're doing pretty good from what I knew from like last year. So, thank you for clicking the subscribe button. But it's not subscribe. Hi Sharksy, welcome in. So it's Japanese game based in Chinese history. I think that's what it is, Steve. Yeah. Lucky! Lucky! Oh my god, wait, this is so funny. It shows your like last... Lucky! Welcome into the mem. I don't go on to Kick that much, Rel. I see. Yeah, I don't go very much either. Locks, thank you very much for the mem. Mem 1. Fuzz, just a suggestion. We should also have an award for people who post good things on Discord too, like for food section. I see Kai post all the time for the food. So if there was a category for the best chef on food, I would nominate Kai. I don't know if they make the foods themselves or not, but the food they post look amazing. Yeah, that could be part of the Fuzztacular award. Who posted like the best food or something like that, you know? Whoa. What's going on? Cherry! Cherry! Let's go, cheers! Wow! Cherry, thank you for the 5 gifted sub on the YouTube side. Thank you. That pops up really weird. That pops up like on top of chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know any of those people, but hopefully if they're here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's really cool. Also Dangle, welcome in. Sorry if I look confused today, okay? If I have take a minute to like kind of like look back and forth, just bear with me, okay? I was stressed as hell today. Hi Chartier, welcome in. Hi Mantle, hello. I think I said hi. How's everyone tonight? I am doing good. I think last week I had like kind of like a I don't even know. Not even like a shitty week. I didn't even have a shitty week. I think I was just like too much in my head. I think too much was happening last week. But this week I feel better. No, the stress was just figuring out the YouTube stuff, but now it's okay. I just need to figure out like not to miss anyone there. About the game, you can upgrade the suits and the weapons, but you know, you get to level just to do that. It's just like any other game. Right. We played the demo rel, so I think once I figure out if we can carry over the progress from there, I think it should be okay. You look like you aged backwards. I think it's just the hair. Like, I didn't even have time to fully dry my hair. Hi Blazin, welcome in, and Beans, hi. You can shut off your screen to save battery to listen to the stream on Kick, and when you try to chat, the message will get corrupted and send nonsense. Oh. Speech to text register as good, it's not as smooth. There's also other bug constantly have to force to stop task manager. Oh, interesting. Do you stream on there? You would think by now they would have fixed stuff like that. Drinking too much beer, we are fuzzy. Chartier, what has everyone been playing recently? Like, what's everyone's go-to game these days? I saw another classic film, 1949, at my local theater. It was good. It was called Adam's Rib. I've never heard that. Adam's Rib. By the way, Dynasty Warrior 1 is on PS1, is a fighting game. Oh, so it's a bit different than the other games. Harry says total stress. Wait, it looks bad? Do I look stressed? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean hair looks stressed? What does that even mean? Fortnite as always, Pokemon and Witcher. Okay, I have to update you guys on a few things. You're not gonna believe this. Right now, trying to complete Nier playthroughs. Oh, you went back to Nier, Cherry! I'm so excited. Yes, 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 yes. I'm so excited. Heck yes. The hair looks good. It just looks wet. Ghost of Sushi for me. Love that game. Your first time? Because Ghost of Yotei is coming at some point too this year. Look, absolutely beautiful Fuzz. You're definitely going to enjoy playing Dynasty Warrior Gym for sure. 10 out of 10. You think so? Hi, Superior. Hello. Let me know if anyone is from the Twitch side. Like, who is Superior? Somebody from Twitch side? I still, at first, thinking Chad was trolling her on the I know! Hi, Umbrella! Dude, I trusted you at the end. I put my full trust on a new member. It was you and... Who was it? It was somebody else I was trusting. I for sure thought you guys were kidding me. That was bad. That was bad. I really thought I was being trolled at the end of that. I think you know my go-to. I know. Red Dead Redemption. I know. I know. You've been playing Doom. Witcher 3. So nice. So many of you guys playing Witcher 3. So is Rex and Smokes. Interesting. Guess what? You're not allowed to judge me, okay? I may have downloaded a Pokemon game, and I don't know, I just went on the Apple Store and I typed in Pokemon, and one of the top ones that popped up, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It's called, hold on, it's called Pokemon TCGP. I'm not kidding. It's yeah, it's not bad. It had the best reviews. What do you mean I'm on there? I have no idea. I have no idea. You know, the most I know for this game, so I have like a distant cousin who's like 12 years old, and he saw me because I was like with family most of the day yesterday, and I was I know, okay, I was bored at some point. I went on my phone and I downloaded Pokemon, and he comes over, he's like, you play Pokemon? And I was like, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. So he doesn't play on the digital ones, but he collects Pokemon cards. And he was going on and on about how, like, what's your best card? I collect Pokemon cards. And then I was like, oh yeah, what is your best card? Like, I don't know, like, I was doing something. I was like, I'm in the middle of something, but what's your best card? And he was telling me all these different names. I was like, cool, So he actually explained a couple things to me. So apparently some of the cards, from what I know, is like limited edition. So like you can only, like, only 1 or 2 people can have it. It's like very rare, which is pretty cool. You gonna add us? I don't know how. I have to figure that out. I didn't even know you can add people. Also, again, you're not allowed to judge me. This is really bad. I have no idea why I did this. But, I spent money in the game. I wanted to open more, so I spent a couple dollars. I do. I know, okay. It just popped up. It popped up and it was like, do you want to buy this gold or something? And then my Apple was already linked, so I was like, sure. And then it did the face thing, and it's like, click. So it didn't even ask me if I'm sure. It just like went click. I don't really do that anymore, but I used to. I felt like a total kid yesterday. Ain't no shame in the catch up. Hi, Bobson. How are you? You've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and the Honkai Star Rail. Oh, Zone Zero. I've heard of that one. Nice. I was not expecting this. I know, Keith. I told you guys. I told you that one stream when I asked you guys, like, guys, should I give in? Should I play Pokemon? You guys said yes. And then no one guided me. So the best thing I could do was go on the Apple Store. And that's the first thing that came up. Can you sing the Pokemon theme song? Do I look like I know the Pokemon theme song? Let alone sing it? Just to let you know, you're limited to 700 gold daily. I see. The other thing I was considering is apparently you can buy a premium membership where it allows you to open 2 cards a day instead of 1. And I was like, that's pretty tempting. This is how they get you. Dude, I understand. If I have a kid one day, I will totally understand this marketing scheme. That's how they get you. 2 instead of 1? Andre, don't give me that judging face. We can help you get it going. So wait, how many people here actually play it? Oh! Hello! Hold that thought. OMG! Welcome with the raid. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wanting every card is an addiction. I know, and it like lists it out for you too. You were playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Hi, I see you changed your profile picture too. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi. And Eric Kubart, hello. How is the stream? David, hello. Welcome in. Hi, guys. How is the wonderful stream? Are you almost done with that game, by the way? Because I know the second one comes out at some point. I think early next month, right? You also collect Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh card, Magic Gathering cards. This is the TCG I downloaded, Rail. It's like the card one. Have you played it yet? If so, what do you think? I haven't fully played it yet. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm still figuring it out. Guys, how is the stream, y'all? If you're not following OMG, please do so. They stream pretty regularly, actually, and they play a lot of like variety games, and they rated us a bunch of times. They're a VIP at heart, even though not right now. They're still a VIP at heart, right? I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, guys. We were talking about how I started playing Pokemon trading cards. It's bad. It's really bad. But I'm still trying to figure it out. I used to play Pokemon on the Nintendo DS. It's not a mainline game, but I'm glad you're a foot to the door of Pokemon. Well, like, if I want to play like an actual Pokemon game, what would I have to play? That's the thing I don't know. Because this one's just like the card trading thing, and it was like the highest rating Pokemon game other than Pokemon Go. I know what Pokemon Go is. I don't want to play that one. I don't want to have to go outside. I want to sit under a blanket and play. Switch or emulator on PC. Oh, you need a Switch. The one on the original Game Boy? No, I was just thinking just on the PC. There are also some great Pokemon alternatives on the App Store. Some of them are extensive, lots of monsters and upgrades. Ideally not on the phone though. I wouldn't want to play it on a phone. I definitely love Pokemon Pocket. Yes, that's what it's called. Yes, Superior. Shows the new one on Netflix too. Oh, really? I will never judge you. You seen gold, you must buy. That's what I was saying. If I ever have a kid who will one day maybe come to me and be like, Mom, I want to get this, I think I would allow them. As long as there is a limit, I would allow them to buy something off the App Store. Or like if it's like their favorite app. Is this a game where you have to pack open? Yes. Yes, Andre, yes, yes. So far, I've opened, let me tell you. I've opened around like 6 or 8 cards. Oh wait, I have a new opening today. Oh wait, do you guys want to open it? Here. Sorry. I just saw it. Can you see it? Wait. Am I allowed to show this on screen? Is this illegal? Little Carmen, yes. Tap to boost pack to open. What do I do? Oh, the cool thing. The cool thing is you gotta actually like swipe to do it. Check this out. This is the best part. Look. Wee. Ta-da! Pokemon Flute. Put a basic Pokemon from your opponent's discard pile into the bench. I got a Pokemon Flute. I have no idea. Oh, we got another one. Oh, Deaden. It looks cute. Deaden Thundershock. I have to figure out what these all mean. We got another one. Ooh, a Whirlipede. A Whirlipede? Some of their names are weird. Purloin. Sounds like sirloin. Is it like a steak? I don't have any of those cards, to be honest. Good. Oh! A Scolipede. It's like a scorpion, but it's like a lipede. It sounds like a Scorpio that peed. Dude, these are pretty cool. It's a stage 2. Oh, that's it. Very unfortunate. So if I get the premium membership, I can open like another pack. Grand total cards acquired. I have 16 cards now. There we go. I have 16. So soon you guys be like, hey Fuzz, what have you been spending your money on instead of upgrading streams? Pokemon cards. Wouldn't that be awesome? Hi COC. COCP? Is that how I say it? Or is it Amy? I can't say that name. Welcome in. Yeah, I would wait a month to see if you stick to it. Well, actually, this wasn't my original plan. I was gonna play it like an actual game. All the ad got me to play the game. Total non-sexual game. What game? By the way, what is with Steam? You're opening your cards backwards? Because I was no, I think because the thing is reversed. Nice try, chairs. Nice try. Or maybe I was just doing it to show you guys. Dude, on Steam, I went to see the most sold games. And apparently it's all like these like sexual 18+ games. Like nudity involved kind of games. Isn't that crazy? And I don't know if it's just my Steam, but when I go on like new releases or like top most popular games, they're all like 18+, like freaking dating sim games. Can you say Azizam? Want to check if you're Persian. Azizam. I am Persian. I am. Welcome in. Hi. How do I say your name? Is it CO? CO. Human Centipede? I will wait a month to see. GPU plus Pokemon cards. Actually, if I go down this route, I might end up spending more money on these Pokemon cards than on the actual GPU. You got one of the legendary Pokemon, the blue one. So what does the stages mean anyways? There's like stage 1, stage 2. I'm guessing the higher the stage, the better, right? Also, I'm teaching chat Farsi as well, CO, in case you're wondering. They know goose. I don't know why that's the only word they know. You can evolve Pokemons in battle. Azam benim korme sabzi. Okay, you know that I'm Persian now. There you go. Stop. Stop it. You're not that great at games anyways, Fuzz. You're not missing out on anything. What? Wait. Huh? You can filter them on your Steam setting? Oh my god. You're never a VIP anymore. Even if you redeem it, we're not giving it to you. Get your ass out of here. I got 2 or 3 adult games on Steam for recommendations. Wow, Demon! Let me guess, Super Seducer's one of them? The first one? Demon's gonna carry us next time we play. By the way, I'm down to play more Super Seducer in the Discord. The third one that we can't stream. Begus to chat. Oh god. Yeah, I've been teaching them a couple words here and there, CO. But the only thing they really remember is goose. That's why I couldn't understand why Super Seducer 3 got banned and in many more games on Steam. Yeah, that's true. I think it got banned because I think it like sexualizes a lot of the women specifically. Versus a lot of these other Steam games, I feel, no, they do. It's not that actually. It's not just that. I think it's because they're more like anime-like versus like Super Seducer is very like visual. Like you could see like an actual woman, you know, it's like an actress. Versus like the other ones are a little bit more, you know, a little different. A little different. Hi Ak, welcome in 𝗟𝗚𝗞𝗘. 𝗟𝗚𝗞𝗘. I would never. Anyways, I checked out Pokemon, but if you guys have any actual Pokemon games where we can play on PC, do let me know. I'm down to try those too. Because I don't want to just be playing like card stuff, you know? Like I don't want to be just like trading cards and all that. That was amazing. Just tell them it's a hobby. I got into the... Wait, what's a hobby? Yeah, I can see it. It's a hobby. Is the Hendrix alt account? See who? CO? No, I don't think so. I don't know any Pokemon games on PC or PS5. So all of them are on the Switch. Pokemon Guard, you have to go outside. I believe that's the one where you have to like scan like virtually around you to like grab a Pokemon. I don't want to have to go like on a walk or something. You should play Kingdom Come Deliverance. I know, I saw. I'm gonna wait for the second game to get released. I know, I'm gonna skip the first one. I don't know. The first one looked a little bit boring, but if the second one If I see it's good, we'll probably play it on day one. But I don't know. I don't want to really play the first one. Pokemon is a Nintendo series. Oh, you know what? I could play Pal World. Pal World? That works. Right? I know, Omin's been doing Pokemon Go for like over 2 years now, I feel. I got in trouble with card collecting trading when I was a kid. How? How'd you get in trouble? You know, fun fact for you guys? I wish I still had it, and it's probably somewhere. Why are you saying ew? Wait, what? Wait, what? How is Pal World cringe and ew? How is that ew? Dude, what are you talking about? So many people have been playing it. Who doesn't like Pal World? But I thought Pal World had Pokemons. Why is that bad? Hi, Black Dog. How have you been, by the way? Happy New Year's. Welcome back. I usually draw the Pokemon. I don't collect the cards. I see. I was gonna say, fun fact. When I was younger, I actually used to collect the physical Pokemon cards. I had like a whole box of them, but I don't know what happened to them. And I never really knew how to play with them. I just collected them. And I got them as like gifts and packs and stuff that I opened, but I don't know where they are. But I was never really like fully into Pokemons. Like I collected them just as a sense of collection, but like nothing more. I still don't understand why it's different. Pal World is not Pokemon, although they're similar. I thought they're Pokemons inside Pal World. I'm good, Black Dog. I've been well. How's everything with you? Welcome back, Mufasa. Welcome back to you as well. How are you doing? It's an unlicensed Pokemon's like game. Huh. I never thought you guys would be offended to this degree. Like, I thought people who like Pokemon would be like, oh my god, Pal World was great. But I guess there's another side of it where it's like, oh no, it's not actually that, so. Hi, Hojin. How old am I? Exclamation age. 28. 28! Hi, R2D2. Hi, Twisted. Welcome, hi. Good evening. I never pegged you for a collector. I've collected a few things before. I've had the Pokemon cards growing up. More like when I was younger. This is like back in elementary school. Instead of playing them, yeah, me too, Andre. I think they were very, very common when I was in Dubai. I don't know, their Pokemon cards were like everywhere. Like in Dubai, like we buy packs everywhere. The other thing I collected was, you know those like Olympic coins?
Run like a cheetah, fight
They're
like
pretty
a
cool.
wolf. Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf.
Prialom cheer dex 100.
Oh no, oh no.
PST ba 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 fa so la ti do re mi do e.
We're doing Indian accents with TTS this week. That's not gonna pick it up. That's not gonna pick it up. Nuh-uh. Thank you though. Thanks. I collected NFL cards. Pokemon didn't exist in my day. NFL cards. Do you still have them, Smokes? That's pretty cool. Hi, Nutella. Pal World is also currently being sued by Nintendo. I've heard that. I thought that was done though. I thought that was like a done deal. I didn't know they're still going under that. Okay, forget I said that. Forget that. Okay, we're not playing Pal World. Understood. Not Disney. Sorry, the creators of Pokemon sued them. Right, right. Your hair looks great today. My ears getting out fast as hard. Thank you, Black Dog. Thank you. It's been so good to see you again. It's been a year. It's Indian TTS. Oh, wait, I forgot it's Monday. No, I forgot. No, it was supposed to be Australian TTS. I got so caught up with the YouTube stuff, I forgot to change it. Damn it. Today was going to be Smokes as TTS. Hi, Alex. Okay, maybe I can do the TTS sound myself. Hello, Alex. Welcome back. Wait, actually, I have an alternative. Smoke, can you come on and like every time there's somebody with like an alert, like a sub or a bit, can you say thank you to them? Oh my god, Smoke, you would be a perfect alternative. Can you come on Discord and like say that to chat? You can be like, the real OMG has cheered 100 beats. Psst, 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 psst. I forgot. Tomorrow. Every week we're doing different accents. Has Benny arrived yet? I don't see them, unfortunately. I do both play Pokemon cards and collect them, like all the other cards I collect, including Card Fight, Vanguard Zero. Vanguard Zero. I've heard of those too. In terms of cards, I haven't collected anything else, but I used to collect. I still actually have these. They're like old what's it called? Like Olympic coins. Do you know what I'm talking about? So the 2010 Olympics happened here, and like I collected a lot of like that whole year. There was like a bunch of like Olympic ones, and they're different ones. There was like a skating, a skiing, a snowboarding. It was all like Winter Olympics, and they were like on these coins. So that one year, I ended up using like a lot of cash because I was so keen on collecting them. And I think I got a good bunch of them. Like I have like a container this big of just coins. And I figured that's probably cool. Like in like years from now, you can look back on those. What else did I collect? That was probably the big thing I collected that one year. 2010. Sure, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Do you love Israel? Like the country? I forgot about Benny Olympic coins. Did you see them? Do you know what I'm talking about? If you guys had an Olympic happen in your country, you would know what I'm talking about. You had the Sochi Olympics. Wait, Andre, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. The 100 Rebels bill. Oh, so you had the bill. Ah, no. For us, I think majority of them were like coins. They were like 25 cents. Majority of them were like quarter cents. And then some of them were, I think, like $1 or something, like a loonie, I think. Yeah, an Olympic. An Olympic. Maybe one day I'll find them. It's somewhere stacked under my bed. I need to find them and show you. They're pretty cool. They look really nice. Yeah, I heard of those. Don't put that in chat. Don't put that in chat. I don't want to talk politics here. Is it Hojin? Don't put those things in chat. I still have framed coins from Sydney 2000 Olympics. Oh, you do? Okay, there you go. Oh yeah, I guess 2000 Olympics was Where is the next Olympic anyways? Like the winter one. Is it Italy? Next Winter Olympics 2026. Yeah, Milan. Oh, it's in Italy? That's cool. It's in Italy. That's pretty cool. Milan. Isn't Milan kind of cold though? Like I know some of their, like I know they get snow, but I didn't think it gets like that cold. I thought in general it's like a pretty warm city or like a country or no, city. Yeah, it's under your bed. I see all the dust under there too. Moon, stop calling me out, okay? I know I deserve it for giving you shit the past few streams, but okay. I have some Australian pennies. I got the Looney Toony. There was coins and bills. I don't know if we had bills as well. Hi, Sports. How are you doing? Hello. I'm thrilled to see you live. I'm loving the hair. Mucho thank you. Mucho thank you. Welcome in. And hi, Long. Long diggity dong. Hello. Guys, we got 20 minutes. We got 20 minutes till the game releases, okay? I hope you guys are ready. What did Long say? Oh, she still looks like that weird diarrhea color. I collect Vegas Pokemon cards. You actually bought Pokemon cards in Vegas last year? No way. What does that even mean? Australia is hosting the Summer Olympics. Oh, interesting. Oh. Wait, Smoke, you should go. You know what I really want to go to? I want to go to Wimbledon one year. Wimbledon. I want to go to Wimbledon just so I can wimble. I want to wimble it out. I'll be asleep in 20 minutes. No tell, I'm not allowed. Hi, Keen. Welcome to the YouTube side. If you forgot today was Monday, what day did you think it was? I knew it was Monday, but I forgot to change the alerts. I forgot. Dimpledon. I want to go with a dimple. Maybe I'll grow one. Hi, Kratsu. Welcome back. How's everyone? Just woke up from a nap. Kratsu, I am so thrilled that you're here. Literally the first day you joined, you were like, I don't think I can join more streams because of the time zones. And here you are. Every single stream ever since. Wow, chicka 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 wow wow. I'm ready for Dynasty Warrior. 20 minutes. 18 minutes. Naive as always. Long. Where do I delete the message? Message deleted. Eat that shit. I have to be up early. I'm moving tomorrow. Oh, where are you moving to? Okay, no, that's fine. Do what you need to do. By the way, guys, VIPs. VIPs. Oh, you know what I forgot to tell Summer last time? Shoot, Summer, I don't know if you're here lurking hearing us, but Summer got the 69th slot on the VIPs, guys. We are officially at 69 VIPs. I'm not your punch bog. Bog? Are you a bog? If we would have streamed yesterday, I would have been here due to different work schedules. Guess it worked out. That's true. No, we didn't. I didn't stream yesterday. That's good then. That is good. Bless your face, Smokes. Bless your face. You're moving about 3 hours where I live now. I see. I'm aiming for the 101 VIP slot. I don't even want to give it to you. Even if you redeem it, Sharksy, you're not allowed to get it. I got family and friends that live in the snow. Never seen snow, but I've seen it in LA, as well as speaking of Le praise to everyone around the world. I know. Hopefully, I think LA is a little bit more under, what's it called? Wait! Nice! Hey! Congratulations and long! Wow! Nice! Welcome into the VIP club. You're officially our 70th member. Da 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 la! And Long, thank you for the 3 months on the YouTube side. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. Much appreciate. Damn. Is that 3? Yeah, that is a 3. Is that 3 or 4 months? Nice. You caved in. You did it. I'm so happy. It's so nice of you. Wow, nice. Wow. Guys, the goal is, as you saw, I posted the goals in the Discord. Hit 100 VIPs every season. So, if you want to be part of the grand scheme of everything this next year, this 2025, remember, we have 30 slots of VIPs left. If you truly believe in our goals and want to like smash them to the ground, and at the end of the year we can be like, oh my god, we hit this goal, then you can be like, I was there. You could be like, I was there. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to actually be part of it, you can redeem it. We have 30 more spots that we need to hit. Wow, what is that guy doing? Dude, his message got timed out like so many times. Some people are like, hello. Yeah, that guy was being annoying. They're called the Fuzzies over there. Actually, that's true. Wait, let's put a name to this. You guys are gonna be... Yo! Well, to both of you, Astray
Astray96
and Soul
subscribed for 5 months. It's been fun so far.
Astray, first of all, thank you for the 5 months in. Almost half a year. Thank you for the continuous support. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Happy Monday. And Soul, I don't know what in the soul I can say right now because this is absolutely wild. You guys, if you don't know, Soul literally joined. When did you join? You joined like less than a month. No, less than 2 months ago. Wait, let me see the exact date. Following since November 17th. You guys, within less than 3 months. No, wait. November 17th, December. Within less than 2 months, they got VIP. Like, hola! Like, hola! Congratulations, Soul. Thank you. That is crazy, Soul. I really appreciate that. Thank you for saving up for VIP. Thank you for being here every stream. Thank you also for supporting our PP goal too. With that tier 3, it goes a long way. Thank you. Also, Astray, how are you doing? Welcome into you as well. Take note, boys. Redeem VIP, you should. We're officially at 51, see? As soon as I say it, it gets promoted and it's like la 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 la. Alright, guys. We need 29 more. Chop chop. I'm sure some of you guys are sitting right there. You have points. Hi, Isaiah. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Did I say that right? Isaiah. So you're gonna play in the early access, perfect option to see if I want to get. I haven't decided yet. Oh yeah? That makes sense. Yeah, because you'll have, I think, 3 days till the game gets released, so you don't have to waste your money. I'll be the guinea pig. Oh, this is so nice seeing all the VIPs again. Every time there's a reset, there's like this like empty feeling I feel when I look at chat and a lot of people don't have the pink diamonds, and then I feel kind of hurt in like a weird odd way. I don't know how to explain.
Keep it, lock it, polka dot it,
Country fire, hip hop it.
hot in the sky, move side to side, jump to the left, stick it, glide, zigzag, cross the floor, shuffle in diagonal.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheered 444. Happy Fuzz Appreciation Day.
Thank
Cool,
you,
cool, dance, cool,
Lux.
cool, love.
Thank you. I know you're close on your VIP as well. I know it's cooking. I know it's a matter of just minutes, maybe even less than one stream. Minutes, hours, maybe. Thank you, Lockins. Thank you. That's my new nickname for you, by the way. Lockins. Lock it, pop it, Lockins. I was watching the Nier playthrough on YouTube today. It was a fun video. Oh, you watched it, Astray. Thank you. I'm glad somebody watches it. I feel like when a gameplay gets so big, it's just like not so many people want to watch all the other ones. That's why I'm like narrowing it down. I took out so much content from it just to like juice it out into like less than 2-3 hours. So thank you. Thank you. Hi, Banana. Hello. Is the VIP more valuable than subscribing? I'll be honest with you, I like VIP more than subscribing. I'll be honest. I do like VIPs. It's just really nice and pleasing to the eye to see the diamonds. I don't know. I just feel... I know this sounds kind of like weird to say, but I feel like it's like a comfort thing. Like I said, like every time there's a reset, I just feel like weird. I just feel like Chad looks naked. Versus this way, it's like I feel like we're like an official family. You know? Like I see you guys and I'm like, oh, finally, they don't look naked. Would give more permanence, but the permanents are not always gonna stay, you know? So I feel like permanents shouldn't just be given out like randomly. So over the course of like the past like almost 4 years, there's really only been limited permanents given out. So yeah. I don't wanna be one of those channels that like gives us so many permanents and then after a while like half those people are not there. Like I want the VIPs to be people who are regulars or who are like, you know, are constantly around, you know? Because then it just becomes like a stale waste of spot. Stale. That's why I like to keep it fresh too every season. Because I understand not everyone can be around every season. Also, hi Dragon. How are you doing? It's all about the diamond on your screen. I mean, you know what I mean. You know, you guys look shiny. I tried out Drakengard 1 on PS2 yesterday. It's like a lot of Dynasty Warriors and Panzer Dragoon. It's also part of their Nier series. Yeah, I saw. So Drakengard 1 and 2 I think takes place right before Nier. Someone explained that to me on stream. Even though subs is more valuable money-wise, VIP is more personal goal of being here together for a long time. Yes. Yes, exactly. I mean, both are nice, but I'm just saying, I feel like when I see the diamond, I know you're like a... I never use this term, by the way, but like a homie. Guys, that's such a bad... Okay, wait. That's a bad word to... That's a weird way to use. What's another word for homie? What's a... homie... What's the word thesaurus? A buddy. Okay, pal. Pal is weird. I don't use that word. Buddy? What's like, hey buddies? But that sounds even weirder. What's up, buddies? That's so unlike me to say. It's like, sup, homies? Time to cash up. You'll sell your diamonds, homies? Well, I was saying this to the chat the other day, actually, Log. I said one day, you guys are gonna show up to chat, a new season, and there's gonna be like a cooldown on VIP redemptions, and you're gonna one day run out of spots. So Better take it now, because already, like I said, it's halfway through the month and we got to 70 something. Maybe one day, there might not be enough space, so, you know, this is the part where you gotta be grateful. You're like, yes, there's an opportunity for me. You know? Hi, Riz. Hi, Sis. Wait, Riz or Sis? Homie is fine, just not when you say it. Yeah, I don't know why. Certain words I say just sounds weird. Soft. Damn, I just became a homie. It just doesn't make sense. Especially like you kind of have to say it in more like I feel like if I were to say it properly with like the proper way of saying it, it will have to be kind of like, thanks, homies. You know, I have to be a little more like, you know, kind of like it's a different vibe. You have the diamonds. Shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a homie. Shine bright like a homie. Oh, shine bright like a homie. Drakengard 3 apparently is a prequel to Drakengard 1. Drakengard. But I don't remember such info. Drakengard 1 is first in the story when it's split into two. One split for Drakengard 2 while the other one is near. The video I watched mentioned only Drakengard 1 is important before 3. I didn't even know that till I started playing Nier and somebody in chat told me. I'd never even heard of those other games before. It's cool. I'll be a homie, I guess. It could also be homie, like a home that is cozy. Ahas! Locks. Good one. Good one. Good. No, and then Long, I was continuing to say one day, you guys might actually have to be able to... No, you might end up having to sell your diamonds, maybe. So you're not wrong. This could very much be a thing in the future where like somebody's like, oh, I redeemed it first. Oh, if you want it, pay up, homie. You know? Hi, Midnight. We got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes. Everyone, get ready. Get ready. The economy is that tough these days. You never know. You never know. You never know. Selling homie status 100,000 channel points. Yeah. So what I'm saying is appreciate these times. These moments we have been blessed with a bunch of spots. You know? Because the more people redeem VIP doesn't mean that we're going to get more spots. 100 is the max. I can upsell my diamond. Oh yeah, the family tree. What even happened to that? The family tree just went Alright. Okay, how do I... Okay, I need to figure out... Okay, I need to change the category from the dashboard. Because then otherwise it will change everything on YouTube. How do I do that? Category. Just chatting. Dynasty. Someone adopt me into the tree. Have you seen the tree? A lot of you guys haven't seen it. You don't even know what it is. Dynasty Warrior Origins. Okay, did that update category? I think that did, right? I'll lift you up. Wait, is this copyright music? I don't know. It did? Okay, okay. And on the YouTube side, it didn't change the title, right? I've seen it, I'm not there. It was way before you joined, yeah. It was before you joined. Oh, okay, cool. So if I don't change the category and everything from OBS, it doesn't change the title and everything on YouTube. That's good. That's good. It's okay, Smoke. You with like probably 90% of people aren't even on the tree. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. One day you'll get put on, or one day you won't. Been a while since the tree was talked about. Yeah, Nick, you remember. That's true. That is true. You were here. Wait, Nick, you've been here a long time then. That's true. I think it was around the time that you joined. June 2023. Right. Ah, good old times. Good old times. Good old times. All right. Are you guys ready for this moment that we have been waiting for? We played the demo a while ago. For those of you who don't know, The cult should have their own badges, just an idea. I can't. If I could, I would. I would have loved to do custom badges, but there's no way you could do that. There's no way you can add that. Which I don't know why. Like I don't know why people can't custom change their like VIP badges, add different roles. I'm not really sure why that customization does not exist. Hi Banana, how are you doing? A homie badge. A homie badge. Okay, you should do a series playing Halo. The Halo games. Yeah, I've heard good things about those actually. Oh, there's a minute left. Chat, there is a minute. I'm sure we'll have it one day. Well, on, what's it called? On, Kick, I think we had custom things. Custom badges. Right? Heck yeah! Woo! Let's get this party started! There's a countdown, guys. Oh, you guys can't even see it.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘
43 seconds!
Let's get ready for Diamond Warrior.
Number 8. Diamond. Uh-oh. Diamond. Diamond Warrior. Diamond Warrior. 20 seconds.
Smokey 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheered X3.
Thank you, Smokins.
Run like
Thank
a
you,
cheetah,
Jezza.
fight like a wall.
The Daddy Bezos don't want us to have cool stuff. That's weird.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheered X100. 1 ticket, please.
1 ticket, please. 1 ticket. 1 chicken, please. Thank you. Ah, it's time. It is time to play. La 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 la. All right, are you guys ready? I'm so excited. Ah. Okay. Are you guys ready for this moment that we have been waiting for? Hi, Razor. Welcome in. I've never played any of these games. I'm doing well, Fuji. I bought a PS5 on January 4th. Platinum Marvel Spider-Man 2 on my birthday, and I finally beat Phantom Liberty DLC for Cyberpunk earlier today. Congratulations. Holy moly. Those are all big games. That's huge. That's huge. Congratulations. When was your birthday also? Happy belated. Wait, what did you say? I've returned only to ask. What was the woohoo notification? Back to audio only. The woohoo? Hold on. Let me get this. Jezza, thank you for starting a hype train to you, Smokes and Locks, the choo-choos. All right. I am launching the launches. What is happening? Your birthday was on January 9th? Oh my god, there's so many people's birthdays this past month. That's pretty cool, actually. Happy birthday. There was, I think 2-3 other people whose birthday was this around that day. Guess Fuzz really don't care about the girl no more? Which girl? Okay. Hi, disappointed cowboy. Hello. How do I want to do this? Okay, let me figure out how I can... Okay. I can put... Okay, that's better. This way I can see what's going on. I can see both chats now. Okay, we're good. Huh. Who, Vorgo? What are you talking about, Andre? What do you mean? The one I didn't know the name to and I said I couldn't come back till I got it or something like that? You now have access to the following add-ons. Official book. You now have access to the following add-ons original soundtrack. Letters? Soundtrack Elite Digital Edition. Nameless Warrior Garb. Okay. This music's really good too. Yeah, Razor, sorry, I'm confused. I read your message, but I'm totally lost on what you're talking about. Happy New Year's to you too, disappointed. Hi, hello. Cowboy, Happy New Year's. Yeah. I don't know if that someone's from the Twitch side or not. Okay, let me make sure text language English, audio language English, restore defaults audio. So I have myself on the left side of the screen because last time we played the demo, the map was on the bottom right. The frame rate on 120. Prioritize performance, prioritize graphics. Let's do performance. HDR, brightness. Let's go a little bit brighter. Dead, welcome in. Hi, hello, and Scorp, hello. How you guys doing? All right. Let's plug the controller in too. Are you guys ready? What is this? I thought she was playing Nier. Not nearly there, Demon. Not nearly there. Dead, how are you doing? Hi. By the way, Dead, where's your VIP? Where is your VIP, man? Like, so rude of you. Audio language German, the one I helped replace a battery at work and all that. How you doing, Scorps? Hello, Fuzz and Legend. How's Fuzz doing? Doing good. I hope you had a good rest of your stream yesterday. Hey, let's go! Dead! I knew you had points. I knew it. I knew it. Welcome in, Dead. Congrats. Welcome back to the VIP Club. I hope you had a good rest of your stream last night. Sorry, I was so dead. Not last night, 2 nights ago. It was like 4 a.m. for me almost. I just wanted to stop by before bed, have a great rest of your stream, and daily reminder to everyone that you're all loved and appreciated. Thank you, Minnesota. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you for coming to say hi. Have a good sleep. You have many. I know. I know. Dead, welcome back. You're a true VIP at heart. You too, Razor. We're officially at 72 VIPs now. You know, this is a little... Hold on. I feel like I'm seeing things a little different here. Can you guys see... Sorry, one thing. I'll start it in a second. I need to refresh something. Something is a little off. Okay, so is the category on YouTube? Okay, that one's correct. Cool. Okay, we're good. Music is a bit louder than my voice. Is that better? I think that's better. Okay. What about me, Fuzz? We're waiting for your VIP. Okay. New game. Perform initial setup. So, hold on. Do I not get to play off of my demo playthrough? Advanced setting, no. Now begin. Settings can be changed later. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right.
Promise me. Promise me.
I don't remember if this is right from the demo or not.
That together, the three of us will bring about a new age of peace.
I don't know. Year 6 of the Guanji era, 183 AD, or 150 years since the start of... It doesn't I couldn't read fast enough. A drought that has been ongoing since the previous year. Barrage of inclement weather resulted in a devastating famine. What is that? The people were starving, resorting even to eating grass and bark. As time went on, they began to perish. But government officials did nothing to remedy the situation. On the contrary, they raised taxes to fill their own coffers. The peasants suffered at the very hands of those tasked with helping them.
Are you okay?
The graphics look good. I would read faster in my Indian accent.
What a miserable place.
Please, allow us to have some.
Have mercy on us.
Think of the children.
Move!
Oh no.
You're
Oh.
pathetic. Shall I put you out of your misery?
Wait. What you carry is a gift from the Emperor to starving people. What justification could you possibly have for ignoring their plight?
Such insolence. How dare you speak to me like that?
I really like their outfits too.
This
I wish I had a
merchant
cosplay
has
like that.
confessed everything. You had him purchase goods from corrupt scholars and sell them for you in the city. In exchange, he offered you bribes and business favors.
Scoundrels.
Don't you know how hungry we are? Silence!
Stay back!
Silence. Silence. I have like my kimono I could wear.
Son, wait!
Oh? Damn. Okay. I'm turning it up a bit.
You!
Jeez.
I don't know who you are, but you have my thanks.
Call for reinforcements!
Sir! Even more are coming? More soldiers are coming!
Hey, you two.
That was pretty good.
This way.
That was smooth. Like butter. It was smooth as butter. Hi Storm, welcome in. I do play some horror games here and there, Cowboy,
You
yes.
won't be putting the townspeople at risk here.
Not as often.
You can fight without restraint.
Okay, now it's too loud again.
There is
Okay.
still much I must do. But I swear that I will get you out of here.
That's what you guys said when
I
we
don't
played
know if
Final
he's
Fantasy.
trustworthy. But either way, we'll have to cut our way through.
He does look like a Final Fantasy character. That's true. That's true. I think it's just mainly him, the main character. Oh, here we go. Damn, this is different than the demo for sure. Cool. Camera move. Ah, damn, this looks so good. Nice.
You damn brigands! You won't escape!
Oh, shit, I didn't see him. Normal attack,
Already
okay.
caught up to us, but we can't stop now.
I like his beard, leave him alone. He's also really tall. Like he just looks really tall.
But it matters not, since you are far outnumbered.
Ah. Oh, you know what's crazy? Oh my god, R2 is the same way you can dash in Nier as well. Oh, I just did it like naturally because of Nier. It's the same button. Like I said, beards look good on certain people. I never said I don't like them. I've always said some people can pull it off really well. I never said I disliked.
Up ahead. As long as we
I've
get past the
never
post,
said that. Hold on. Is there anything in
beyond
here?
their jurisdiction
Okay, sir.
and out of their reach.
I've never said, okay, maybe I've said like I don't really like beards very much, but certain people, beard is like a voila, chef kiss. But then I don't necessarily like it. Like obviously not on
Lest we risk them
myself,
catching up to us.
but on some people, it makes them look juicy. What's in here? Can't go in there either. Okay, where are we going? Oh, his name is actually called Bearded Hero. Okay, see, that's weird. If his name is Bearded Hero, like he lives off for his beard. Like I feel like that's a little too much. Like if you just have beard, sure. But if you like your entire like passion, the only reason you live is because of your beard is weird. Oh shit. Let's hurry up. I bet they're hiding his name that way. L1, while blocking and strong attack. Oh, while blocking. Oh. Okay, so I block and then I press this. Ah,
Defense is the
interesting.
key when outnumbered. You
6,
seem to
7
know
years
that
ago,
well.
I do trim it off course.
It
Yeah.
looks like the enemy is gone. Let us
Enemy
proceed
is
toward the
gone.
guard post.
I first saw your channel on the Stellar Blade video, fan obvious reasons. Hey! So wait, you have never been here before then, Cowboy. That's pretty cool. So I was telling everyone, we did live stream on both YouTube and Twitch back last year. In January, but Stellar Blade was right after. So I think when Stellar Blade came out, I stopped streaming on YouTube. So hey, it's been a year. 12 years you haven't cut your beard. Dad, why are you laughing? I know why you're laughing, actually.
There! It's there!
R2 to evade.
We shall teach them what it means to defy us!
Okay, cool. Ooh. While evading. Oh my god. Damn.
The way you shift
Cool.
between
If Benny comes to
defense and
YouTube, someone
offense
please tell me.
appears so effortless. I see that as your strength as a warrior.
Smoke, can you please be honest with us? Was Benny
Guard
you?
post is close. Let us go.
Like, jokes aside. Prepare for battle then? I guess you guys all have beard. Does anyone in chat not have a beard?
We must move on, lest we risk them catching up to us.
Every month you shave? Every month? Damn, every month. I already have a mustache and I'm only 13. I hope I can grow beard as well, soon as well. Oh, you're 13.
Oh,
Damn.
that is the guard post.
Yeah, some people get it a lot earlier.
But there are no guards. This must be.
This must be. Haha.
You're out of luck. This is where you scoundrels meet your end.
Ta-da-da! No!
So,
Hey,
cut
that's
us off.
rude.
We may be outnumbered.
Don't say that to
but we
Key.
must not falter.
You're not Benny. Okay. I trust you, Smokes.
That voice.
Who's that?
I ask you this. Do you choose to continue being exploited until you die? No! Then tell me. Do you have the courage
See?
to take back what was
A little bit of
stolen?
beard is nice on him. See?
Then let us all advance and witness a new era of peace.
Oh, I love this game. It's so chaotic. I feel like I'm inside like a stomach that's about to throw up. That's literally how it feels. We need to find Benny and let him know you're back on YouTube. I made a post on YouTube, so hopefully he'll see it. Oh, dude, it literally feels like we're inside like a stomach. Like it's like an upset stomach. Oh, no, no. Oh, we can do triangle, square, square. While jumping. Holy shit, this is a cool move too. Nice. Ah. Yeah, this is the new one, yeah. This is indeed the new one. Hola, hola, hola. There's so many diarrhea colors. Yeah, they're like diarrhea. Holy shit, 100 KOs. Drink some ginger ale. Hi, Ralph.
Your skills are impressive. No eagle may withstand such a righteous blade.
Woo! Damn! Ralph, thank you for the 100 bits. Welcome in. Oh! There are the eggplants.
Allow ourselves to be pushed back here. Let me handle
They
this.
literally look like eggplants.
Leave it to me.
You can't tell me I'm wrong. Oh, that's my rage. That's my rage. Holy shit, man. I know his real name? Whose real name? If I was ever an anime character, I wish I'm this powerful. This is crazy. What? Jesus.
Lost the momentum.
Yeah, I think you changed the characters. That's how the demo was too. We got to play as that girl too, remember? Oh, more eggplants. Holy shit, dude. Oh wait, how do I heal? Oh my god, how do I heal? How do I heal? How do I heal?
They lose their commander.
Uh-oh. How do I do the heal thing? Wait, I actually forgot how to do the heal thing. Does it auto heal you? I think it auto heals me. It didn't tell me yet how to heal. Wait, let me see. Let me move back, see if it auto heals. Yeah, that's what I remember Cortless. In the demo you could. Right now it's not really auto healing right now. I'm playing this on the controller, yeah. On the PS5. No, it didn't heal me. Okay. I gotta make sure I just don't die. Ooh, no auto heal, but enemies drop healing items. Oh, right. No auto heal, but enemies drop healing items. Where? Where do I get that? Nice. Government captain. Where's the government? Anyways. Can I play the government captain already lost half his health? Yeah, but like where is he? Oh, he's right there.
Looking rough.
Oh, nice.
Let's end this.
Can't believe this.
The enemy officer.
Holy shit.
Idiots will go unnoticed.
Whew.
You will come to regret your actions. I have deep respect for your valor. Now, go on.
It's pretty cool. It's really cool.
I expect we will meet again someday. Farewell for now.
Farewell.
One for explanations then? Well, let us head somewhere we can rest.
They're like bananas. Hi, Slip Dog. Welcome in. The first battle. Woohoo! Alright, that night. He's so tall.
You know, I didn't have the chance to thank you.
Oh, it's my turn?
I am very grateful for your help.
Go on, you. Ah.
Though it was rude of me to accept it without even asking your name. Tell me, what are you called?
Oh, Wanderer. Alright, what's my name? Can I play as a female character? I don't know. Remember in the demo there was another girl you could play as? You can switch to? I don't know if in this one you can or not. Probably at some point. Why does the main character look so emo? It's just his vibe. Can you pause the game to see your combo list? I think later. That was probably the prologue. We couldn't do that. Hula Hoop Girl? Oh yeah, Keen, you remember. Yes. Totally chilling game. No stress, just slashing. I really want to get this game. I love the series on PS2. Let's go with Fuzz. Wait, is that boring? What should I name? What's a male version of Fuzz? Fuzzio? But Carmen's a girl's name too. Well, unless I can change to a female name. Fuzztacular? Flog? Flib? Fuzzdicky? Excuse me? Interesting. Let's just go with Fuzz. It's boring, isn't it? Fujima? Isn't that like a brand's name? Fuji Apple? Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go with Fuji this time, because we always go with Fuzz. Fuji can be like a guy's name too, right? Fuji. Oh, what about Fujie? Fujie. Is that good? Fujie. How you doing, Fujie? Yeah, that one's good. That one's good, right? Fujima, Fuzzila, Fuzz. Fujie, Fujie. I feel like it's cute. Fuzzy sounds Chinese. Fujima. Don't bring back Fujie now. Fujie. But you have to say it like that. Fujie. Hi, Urakarin. Welcome in. The guy with the beard, I know who he is, but I'm not going to say anything. Yes. Oh yeah, I've never, by the way, played these games before, so don't give any spoilers if you played the old ones. Okay, Fujie it is. Do you wish to proceed?
I take it you are a warrior traveling the land like myself. From where do you hail?
I cannot say.
That is quite intriguing. You fought with such effortless skill. I've never seen anything like it.
Fujio?
I'm curious to know where you trained.
Hi, Commander. I've forgotten. I can't remember. Sounds so sus.
So you have no memory of your past?
His eyebrows
Now
are
I
like...
see why you cannot tell me where you were from. In any case, it was fortunate I met you when I did. Most wandering warriors won't lift a finger until they hear talk of compensation. But you are not like the others. I see you walk an honorable path, wielding your blade for the weak.
He's so cute. Kind of like he has like a gray bluish eyes. I was told to do so. I know the other way. I was told to
By
do
your
so, I think.
parents, or a teacher perhaps, or maybe an old friend. Whoever it was has taught you well.
What did you say? His eyebrows definitely drink Red Bull, like all wings.
Are you aware that there have been many similar happenings of late? Soldiers and officials alike oppress the people for personal gain. And the people, all the while, an endless rain has rotted the wheat, and the winds have brought sickness. Perhaps this is heaven's way of lamenting the state of the land.
The heavens feel sadness. This will of heavens is absolute.
Yes, men are powerless at the feet of the divine. But even so, someone must act. That is what I believe.
I can't believe he's sitting like cross-legged with that much armor on too.
I am sure you have also heard rumors about the way of the Great Peace.
Great peace. I was gonna say his beard kind of sucks, but it kind of suits him. It makes him look like, ooh, like a homie. In reality, all ancient soldiers should look like homeless, but they look like BTS.
They are a cult that follows a great sage called Zhang Jiao.
Zhang
Recently,
Jiao.
I've been hearing their ranks are growing rapidly.
Zhang Jiao.
Their promises of a brighter future must be drawing in the powerless masses.
He's so cute.
I've spoken too much. It has already grown late.
This guy also has really nice eyes. Really cool. Kind of like how the demo didn't start off the same way too. Like they switched it up. Hi, Dying Bread. How you doing? What did you say? What was your child console? I grew up mainly on PlayStation. So like PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 3. I never had a PC. Oh.
A country that has long been divided will reunite. One that has long been united will become divided. Long ago, the Han Dynasty was founded by Emperor Gaozu and re-established by Emperor Guangwu. And yet,
Whoa, it's so
Heaven's
nice.
will is now clear. The coming age will inevitably be one of great chaos. That is why you must bring peace to the world.
It gives a lot of Final Fantasy vibes.
The guiding light already lies within you. Rise now, guardian of peace, and take flight.
Take flight. Hi Martinez. How you doing? Hello. Hello. Last time I played a GW was 2011. So I'm guessing all the characters look different from the different games, right? Yeah, makes sense, Jessa. They all got plastic surgery from Dynasty Warrior 9. I don't think it's the same character, is it? The bananas unite. When was the last Dynasty Warrior anyways? Was it 2011? It's been over 10 years? 2018. Characters are all the same. Oh, so you guys got a chance to see these characters before. So I'm guessing the main character is like grown up now? Yeah, huge Ghost of Sushi vibes. Not gameplay wise though. There's a lot more characters you kill in this one. It's a lot of like slash slash and swoosh swoosh. Omega Force. Here we go. You named Guang Yu early on without knowing they were hiding his name at first? Oh. Can't do that. I can't put my thumb in. Cool. So I guess that was the prologue. It was different than the demo's prologue. I feel like I could play on a guitar right now. The demo was quite different than this. A lot of fighting, less story. Hello! I like that not so many of them have beards in this game. I freaking love that. Woohoo! Yeah, it feels very Guitar Hero-like.
In the second month of the Guanghe era's 7th year, a major upheaval began. By extending a hand to suffering peasants, the way of the Great Peace gained immense support. Zhang Jiao, the movement's founder, declared a rebellion against the Han Dynasty. In aid of the provinces, countless adherents of the way of the Great Peace rose in revolt. To demonstrate their unity, they clad themselves in yellow and referred to themselves as the Yellow Turbans. This
Yellow
would later be
turbans.
called the Yellow Turban Rebellion. And so, the era was set on the path toward great turmoil. Chapter 1. The Yellow Turbans Rebellion turns to a reign of terror. Heroes rise in the midst of turmoil.
Da, 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 da. 2 months after the Yellow Turbans uprising. Da, da, da. awesome. Yeah, the music is really nice, right? Can I send a game request? You can put it in the Discord, cowboy. Suggestions. Suggestions. Who that? Wasn't even given that. Oh! Hi guys! Welcome in Raiders! Sorry, I had alerts turned off because I figured there's gonna be a lot of cutscenes. Hi! What were you playing? Oh, you were also playing Dynasty Warriors! Hi! How do I say your name? Silly, Sandy, AJ. Hi guys! I am so sorry. Welcome in. Did not mean to ignore you. Hi Key! Hello! I turned back on alerts because I figured the beginning is gonna have a lot of prologue. Hi guys! Welcome, welcome, welcome! How was the stream? How was Dynasty Warriors? You're being raided by a bunch of silly knuckleheads? Hi, Silly. Silly, Sandy, AJ. How did you guys find us? Hi, friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm guessing you just started playing the game, too. Did you get to see the beginning of it, at least? Or did you just do the demo? Hello, welcome in. Also, if you're new here, my name is Fuzz. I also go by Fuji, or Fuzhpuzy, or Fujie. We named our character Fujie in this gameplay so far. And we're just starting Dynasty Warrior today. We just went through the prologue, I think. I'm a Go fangirl. Let's go. How far did you get in the game today? Because I know it just came out like half an hour ago. How far did you get? A 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 fangirl. Oh. Let's go, Rex. Heck yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. Let us know what you thought of the game. Yeah, it's Fujie without the extra E. It's like Fuji A, like A. Guys, welcome in again. Thank you very much for the raid. You just started as well. And Demon, thank you for the gifted sub to Sandy. Let's go. Thank you. It was really nice of them to raid us today. I got as far as meeting Kaka. Okay, I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. I don't want any spoilers. I shouldn't have asked. I figured you probably ahead of me. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Like I said, we just started. I've never played the other games. I've only played the demo of this game. So it's all very new to me. And Sherry, for the gift of sub to Key. Am I saying that right now? Key Peluche? Thank you guys. I was impressed. I played all of them from Dynasty Warrior 5. Okay. I have no idea what's going on then. I have no idea who that is. Thank you, Cherry. Asking for spoilers and gets mad at being told spoilers. I know. I shouldn't have asked. I still don't know who that is, so it's okay. It's just a name. But guys, welcome in. I really, really appreciate the raid. Thank you for choosing us. However way you found us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you find a place to relax and hang out here. Like I said, I'm a noob at this game, so feel free to give, like, some hints, but no spoilers. But hi, hello. How dare you put that as the what? The what? Actually, these are the game some characters, but in a different look. Yeah, someone was saying that. Apparently they look different now, but it's the same people from the previous games. Huh. Okay, what do we do now? Walk the own path. We will journey through the vast world on our own 2 feet. Your path shall become clear through numerous encounters and countless battles. Now is the time to step forth. So you did all of this, I'm guessing, right? I found you when looking for others playing this game. You were the first cool one I saw one in English. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How come you didn't play longer? Like, I'm guessing you only played for like a little bit, like the half an hour? By the way, this is so cool. Like, it's like we're like in a miniature land here. This is so cool. This is beautiful.
A traveler, huh?
A traveler,
There's nothing left here anymore. It's even more horrifying when you consider that those yellow turbans. Are you looking for an inn for travelers?
And so you could...
If so, you should head to the city of G.
G.
I've heard that area hasn't been ransacked yet. That it's...
Oh, so the game came out earlier for you. Because for me, it just released half an hour ago. Anything else I need to talk
looking
about?
for an inn for travelers?
City of G.
I've heard that.
Okay, gotcha. This is so cool. Okay, so the good thing is I put myself on the left because the map is still on the right. Soul, thank you for the lurk. We'll talk to you soon. What is this? Is that G? County Castle in G County, Guanyang Commandery, U Province. I have no idea, actually. I don't know why my character's so big. I have no idea. No idea.
Here we are.
Innkeeper.
This is your room. But you're a bold one, if you don't mind me saying, to be traveling in such times. Trouble and strife everywhere, they say. Not to mention all the talk of thieves and bandits hereabouts.
This is nice music. I'm not afraid. I've been lucky.
Come now. Don't be so modest. You are planning to stay here for a while, right?
It looks like
if
the
you're looking
Yakuza
to find
games.
work as a soldier, well, this is the governor of Yo's domain.
It's always
He's
looking
always
for
looking for skilled warriors.
Hmm.
Why, just yesterday, a volunteer force visited his lordship. But I shouldn't be gossiping about others' affairs. That said, I am a businessman, and I like to stay informed. So, if you have any questions, just ask.
Sure. Tell me about this. Tell me about this force. Why is the government? Who is the government of you? I have no questions. Tell me about this force.
It's a small army of volunteers recruited to fight the Yellow Turbans, who are growing bolder and more unruly by the day.
Oh, so they mix the mechanics from various other games. Oh, interesting. I wish I played some of the other ones, Sandy, so I don't know, but that's really cool. Maybe one day.
I remember when everyone believed the way of the Great Peace would make the world a better place.
What is the governor of you?
Ah, that would be Lord Liu Yen, a man of noble birth, related to the Han. He was dismayed by the chaos and turmoil, so he's raising an army to defeat the Yellow Turbans. A truly great man.
Okay, so the governor of you is trying to defeat the Yellow Turbans. Okay.
Ah, is that so?
Got it.
Well, the day's still young.
Well,
Once you've unpacked,
well.
I suggest you visit the town.
Hi, Tony. Good morning from Sweden. Welcome in. What time is it?
If you...
Sweden? That must be like hella early. Sherry, I feel like you'd like it. I feel like a lot of people would enjoy this game. Hi, Caster. Hi, Goro. The inn acts as a base during your travel. Letters may arrive there from time to time. Okay. Reading letter allows you to learn what is going on in the world. You can sometimes advance the story. Okay, letters. Brave warrior join the march. The Yellow Sorry, one sec. My eye gets so dry sometimes. How you doing, Caster? Welcome in. You'd like to go to Japan? Tokyo? I would love to go to Japan. I heard it's a really clean area too. Like a lot of their cities are really clean too. The Yellow Turbans sow chaos throughout the realm are now descending upon your province. Local government forces are greatly outnumbered by the enemy. For this reason, you must recruit volunteers from among people. All those with courage to defend our way of life and maintain peace within the realm must head this call at once. Oh my god, why is my eye bugging me? Sorry. It has been decreed that those who fight to bring order to the realm shall be provided with gold to aid their efforts. May serve you well in battle to come. Ooh, 10,000. Hi, Steph. I haven't seen you in so long. Happy New Year's. Welcome in. Battle preparation. Change clothing. Ooh. Kind of like this one. Battle preparation. Okay, so we got the long sword. Long, it's your sword. It's kind of the only sword we have. He looks cool though. Soon slash. Boost health by 3%. Accessories. Okay. Go out. Nice. He looks homeless. You don't care about the looks. Oh, juicy peaches!
You, sir, would you like a peach?
Oh. Guys, I have a dad joke for you.
If you're not buying, then you're in the way. Now, move along. You, how about it? Would you like a fresh sweet peach?
Oh no, 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 no! Oh no.
What are you? Watch out!
What's going on?
Oh, I'll tell you the dad joke in a second. Hold on. It's a good one, I promise.
Ah, thank you. Hey, just give up already. Forgive me. My family haven't eaten in days. And what of it? You're just another refugee who couldn't protect
Why does he
your
have a
land.
bow? It's like
If
a
you
random
don't work,
bow.
how do you expect to provide for your family? I would work if I could, but...
Chucky. Here.
Oh, he's paying for him?
This should cover it, I believe.
More than enough, probably.
Enough for his whole family.
That's... well... that could buy dozens.
Ah.
You.
How juicy.
brother,
Dude, his
isn't that a
eyebrows are insane.
Is it?
Oh, he's
I
cute.
suppose you're right.
He's cute
How
too.
about this, then?
They're all kind of cute.
Consider it in advance. You can work for me to pay it off.
Yeah, they're all pretty hot.
You mean? Hey, we are part of the
they're gonna
UPA's
hire
army,
him.
a force whose sole purpose is to protect the people and bring about peace.
Huh. Damn. That was pretty cool. Speak to the young leader of the volunteer army. Why the eyes brown so big? It does look good. Okay, wait. Do you want to hear my dad joke of the day? I promise you it's not that bad. It's 6:44 a.m. for you over there. That's the same for you too, Caster, right? 6:44 in Sweden. That's great. That's so early. Why did you wake up so early? Also, welcome in again, Tony. Okay, wait. I have a really good dad joke for you guys. Okay, a bunch of people broke into my house and they stole all my fruits. I was left peachless. Okay, I'm done. See, I told you it was pretty good. Work starts at 6.
Are you? I knew it was you. I've not seen you since G, but it is good to see you doing well.
It just came to my head, see? I had a good joke. I told you guys I have good jokes every once in a while. The character, but you say you don't, so I respect that you enjoy the game still. Yeah, we'll find out more, I think, once we keep going. Hopefully, Rel.
Someone you know, brother? Yes.
We sure know.
We fought together in G province. These are my companions. We swore a vow of brotherhood with each other just recently. This is 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. Oh, I know him. We're BFFs. Oh my god! Hello, Edric! I was like, who's that? Heck no way you missed my dad joke just now. Good, 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 good.
Fuzhpuzy
That was the daddest of the 1. 2 out of 10.
And everyone, I have missed everyone. Glad to see everyone again. My retreat was amazing, and my first day back at work was fantastic. Hope everyone is having a blessed and wonderful day. 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘, 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 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘.
Why does it say my name as 4? 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘.
glad to hear everything's been really good. Going back to work this whole month, actually. Welcome in. You just missed out on the best dad joke in the entirety of the whole channel. It was the best joke. I am so proud of it. Even more than Pajamazons. I don't know what you're talking about, Kratsu. That was definitely a 2-0, 20 out of 10. I don't know what you mean. That was definitely a 10 out of 10 joke. No, I heard the peachless one. Wow. Okay. Wow. That's all you gotta say? Okay, got it. Thank you again. Thank you, Edric. Welcome in.
And this is Liu Bei,
The oldest of us three.
It's good to meet you.
Fuji. Ooh, he looking at me like Fuji. Ooh, Liu Bei. Hello. This guy's so cute.
I have heard from Guan Yu that you were a man of great valor.
Number 8. Uh-oh. Number 8. Happy birthday! So loud. She likes the baby faces. He looks younger in this game. I need to play some of the other games you rack.
Smoky Joe Pussy.
Thank you. Thank you, Edric. The game's been really good so far. I'm really, really enjoying it. It's been really, really good. We're just at the start though. And Smoke, thank you as well. Joker got away. Hey, for those of you who haven't heard, this is my beautiful singing. I don't know who that is actually. Forget. Work the grave shift yard, so just go home. Oh, so you work overnight. Joker's on the go, laughing all the way. La la. Why is that guy looking at us so creepily up there? Look at him. Look at his eyes. He's like.
Smoky Joe Pussy cheered X500.
Thank you, Smokes. And Edric as well. Where's my bow Guamping? Guys, I have no idea who those people are, teen. Welcome in. I have no idea. I've never played the previous ones. Work that grave show years. I really do like the music in this game. It has been really good. You don't mean my singing though, Rel, right? For Edric One Posy. I feel like it goes with this. Look at him. We can look good together. Hi, Shoelace. Welcome in. How you doing? Guan Yu just wanted you to continue. Two-Face wants to flip a coin and sing the song tonight.
Damna Pussy cheered X500.
I've missed everyone.
One Pussy
Good to have you back, Edric. Welcome back. And Demon, thank you as well. Thank you so much. And Smoke, thank you very much to you as well for Edric One Bowser. Guys, cover your ears, by the way. I'm really sorry for your ears. These things are really loud. Hi, Premier.
Adric One Pussy cheered X999 for at Damna Pussy.
How many of these characters in this game pretty good? They all look pretty good. They all look hella good. Except maybe the bearded guy. Premier, welcome in. Shoelace, welcome in. Demon, thank you as well. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I heard from Guan Yu that you're a man of great valor.
I am surprised you remember, brother.
You got debated. You got debated. You got debated.
What's going on?
Debated. Debated.
Debated. Fuji and her beard.
Edric just gifted 5 subs.
Chickawella, chicken nuggets. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on, I need to open the door. It's getting really hot in here. The music is really good too. I have to keep my title hype train leader of this community. I think it hasn't been that half an hour for that. That's probably why. Thank you. Thank you, Edric. Guys, if you got a gifted subbins from somebody named Edric One Pussy, you know what to do. It's gonna be hotter than 2 PCs.
No, my thermometer is on like 30 degrees right now. That's probably why. Thank you again. Thank you guys. Thank you for the invisible hype train.
That was more than enough. Remembering names and reputations is a skill of mine. As unimpressive as it may be.
Oh, yes, it is impressive. It's an incredible skill.
Oh, well. Being told that in person is a little embarrassing.
Okay.
By the way,
I'm Fuzhpuzy. Nice to meet you.
we will be fighting against the vanguard of the Yellow Turbans tomorrow. By order of the governor.
He is babyface, though. You're right. He's a cute babyface. By order of the governor. Okay.
Would you be interested in joining us?
With you any day.
Hey, what's this about? You don't think we're enough?
No, that's not it.
Then why?
Right from the moment we formed our volunteer army, we have welcomed any tough fighter, no matter who they may be.
Welcome any tough fighter, no matter who they may be.
And
know
from
what you
what
guys
Guan
cringe
Yu
at.
told us, he made the government forces look like incompetent fools. I want to fight with him and see his skills for myself.
I do like a baby face. I do. I do. He looks so cute. I just saw some photos of me in high school before I got beard and I'm not cute baby face. That's what I mean. Some people won't look good without any beard. But on some people it does look really good. Like on that tough guy up there, like, yeah.
Well, if that's your decision, all right. But first, I need to see how strong a warrior he is. So let's put you to the test.
I understand.
If you can beat me, I'll welcome you.
Someone will get hurt.
What? Hey, you better not be talking about me. Worry about yourself. Come on then. Let's go somewhere with enough space.
Alright, we're gonna have to fight him. But I feel like he's hiding his trampoline belly. Hi, Starchy! Who else did I not say hi to?
I'll give
Alicious!
you something to swing at.
Welcome back! How delicious
Come at
of
me
you to show
anywhere
up.
you like.
Yeah, some people do look very young, usually, when they shave their beard. Okay, so lock on, normal attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I can see right through you.
Okay.
You're not slow, but your strikes are weak.
See, we didn't even have this in the demo.
My guard like that.
It would have been nice to learn all of these. Attack with very strong
Fei.
attack, okay?
Don't
1,
get too carried away.
1, 2,
Young Fei knows not to
3.
take it too far. Besides,
Hell yeah.
a warrior of his prowess.
Swords can be
has
used in a
little
variety
need
of
for our
strong
concern.
attacks, while attacking, while blocking, while
You're
evading.
better than I thought. But it'll take more than that to beat me. I can see.
R1. Oh, there you go. Ah, battle arts consume bravery. Wait, this reminds me a little bit of Sekiro.
So weak. So weak. I can see right through you.
Maybe I should go on the right side.
So weak. So weak.
So many Souls-like games? I wouldn't say this is a Souls-like game. Okay, I need to hit him enough for my bravery to go up.
So weak. So weak. So weak.
Dude, shut up. Hold on.
So weak.
Attack with the Fellow Fury, okay?
Well,
Oh, shit. Okay.
Zhang Fei, that's enough for today, don't you think?
So you build up these, like, bravery points down there. It's behind my camera. You guys can't see it. I think after 3, you can use your ability. You can use this. Ah, that's cool. L1 to block. Come on, hit. Nice. Nah, ooh, that was a nice parry. So I think if you like do it at the right time, it like parries back. Kind of cool. Oh, nice. Successful parry. Oh no! One more. What?
Ay, damn it. What do you mean? Dude, that is a parry.
This is it.
There we go. Phew! It's a little delayed. More delayed than I thought.
This time. Don't count on me.
Hi, Noodles. How you doing? Hey, you're on the YouTube side too. Wow, 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 wow. Chicka, 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 wow, wow. Okay, evade. Evade. Every move is flashing Dynasty Warrior. It's very exaggerated. It's like Sekiro, but in like an exaggerated way. Check this out. Oh shit. Oh wait, I need bravery points for this.
Looking rough.
Oh shit. Ah, see? And then you can probably stab him, right? What do I do?
How dare you attack me like that?
Guan Yu. Zhang Fei is incredible.
Okay, so that's his health. I think you need to break his shield.
Yes.
The yellow's the shield.
Fought with his full strength. It would end quickly. But his opponent has great potential.
Ah.
We'll just have to see how he turns out.
Oh wait, assault, 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 assault. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so it's like a little stagger thing.
Now you're really starting to fight back. Maybe I should too.
Okay, here we go. First boss fight. Okay, here we go.
An opening! Stop there. We've seen enough. This was a test of skill, not a duel to the death.
What? Oh, I wanted to beat him so
gotten
bad.
a little carried away. You got it, brother. We'll end it here.
Alright. Boring! He didn't let us kill him. Woo! Tutorial done!
Do you see what I meant now, Zhang Fei? His skills are not lacking in the slightest.
Yep. Told you.
Well, that may be so. He's not a total weakling, at least.
A weakling?
Can't you just say he's good?
Well, maybe around him we might be weak.
Sorry about him.
Dude, his voice is even nice too. It's like kind of like a smooth.
If you would be willing to fight with us, then please, come by the Volunteer Army's tent.
His name is even Liu B. No, wait, Liu Bei. Oh my god, he's like a bay. Oh,
You
so
would be
cool.
most welcome.
Liu Bei.
I second my brother's request. It would be very heartening to have you on our side. I know you must have conflicted feelings after what happened in G. After all, we both have died back then without the Yellow Turban's help.
He's so much more handsome than in the past games. Good.
However, we cannot turn a blind eye to them attacking and looting the homes of not only government officials.
I would have been bummed
but
if I
even
knew him
ordinary
from
people.
before and was like, oh, what happened to him? It's good that this is my first impression of
It
him.
appears that they no longer fight for justice.
Thank you, Noodles. Yes, bounce away. Bounce under the bus you away.
That is why I've decided to stop them.
Have a good one. Take
It
care.
will be my way of repaying my debt. I trust that you
Have
are
similar
driven by a
desires.
similar desire.
Oh, my desires are yet to be known. Sure. We must stop them. Here! Characters are getting prettier and prettier. I know. I wish we could play as like the female girl. Battle has begun. Battle of Guanyang. Volunteer forces versus Yellow Turbans. Ah. Dude, I am mesmerized by this miniature figure map. This is really well done. So I wonder if I should go back to my house. Oh wait, you can't. Can I do anything here? Yeah, I'm like a giant. Depart for the Battle of Guanyang. Okay, we have to go fight. Hi, Iron. How you doing?
Now I get why your name is Tony Stark, because you're iron. Oh, Tony! Tony's also on the YouTube side too. Hi, Tones! What's up? This YouTuber also has a Twitch channel. I guess I could chat here instead. No, I saw that. I just saw it. It's so cool that I found the VIP code as soon as I'm about to get VIP. Almost. Are you close? Are you gonna get it this stream? Locks? So much of this reminds me of Samurai Warrior Chronicles, where you get to interact with officers and learn their skill sets. You're way too advanced, Sandy. I've not even played that one. The most this reminds me of is like Sekiro a little bit, and kind of like Ghost of Sushi, but not quite. Not gameplay wise too much. What is this? Unlock? A waymark for your province is now available. Ooh, you can now travel to unlock waymarks. Damn, those are big, man. Cool. Cool. Alright, are you guys ready? Battle of Gwangyang. Volunteer forces versus Yellow Turbans. Depart. I've played every Musu Warrior games out there. Seems like you're so knowledgeable in this. Hi, Jinxie. How are you doing? Alright, we are going to our first battle. Oh, never mind. I thought this is where the demo started, but I might be wrong. I've made my decision. The blade is at your service. Let us be allies henceforth.
It is good to have you here.
So you're not one to ignore people crying out for help.
Welcome to the volunteer army.
Hi.
We appreciate.
So nice having like visually appealing characters in the game. Makes you want to play more. Ooh.
Shall we start?
Battle of Gwangyang. Okay, so as member of the Volunteers Army, we must drive back to the Yellow Turbans and encroaching on this territory. Okay. Yanzi. Is this the same as the demo now? First Yellow Turbans and the battle you saw in the demo. Oh, that battle is later. Ah, okay. See, I thought it would transfer over from the demo. Trust me, I got it all the time whenever anybody finds out my name, so I just embrace it. I know who you are. Also, the profile picture makes sense now, Tony. Okay.
I'd say so.
I don't get to place these myself, right? Oh, yeah. It kind of places it for you. I want you to offer them all the aid you can. Very well.
I'm grateful.
You don't look like ugly. You don't like looking at ugly characters? Oh no, I love those too. It balances it out. You know? Like you kind of need the two brothers, you know? The good looking one and then the bearded one. I'm not saying he's ugly. I'm just saying as an example. The way you interpret it is up to you. Battle preparation, battle information, war console. Begin battle. Alright. Here we go.
Soon it will be time to march.
Why, brother? Are you feeling anxious? Scared even?
Quite the opposite.
Finally begun. I mean, we have to look at
I'm
Fuzz every
thrilled
stream.
that it is finally. We are about to win our first victory, my brothers.
Alright, here we go.
Now.
We are going to war today. Alright, are you guys ready? Playing from the start helps so you can build up your stat from the demo battle. I think that's what I did. I didn't continue. I didn't even know there was an option to continue. So I assumed we have to continue from the demo, but I guess we'll see. Here we go. The bananas are out. I wonder if you have like a long beard. If you want to go, you just pull on your beard instead of your chin. Alright, here we go. Chicken nuggets, chicken willa, chicken nuggets. Woo! Nuggets, man. Shit, man. I will break you. Oh! Heck yeah! The banana has been defeated. Enemies who have lost all fortitude and are staggered can be hit with a triangle assault, okay? Nice. You know, also I realized there's no difficulty in this game. Like, you don't select any difficulty per se. Hell yeah.
You bastards! Better not lose any of our spoils.
Nice.
We'll be divvying it all up later.
Okay.
We have to get back what they stole.
Nice.
Pushing back.
It's gonna be another quote. I made a bit of a habit of twisting my chin hair lately for some reason. Now, don't go twisting it a lot. It will turn into a braid.
Starting to get on my nerves.
Oh wait, this guy is Oh, heck yeah! What happened? Oh, he's dead? Woohoo!
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I need to figure out how to heal later. Defeating enemies increases your proficiency with the weapon you're using. This is a lot more energy than the stream I just came from. Hi Storm! Welcome in! Oh, we officially get 2 Storms now! Storm! Meet Storm! I don't know if they're still here.
I'm still waiting for a real challenge.
Probably not long enough to be braided. You know what's gross? Imagine growing a like long Actually no, I'm not even gonna say that. It's gross. Yeah! Watch this, watch this. Oh. It's a little anticlimactic. Oh no! Okay, so guys, help me figure out. Do I go to this one next?
I'm still waiting for a real challenge.
Oh, yeah. Nice. I keep going to the red areas of the map, right? Is that right? Pressing O while Musu Gauge is full initiates a Musu attack. Like a Musu! Musu! You can always count on Fuji to give you that. How the hell does one person have so much energy feeling? Wait, that's not true. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't always have that much energy, right? Wait, that didn't make sense. There's so many puzzles in chat, my head is spinning. Good, you're the storm. You should be used to this. Ah. Chicka walla, chicka nuggets. Oh, shit.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
You're like consistently a 9? A 9? Wait, how do I become a 10?
We're stealing yours.
Wait, I only a 9, Edric? Wait. I want a 10.
Take this.
Oh.
Looking rough.
Oh, the cucumbers are here too. So we got cucumbers, bananas, and zucchinis. I wonder if they really chose these colors on purpose.
Let's get serious.
They probably did. What am I doing? Ah, what's he doing? What in the heck is this man doing? Oh shit, he hits hard. Nice. You're 9, and I'm the one you need.
Has been defeated.
Moons, my head just hurted so much. Please never say that again. Like, I feel shivers run down my spine right now in the most. Oh my god.
Now we can take the fight to them.
I've often described it to my chat as Fuji is what happens if happiness was a person.
Looks like we're done here.
That's so funny.
Pushing toward the enemy stronghold.
What are these?
Move forward.
Yeah, the combat is really fun actually. That's what I really like about this game. Oh wait, more bananas.
You can keep up. I could wait for them.
I'm just getting moons.
Just keep going.
What you know?
They're doing a great job out
Oh
there.
wait, these are my people. Hold on. How do I jump to?
Let's push on.
He
Victory shall be ours.
falls down. Go, 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 go. Use the ladder. Go, go, go. Did you finish Squid Games? I did. I finished season 2. By the way, tomorrow I'm gonna cut my nails. Can we do the
So you made it this far.
the typing test again tomorrow?
I wanted to ask you to hold the east flank.
Remind me to do the typing test tomorrow. What is happening? Who got VIP? Lucky! Lucky! Let's go! Chica, 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 chica! You gotta learn to accept compliments with grace. I can't do that. Not when it's moons. I blush and I lose like my jiggles. I lose like brain cells and like cells all over my body. 10 would be like, hey, Commander, hi, Iron, amazing person. Today we're going to play the bestest of the bestest. Okay, wait, I think I can do that. I think I can do that. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. Oh no. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize on behalf of Demon. And even Steve.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheered Dex 2000 for 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. YouTube numbers dropping. Yeah, they're like, actually, never mind. We didn't want her to stream on the YouTube side. She's too crazy. Wait, I can actually be like the energy 10. It'd be like, oh, yo, Demon, what's up, man? You homie, hit it. That's like level 10 energy, which would be closer to an insane person. So let's not go there. How do you get the game? You can play it on PlayStation and PC now. And the sound rate one is too much. I can't anymore. Keen, what do you want me to say? Keen it out. I'm officially deaf now. Reptilians to all the headphone users. Hi, Storm. What is your name? Storm Mellow. For somebody whose name is Storm Mellow, you need. We would think that you're more like. Just let me raise you up. Moons, I appreciate that. That was really good, but like that was even a bit too much for me. But I mucho love. Edric, so you like Kai Senna and I show speed. Oh god, I don't even think I could ever be like that. Oh, dude, that guy yells all the time. Meat buns can be found inside pots, which are locals in the base. If you ever need to heal yourself, it's best to search the base for any pots. By the way, Locky, congratulations again. Standing ovation. Welcome back to the VIP Club. You had never left our souls. You were VIP at heart, but it's good to see the badge again. Now save up for April. Save it up again. Poor guy, he just got it. He's like, oh, fudge. Fudge, man. Well, I'm not even gonna fight him. I'm gonna fight these other guys. More like marshmallow. Hi, Casper. How you doing? Wait, why do I have to be the one fighting this guy? I don't even want to fight him. This guy is tough. Holy. The thing is, I'm low health. That's why I'm like peeking in and out. How you doing, Casper?
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Fuzzy is level 32 in my game. Why does that seem too low? Oh, there's one more guy over there. Hold on. Sheesh, how did we miss him? And why is this guy stuck down here? Useless person. Hi, Justin. Hello. What are these pods again? Oh, they're healing. Ah, interesting. 3 years and 7 months.
This ragtag band of miscreants.
I've had enough of them.
Forces with the high courage excel in both offense and defense. Officers with high courage also possess greater fortitude, making them a force to be reckoned with. Ah. Soldiers with high courage will perform group snacks using tactics, much like the attacks of a glowing indicator performed by enemy officers. Wow. Casper, did you change your username, by the way? You've been here for 3 years and 7 months, it says. Also, Demon, I never actually said thank you. Thank you for the 2,000 for 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. Thank you very, 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 very much. They're officially part of the cult again. Oh, well, no. The other cult. You should be the next Indian Siri.
I wasn't expecting this. A strong enemy like that?
Oh my god.
The enemy soldiers are not impressive on their own.
Hi Jake, how you doing?
Must not be underestimated.
I used to be Bullets.
Victory is within our grasp.
I don't know if I remember that username precisely either. Bullets.
To rescue all who are oppressed. The heavens are on our side.
Okay, wait, we need to get this guy.
Rid the world of these imperial beasts.
What are you talking about?
Nice.
Who exactly are you trying to save? What do you call attacking people in their homes?
So wait, if I beat the commander guy first,
All I hear
do I still have to kill the other guys too? Or will the fight just end? I guess let's see. Oh. Ah, I missed. Yes! Hell yeah!
I don't know whose side the heavens are on. But I do know that I will go to the aid of any who cry out for help. It's as simple as that.
That's true. We haven't seen Jester Molester in a long time. Shit.
If you insist on getting in our way, then prepare to die.
Oh, nice. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Ooh, that was close. Yes.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Nice. He's so dead. He's so close to dying. Yes.
Good eye.
This guy was like, I come in like a wrecking ball. I don't know what I become.
We're done here now.
Yeah, exactly, Rex. You read my mind.
Our first battle was a huge success.
Woohoo! I reckon, bud. I reckon.
Impressive work.
I kind of want to play this game. Dieter, you should.
Once again for joining us.
Do it. I feel like everyone will enjoy this game. The music is such a vibe, too. Okay, we got a new sword. No, wait. What is that? No, proficiency 2. Additional special attacks. Extends the normal attack combo. Okay. Acquire 1. Extends the normal combo. Oh, you have to like use it? Every time your proficiency increases, you will also gain a rank level. Each rank level gain increase your health, attack, and defense. Is the music better than Nier? No. No. Health plus 2, attack plus 4, defense plus 6. Ooh. Long sword plus 2. Interesting. So wait, that's the clear time, 7 minutes? What's up? How you doing, Arthur? Clear time. How you doing? We're smoking jacuzzi. I'm streaming tomorrow. Yeah, Andre. Are you leaving us?
For at Smoky Jacuzzi.
Don't leave us. Wait, why does Smokey get the 222? What did he do? What's it? What's it? I'm gonna start talking like that from now on, Keem. What's it? Alright.
Thank you again,
First battle done.
all of you. Today we won a great victory. An auspicious beginning for our volunteer army.
Why does this guy look like he's in like some kind of like fairy tale? He's like... Because it has Arthur Morgan in it. Oh! I should have known that, of course. What is this poll? Which game has the best music? Actually, hold on. Oh, between Nier and Stellar Blade. I might buy this game if it has more customization. Can we change out outfit and hairstyle? So far, easy mix, not yet. Also, welcome in, not yet. I'm not sure if we can do it later. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, he's kind of like, what's up?
I would like to rest. But
indeed.
Duty first, then we'll raise our cups in celebration.
I saw your message on YouTube. Not yet. I'm not sure if we can do it later. If somebody in chat knows, maybe they can answer you, but I don't know.
I'll go to the castle.
There is no more work to be done. Feel free to return to your inn.
If you have nothing to attend to,
Now listen to
come see
Stellar
me
music.
later.
It's very similar to Nier.
You'll find me on the road.
This guy's so angry. Huh. Hi, Easy. Yeah, so far I don't think we can yet. I assume there will be like character customization, but no, I think it's more linear like that. They don't have customization normally. There you go. Then probably not. By the way, there is an option on the poll that says none of the above. So you could go with none of the above. Stellar, I believe, had better music, but I can't quite remember exactly. Every time I see 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 just pop in my head. Who? Who's Omi? Like Omi? Look how cute this is. He looks so cute. He looks like a baby. No customization as far as I've seen, but who knows? In the DLC. I mean, you get to buy like new weapons. I want to say, because you get money in the game, but definitely no like hair customization stuff like that.
Guardian of peace. It seems there is still light within your jade.
It's this kid again.
That itself is proof that the turmoil across the land has been eliminated. Although it is still very faint at the moment, that light represents the hopes of the people. Hope provides people with the will to live. And with that determination, they can change the world.
That's literally... No spoiler alerts, but that's literally Nier. That's literally Nier. Hope provides people with the will to live. That's literally Nier. Oh yeah, the poll, none of the above one? I think people are trolling.
Eventually, this cycle will guide the realm toward peace. I believe this is also connected to your forgotten past.
Yeah, he kind of sounds a little sick.
That is the very reason why you were entrusted with bringing about an age of peace. In the end, you will even regain your memories of me in this form.
Because he's not actually real. I think it's in his head, right? Who are you? Hi, Summer. Hi, Velvet.
It is time for you to go. Your true journey has now begun.
Alright. I had another question to ask him.
I didn't know you had returned.
Okay, so far apparently he knows that kid, but he doesn't know from where. Maybe something happened to him. Guess I can use my command for the next 3 months. Summer whoops. Sucks, eh? Hi. Also, by the way, you were the 69th VIP member, just so you know.
Are you okay? You
can
seem a
flex
little
that.
dazed.
Okay, so it was in his head.
I suppose you must be tired.
From Fire Embellment 3 Houses and Doll Hose vibes from the Fatal Frame.
We've just purchased quality incense from an herb seller. Apparently, it will help you get a great night's sleep. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to prattle on. Please, excuse
me.
My daddy said stay away from Juliet.
There's another poll as well. Hi, Bobowski. Stellar Blade, Kingdom Hearts, RDR2, Final Fantasy. Take me somewhere we can be alone. I'll be waiting. You be the prince and I'll be the princess.
It's a love story, baby. Just
Oh, Jesus. Hello. Hi. hello.
Fuzhpuzy cheered
Bobowski, how you doing?
At Bobowski.
How's that VIP boiling up? Good morning. Wait, this poll seems a little bit better. I mean, Nier's not in there, but I do kind of agree that Stellar Blade had better music than Nier, which is kind of bad because they took a lot of ideas from Nier. I'm gonna go probably with Final Fantasy.
I am so grateful for that. Oh my god.
Exio!
Like, I'm so grateful.
Why do I feel like I'm always getting trolled?
I think
Kappa?
Halo has among the best soundtrack. Halo. Well, we haven't heard that. Well, Kingdom Hearts people haven't heard it here either. I haven't played that yet. One day, somebody on the YouTube said we should play Halo at some point too. Exio! Thank you! You do not get trolled. You just are the troll. So, you know, we're just matching your energy. What color is your username again? Blue.
Number 8.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
I'm giving you the heart.
Number 8.
Thank you. Thank you for supporting the PP. Hold on a second. I hope you're okay with the blue.
Lucky Fuzzy cheered X333 for at 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 and to the hype train.
The who? Yo! Thank you, Lux. Thank you, Absolute. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Exio, I really, really appreciate the 16 months. Thank you for the tier 3. Thank you for supporting the PP this month. I really appreciate. Hello. I know you were already tier 3, but I think it only went into effect from this month. Ooh, the green screen makes it look so cool. Damn. It's like outlines. Final Fantasy one? Can you campaign with people in the community for Halo? Be fun to people each mission? I thought it was a single player game for the story mode. Hi, Banana. Sorry, I just saw the message over there too. Which stream am I supposed to watch? You can watch either one. Apparently the YouTube streams are better quality though. Smoke put it up on his TV. Apparently he said it's better if you're watching on the YouTube side. I think because they have a higher bitrate, but again, not sure. That tier 3 sub alert alone is worth 20 bucks. I know, it's a little bit short, but I like it. Thank you again, Exio. How you doing? Welcome in. Bobowski, welcome in. Good morning to you. Can we edit Summer's command, or do they have to redeem again? No, you can change it. You can change it. It's fine. You can change it. I'm assuming RDR 2 was just me and Smoke. If it was 2, then yes. But Final Fantasy, I agree, probably has better music, except it will just depend on which one it is. Like, if you're talking about Final Fantasy 7, I think it had really good music. YouTube has better quality, but the interface is better on Twitch. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. But yeah, we're back on streaming on the YouTube side as well. So for anyone who doesn't know, we are back. We streamed on YouTube for 3 months last year. Exactly this time last year, I did a trial test. So we are back only for certain games. This week for Dynasty Warrior, we're streaming on both. But for some games where I'm going to edit the videos, it will be separate. So feel free to watch our chat on whichever. I'm going to be reading both of them. I might be a little bit slow on the YouTube side, but I still do read it. Hi, Cactus. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Are you a fan of FF12? I haven't played FF12 yet. I've played FF7 Part 1 and Part 2 and FF16 and the DLC. I haven't played some of the other ones yet. It's on the go this year. You can rewind on live streams on YouTube. You can do that on Twitch too, Wes. You can go on the VOD.
Lucky Poozy gifted Night Warrior.
Lucky, thank you for the gift of sub to Night Warrior. Let's go.
Gifted
an absolute welcome in. Hi.
I'm
surprised you haven't played 13.
They have
Not
given
yet.
256
Not yet.
Gift
The goal
subs
is to
in
play
the
some of
channel.
the other ones this year. Edric 2! 4 months! Thank you! And Cactus redeemed sub. Let's go! Edric, I really appreciate you supporting the PP with that account as well. Huge
Edric
thank you.
2
Thank you for the tier
resubscribed for
1.
4 months.
Honestly,
Good looking here,
any
4
tier
months.
works. Any tier goes towards the PP count. Huge thank you. Whether you do tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, it all gets counted. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Cactus, enjoy your gifted sub. Thank you for saving up 40k. You need Polar Express sound every time you wear that hat? I need a little...
It's like a
Fuzhpuzy gifted Cactus Factory a subscription.
Lucky, thank you again as well.
Fuzhpuzy
Thank you for
gifted
that
a tier
gifted
1
sub.
to Cactus
For
Factory.
the PP! To the goal. To the PP! To the goal. Wait, actually, I don't know if it updated yet. I don't think the PP's updated yet. I'll have to update it later. Remind me. Cactus Enjoy, that is your 22 sub badge. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Alright. Alright. Warrior, did I say hi? Hello. What do you want?
I am so grateful for that. Oh my god. Like, I'm so grateful. Like,
Edric.
Let's do this
No
one
way.
while we are at it.
No way. The PP's at 166. Edric. Dude. Another one for 3 months in advance as well. Edric, you freaking legend. Thank you so much. This man has used like, what is that, your 4th alt account on tier 3? I don't even know what to say. And 3 months in advance is huge. Soon we will see Edric 69. I don't know. How many? I don't even know you had this many. I thought one of them was Jingle Bells. Edric, thank you so much. You are a huge supporter of this PP. That sounds so sus. That sounds hella sus to say, but you know what I mean. Which one is this? I lost track of the number. Edric 4? Summer's the best VIP. He's actually redeemed 69 this day. I knew you were gonna change the 69 in there. I knew it. Thank you, Edric. You're officially, I give you a green one. Enlighten us with what does it mean. We're not gonna go there. The PP will be growing a lot more because of you, Edric. You are like a PP supporter. I still think Scorp has more accounts. Scorp? I've never seen his account. I have no idea. He hides it if he does. Having a game score music poll with FF as an option was just silly. I applaud the effort. That's why you came in, because of FF. I was gonna say, because we don't usually see you in chat, Cactus. Edric can support the PP anytime. I know.
cheetah,
Thank you,
fight like
Edric.
a
I really
wolf.
appreciate
Run like
it.
a
Seriously.
cheetah, fight like a wolf.
Adric 1 Pussy cheered X100. Yeah, I have no jingle bell fuzz. Fuzhpuzy, Adric 2 and Adric 4 and maybe more.
Maybe more. Banana, thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Good night. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. Edric, the PP supporter. Nier was a good shout too. Won in 2017. I still feel like Stellar had a really nice soundtrack too. I would probably go FF and then Stellar and then Nier. Nier was good, but I feel like Stellar had some really good songs. Like I was like wowzers. Huh, what is in this letter? Anonymous volunteer gratitude. So GA. Anybody do the things you do before? That's it. Andre, you're not allowed to leave. Now it's done something again. Say. You might see me full a range of alts at the end of the month if we don't hit PP. Things we do before they sin. I think according to my estimate though, I think we're pretty much there. Pretty much there. We needed like 17 or 18 new tier 3s. So I think we might be very, very close to hitting the PP. Andre, have a good night. I don't know if you're going to bed or not, but thank you for the lurk. Thank you, Chairs. Thank you very much as well. Thank you. I can't wait for the FF7 Rebirth PC version, January 23rd. Oh, it comes out this month. Ah, like in like 10 days. Interesting. I didn't know that. Game character is sleeping now. We're giving him some time. But no, I feel like we should be okay. I think a lot of people's resubs are like near the end of the month. So I think it will go up closer to like the 27, 28. We need at least 20 more people to go tier 3. 20? 20? Well, usually we're around like 200. 180 to 200. That means usually we need
16, 17 new tier 3s. 22 correction. Oh, like as of right now. But some people are tier 1, so those get counted too. Enjoy your get your food. Enjoy, Locks. Enjoy. All right. What do we mean? Greetings, Fujie. This is my first letter to you. I'm a volunteer soldier who wished to remain anonymous and was saved by your actions. To be honest, I had thought of you as a distant, drab individual, but now I wish to hit myself for being so hasty in my assessment. I saw you throw the enemy officer who has been cornered right into the air and skip through the battlefield from one end to the other to help my comrades. At the moment, I realized what an incredible officer you will become and how your renown will grow amid these dark times. This is a gift, a small token of gratitude for the unnamed soldier. I hope you will make use of it. Ooh, interesting. Cool. All right. Battle preparation. We got a lot of new stuff. So we get like a bunch of new. Where am I? Thank you for the choo-choos. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We get a bunch of these new abilities to add. Focus on your bravery into palm strike. Reverse your sword grip and perform a wide slash. Okay, so I guess we'll just leave it. And we don't have a new one. Let's just leave those. Accessories, I only have one. Oh, I have 2 swords now. This is the +2, so I guess we equip this one. Cool. There we go. I'm really liking the game. I'm really liking it. I feel like this is a lot better for me than the demo because the demo got me a little bit confused. And for someone who asked for customization, so far you can only change the outfits like that. Nothing more. Hi Alex, how are you? Hello, thank you. I used to play the series with my brother. Can you play these games co-op? Zhangfei. Hi Cherryaki. I see your alt accounts.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I'm impressed with your skills.
Thanks.
To be honest, I wasn't comfortable trusting someone I knew nothing about.
Patrick, thank you for the gift. It's up to Cherry. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know Cherry's username sounds like teriyaki. Like Cherry Teriyaki. First message for already tier 3. Yeah, Cherry did a tier 3 with her alt account last stream.
994 a subscription.
Thank you. Hi Jared, enjoy your sub. Thank you. That is the 10-month sub badge.
They have given 1,680
Not Cherry,
gift
but
subs
Jared?
in the channel.
Oh. Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you for gifting a Jared too as well. Welcome in. How you doing it?
But it looks like Guan Yu trusts you. So I guess I ought to give you a shot at least. After all, Guan Yu is something else. What with his aura, which is so different from Liu Bei's, and his knack for noticing things in people. Now, I've thought about it for a while now.
Wait, I forgot what I asked.
But I take
clicked
everything with
accidentally.
a big chunk of salt.
See, if I don't click anything in the conversation here, it's not going to continue. So you need to, like, be careful.
I'm pretty perceptive too, you know. You know, the three of us haven't actually been together that long.
Oh.
We met next to a recruitment poster when they were looking for people to hunt the yellow turbans. And we got talking.
Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is coming out later this month too.
My peach trees happen to be in bloom, so I invited them over for a drink under them.
I low-key want to play it again just so I can do another cosplay for it.
Ah, what a time that was.
That's when we become brothers. I may not be born together, but I knew that I had found my family.
But I knew then I had found my family.
Wait, so are they not related brothers? I thought they were like related.
To tell the truth, we've really only just gotten started.
I thought they were all related. You Platinum Spider-Man 1.
I have to work hard to prove myself to my brothers.
That's incredible.
But
yeah, I think they're more like Sword brothers, but I swear they were like Similar looking. They're not related?
I'm sorry. The truth is,
I was suspicious
I
of you.
was always suspicious of you. I was working so hard. And then
Conversation
you came
options
in
don't
and
change any
won them
storyline?
over. But I think your intentions are good.
He looks so much like the other guy.
Maybe we can keep fighting the good fight together?
Yes, sir. You're not being very clever. No need for compliments.
Shut up. Yeah, I guess I could have been clearer.
Sounds like a drunk Arthur Morgan.
Still, you can at least appreciate
Actually,
my
yeah.
efforts
If you
and
don't look at him, yeah, you're right.
friendly.
I can see that. Airborne, have yourself a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Take care. Good night. Hi, Alien. Yes, it's a new game. It gets released this week.
You've got some nerve. But that's okay.
I like that you fight back.
I like that you fight back. You can stick with us for now.
Fuzhpuzy. Guys, my new name is Fuzhpuzy. Alright. What's our next battle? La, 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 la. Hi, Funeral. How have you been? Okay. Toggle information gives you access to more precise locations. Ooh, I really want to go to this area up here. How you doing, Funeral? No. Let's see where else we can go here. Happy New Year's, by the way. It's been a while. Old coin. Each old coin possesses unique values. Try to collect as many as you can. Scorp's alts have hundreds of thousands of channel points. Probably. Did you know only like 2 of your alt accounts can, I think, count as views? So if you guys, like, say if you have like a bunch of different alt accounts, like all watching the stream, I think only 2 of them count as views, right? Can I go on the other side? Oh, there's a shiny item over there. I've been really liking it, Alien. I'm really enjoying it. Alt party? I think only 2 streams count total. Yeah, I think it's per IP.
Yeah? What is it?
You bought a weapon, then what are you waiting for? Equip it. I mean, I thought I did equip that one. Oh, wait, maybe I should go back this way. Weapon shop. Oh, this is the weapon shop. Okay. Consider the attack power trade when deciding weapons. Okay. Are you sure you want to buy this? I mean, do I have an option? Okay. Do you want to equip it? Yes. Recruit spear. I wouldn't know. Actually, Long probably has the most alt accounts. Last year for the PP, I think Long got a whole ass bus, right? Long, I think you carried the PP last year. You can use various types of weapons. Your proficiency with the new weapon types will start out low but increase relatively quickly. Okay. Oh, I see how it is. Huh. Spear is a good choice. Alright, I got it. Hey now, you picked up some other weapons. You're just full of zeal, aren't you? We've got some time to kill. You could have some fun with those. Okay. Listen up. I'm going to teach you how to use that. It's all in the wrist. You'll see. Just give it a try. This game is good. I really like. Alright. You got a spinach ricotta. Oh, that sounds so good. I got a really nice salad today too. I really liked. Okay, so this is all practice, I think. The yellow turbans. The bananas. Woohoo! That sounds really good. Enjoy it. The community you built carry that shit. Yeah, last year was insane though. Last year, I mean, this year's also already insane. We're not halfway through the month yet, and we already hit more than half of the PP. Oh shit. Okay, I need to kill that man over here. Oh. Shit. This guy is so mean fighting. Woohoo! 100 KOs. Your proficiency has increased. Let's go. Nice.
Looking rough. I've been waiting for this. Coming at you.
Woo! Oh.
Looking rough.
I wish I had some heals on me.
What's next?
Nice.
The enemy officer has been defeated. Looking rough. Got this. What's next?
Yeah, I love the close combat. Except I'm dying. Yes! We did it!
Has been defeated.
Okay, so that guy's defeated, so I still have to fight the rest of these fellas.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Okay, so if you beat the officers, then it just kind of ends, right? These guys just go like blah, 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 blah. So you have to mainly focus on those guys, the main guys. Yeah, it's definitely up my alley, that's for sure. Let's just say that my age might have something to do with the number of alts I have. Is it like your... Oh, no. Oh, like the 2 and the 4? No, you're 25. You're replacing me as a weapon? Do you ever feel like a plastic bat drifting through? No, I'm not using you anymore. This is a spear. The long has been thrown out long ago. La 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 la, level 3, woohoo! 𝗟𝗚𝗏𝗕𝗦𝗕. Skill points acquired +6. Mucho amazing. Dude, this game's been great. I feel like you guys all need to play this. Skill points, you can access the menu, okay? What is that? Boost attack strength by 3. Boost attack strength by whatever. You can see it here. Should we do defense or should we do attack? Probably attack first, right? I have 3 points. Boost health by 5. Let's do this one. Is that right? The 2? Enable to evade repeatedly. Ah, cool. Nice. Pretty nice. You're working on a mini MTG project. What is MTG? What exactly is that? Okay, there's another fight. Wow, did you teleport? A long way, actually. Okay, here we go. Hello! Chicka-walla! Chicka nuggets in. Hell yeah. Young puzzies, I mean.
Take this.
Some of us are not that young.
Stay sharp.
Defeat the Turban General. Where is the general?
Take this. Stay sharp.
Oh my god. You guys, by the way, we have a really important stream on Wednesday. You need to be here for it.
What's next?
Don't question it. Focus this guy. Focus this guy. Woohoo! Chicka nuggets in. Got some moves.
Take this. Take this.
Come on, he's almost dead. I won't be here then. It wasn't a question. I thought it was next Monday. Respect my elders. Or meet me in the feeder your cat or buy some groceries. What's next Monday? I'm busy washing my hair that day. You guys don't get an option. I'm just letting you know. You guys don't get an option. That wasn't a question. What is it again? This one? Wait! Cherry, I am so offended! What the hell? What is it again? What the heck? Again? Excuse you? Again? Bro, Cherry makes it sound like there's something happening like every single day. I gotta wash the lawn and mow the dishes that day. What time so I know to be busy? Kratsu, why are you trolling me and you're so new? This is unacceptable. There's something happening every week. Sherry, why are you trolling me? Why are you being like this to me? By the way, I saw a streamer, I think it was yesterday. She was playing a game because there were like things on like either side. She was like literally sitting in the middle of the screen. I'm not kidding you. But she was like a lot tinier. She was like sitting like this, like here. And I was like, that's so weird. Hi guys, how you doing? No, Wednesday. How do you guys not remember what's happening on Wednesday? Boost defense strength by 3. Unleash a swing kick with a binding speed. During the approach, you will disappear and invulnerable for the enemy attack. Oh wow, this is very good. That is incredibly very good. What is this? Enable it to evade repeatedly. Wow, that is even very good too. Unleash a swinging kick with a blinding speed. During this approach, you will be disappearing and invulnerable to the enemy attack. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Did you ever make an announcement? No? Why would I make an announcement when I can announce it on stream? This Friday? I remember Fuzz is going to play Apex on Wednesday. Let's go Apex. Hi, Evil. Dude, no. The reason I said Wednesday is because whenever I stream on Wednesday, not many people show up. So I'm reminding you to show up. Otherwise, nothing is happening again.
Aye.
Why not out some types of weapons while you're at it? Still, I'd say we should call it a day. My brother should be back any minute now. I did say that last week. I've been saying it the past like freaking Wednesdays every week.
Brother, welcome back. What did the governor say?
He was impressed by our success. And has ordered us to go to the aid of government forces in Yingchuan.
Ah! Nice! So we've been upgraded to in the next battle.
And what else?
Is it fancy
Nothing
dress?
else. Why, you expected more?
Oh yeah, VIPs are not optional anymore, Demon. You should know this.
Of course I did. Was there no mention of a reward?
Ah, that. There may have been, but I do not recall exactly.
Ah, we risk our lives, and you're sent away with nothing but a pat on the back and new orders.
Hold on, what did I just see? Did Edric just delete his own message? I'm so confused. I think Liu Bei can be taking a shiz and Fuzz should be like, Dude, he's so gorgeous. His skin even looks like a baby's butt.
We do not fight for gold or rewards. This is good enough for the time being.
I guess I'm getting banned if I don't show up. You should know the responsibilities that come with a VIP. Demon does a really good job of it. And guys, maybe you should set up a class 101.
Yes. Guan Yu is right.
Look at him. He literally looks like a beautiful child. Not even a child. No, that sounds wrong. That's not what I meant. He just looks so beautiful. He's like mesmerizingly beautiful. And like his hair, look at it. Look at those like bangs. They're like so cute.
But
Think on it, 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. This is just the first
seriously,
step
he
on
does
the
look
road to
cute.
great things.
Cherry, you agree with me, right? Certain angles make him look like a woman. Cherry! I'm literally asking you whether you agree with me, and that's the first message I read.
We are turning our talk, our dreams into reality. Doesn't that fill your heart with fire?
Hi, Willie. What's winning today?
I'm no match for your passion, brother.
How do you know what a baby's butt looks like? Because I have a baby sister. Actually, that sounds weird. But I definitely know what a baby's butt is.
You were a great help to us. I'm glad we met back there.
I've seen a lot of babies' butts. And they're cute AF. You turned to the right man. I'm happy to have helped. It was an honor. It was an honor.
I like the way you handle yourself. Will you do us the honor of fighting alongside us?
Dude, look at his eyes. Let me take a photo of it. So beautiful. And this guy's cute too. Hi, Nipsis. And Abaddon, Happy New Year's. Nice of you to show up today after a long time.
It's been some time.
Oh, is that the girl we got to see in the demo?
Or perhaps I should say it's nice to meet you. Do you remember? About the village? About us?
Who are you?
So, you really have forgotten.
They look pretty kissable. The lips?
I am 𝗟𝗓𝗏, a guardian of peace, an adjudicator of life and death.
No, I don't think we've met her yet.
Our role is to eliminate those who would sow chaos.
Zhu, she's so cute. She's so beautiful. Wow. It's actually beautiful. Yeah. I'm always lurking, just not always chatting. Abaddon, I have a request from you. You know those channel points down there? Can you like click on the peach, scroll down? There's something called VIP. And then you click it, and then it's really important. Just kidding. Thank you for lurking. I hope you've been well. Happy New Year's. I've been following your YouTube since 1983. Nice stuff. First time catching the live stream. What is this game? Is it based on true story? Beast. The true story. I knew it. At first I was confused. I was like, who's that? Hi, Beast. Yeah, I feel like I could cosplay her.
You don't remember even that? And yet, if you are really so intent on defeating Zhang Jiao, maybe you are still one of us. I can see your eyes haven't changed at all.
Oh, his eyes are purplish now. What are you talking about? My eyes could be less cryptic? My eyes.
And if you truly have not changed, then you may one day remember who you were. But until that day comes, you must survive.
I really like... Actually, you know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna do my makeup like that. I'm gonna do like the red. Like that. She's too beautiful though.
My daddy said stay away from Juliet.
To show my love to my lover.
On the staircase, begging you please don't go.
No way, Keed. I need the contacts. Summer we can be alone. I'll be waiting. Zoom, my love.
I'll be the prince and
I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby. Just say yes. You don't know Edric's lover?
𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏
How do you not know Edric's lover?
1500 to show my love to my lover.
That sounds so bad. Boboski is the lover. How did you not know this? Alright, that's it. It's confirmed. We're cosplaying her tomorrow.
Live to see your task through. I will watch over you until then.
Oh, so beautiful. She's gonna watch over us.
The great sage Zhang Jiao. You wish to stop him, do you not?
Why wouldn't you know? Cherry, why wouldn't you know? You're the chair to the Puzzies. Wait, Cherry, if you're the chair to the Puzzies, does that mean all the Puzzies can sit on you? That sounds really bad. Well, because I realize I keep calling Cherry chairs. Be squished. I'll be squished. I just realized if you're chairs, you're not even one chair, you're chairs. I cannot cringe harder. That was my intent. Unfortunately, yes.
The Yellow Turbans, who rose up for peace, have now become the very calamity that plagues the people.
Oh, God.
And this calamity will continue to affect them until it is eliminated. So, I have come with advice. They say that the Yellow Turbans use magic from the heavens. But their magic is nothing but an illusion. They simply burn incense nearby to cause hallucinations. Your eyes alone can see through their trickery.
Ah, is she raising us up? This used to be a PG channel. I swear it still is. However you interpret that is really wrong.
Watch how the wind flows. It is an ability that only you possess.
You guys! We have Chair Puzzy for that. Not Cherry. We have another Puzzy.
I must go, but we will meet again.
We will meet again. We sure will. I know I had too much bicicleta. I went to Australia and I had too much bicicleta. Ooh! The door opened to bicicleta. Bicicleta. Ooh, there was something here for me. A bicicleta. A bicicleta. Oh, bicicleta. Oh. Should I buy this new weapon? Recruit Spear X 42. Sure, why not? I'm wasting my money. I'm spending my money. How else are you supposed to interpret it? As a joke? Not like actually sitting on someone. You know how disturbing that is? See? We don't want Cherry to run away now. Message delete. I never volunteered to be sat on by the Puzzies. The funny thing is, like, how come none of you guys recognize this?
Out of my rice?
Why didn't you guys, like, realize every time I said chairs? Why was somebody had to say it. Okay. There was also a fight over here. What is this?
Mother, can I eat this peach?
Oh no, it would be peachless then. Chair and chairs is kind of different.
Killing me.
Not when I say it.
I wonder if there's a good doctor around.
No, Cherry, please accept my apology. I swear on the oath of the schnitzels and the Puzzies that I shall never repeat such behavior again. I honor your presence in the Puzzy cult. I shall bow to you, and the mistakes of the forever heavens be forever in your favor. And may you always keep the Puzzy in your names and make us proud and be the chair that we deserving of. Don't say that again. That literally crushed my soul. What is your role in a Puzzy anyways? What's your role? Enemy base. Hi, Steve.
Take this.
Wait. Woohoo! Oh la la!
Looking rough. Take this. Must stay sharp.
Oh la la!
Got this.
Is accountant? Oh, Cherry's actually an accountant. Oh. I guess yeah, you can't really not have an accountant. That's a really important role.
Woo! Chicken
Enemy officer has
love.
been defeated.
Nice. Where's the other man I need to beat?
Stay sharp.
Nice. I need a baptism after that one. I think y'all just need to be cleansed. Have you ever been cleansed, guys? Ah, that was close. Skill points acquired +4. Heck yeah. Do you know what it means to be cleansed? You need to change your name to end with Puzzy. Oh my god, imagine their name is 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘.
My back's killing me.
You mean like we have ever
There's a
showered?
good doctor around.
No, I think I need to like cleanse you guys like this. Like,
Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf. Run like a cheetah,
wait, how do I
fight
do
like
this?
a wolf.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheered X 100. Welcome to the Pussy cult. Founder, Fuzhpuzy leader, Rob
been
Pussy second
cleansed.
in command, Smokey Joe Pussy
You guys
third in
been
command,
cleansed.
𝗟𝗜𝗞1 Pussy accountant, the amazing Rex Pussy resident babushka, and
I regret streaming on
Pussy
YouTube.
52 cocktail nerd, Locky Pussy janitor,
You guys!
Tina Pussy secretary, Jam Pussy 1 snack maker, Point Pussy chief resource officer, Loomis Pussy cult associate, 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 Pussy backseater, Keen Pussy, Chair Pussy initiates, Fuzhpuzy Sky Pussy 2035 Jedi Robert Pussy 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 Pussy unexplicitest _ Pussy Riley Pussy Denny Pussy.
that last part gets me every time. That last part is the funniest shit ever. I think it's after like Chair Pussy, and then it says like Fuzhpuzy Sky Pussy. Hi Hendrix. Ah, 1983.
My back's killing me.
She's going to call me 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 though. I mean, it could be 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. Wait, 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 sounds like a universe. 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 does sound okay actually. You sound like another universe, like Astra, like an asteroid. But like you're so big, you're like an 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘.
This peach?
There's another one. 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 does sound good. How you doing, Hendrickson? And Transcendence. Hello.
Stay sharp.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ooh. The last part of TT just gives up trying to pronounce it right. I know. It actually doesn't say Puzzy anymore then. Hell yeah.
Stay sharp.
Woo! Your profession's increased. Nice.
What's next?
It's kind of crazy to me that you don't have a difficulty in this game.
Stay sharp.
Ooh la la. That ability is really nice too.
What's next?
This one. Hell yeah.
Take this.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Take this. Take this. Stay sharp. Take this. Got this.
Oh no 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 no.
What's next? Let's get serious.
Okay, Cherry. Sounds good. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry we made you uncomfortable.
Stay sharp.
And by us, I mean me. Have a good night. What is crazy, a lot of games don't have difficulty. Really? I feel like most of the games we play do. Well, other than if it's like a Souls game. I feel like a lot of games do though. Oh shit.
Take this. Looking rough.
Yes.
Situation.
Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf. Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘1 Pussy chair Dex 100. Just checking
Nice.
how TTS will say this if I change the cult command initiates. Fuzhpuzy, Skypuzy 2035, 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘, 𝗦𝗨𝗕𝗘, unexplicitest_Puzy, 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘, 𝗦𝗨𝗕𝗘.
Some of them do still sound really off. I don't know why. Some of them he just gives up on the Puzy name, per se. Enables the use of L1 and then use R2 to evade. Okay. Is that right? Ah! Nice. Heck yeah. Beast, is this the best game you've ever seen, or what? 10 out of 10, right? Thank you, Edric. I'm going to change the format of the call command so we can add maybe more Puzy. Hold on. That feels better. How are you going to change it? Like not have the spaces in between? If at least one person wasn't made to feel uncomfortable here at least once per stream, would it be a good stream?
Is there no way to keep the locusts out of my rice?
What is that even supposed to mean? Who usually gets uncomfortable? What do you mean? That just sounds so bad. Especially if someone new is watching. That sounds so bad. I think there was a talk a while ago of having 2 called commands. Might be needed.
Volunteer army? Well, if they can fight off the yellow
So
turbans,
this one goes to the other side. Where does this one go? Old coins. I really like this game. This miniature map thing is really cool too.
Is there no way to keep the locusts out of my rice?
Okay, I think we have to... Ooh! What the mini boat. I'm pretty sure several people...
The family in the house there just had a child.
What is this? Kuyan. Oh, it's another weapon shop. Oh my god, there's so many new weapons every time. I think the one I have is already really good. What is sell? You can sell your weapons too, but they're not worth a whole lot. So I have Recruit Spear X right now. Recruit Spirit. So this is the one I have, which is similar to this Long Sword X. But you said Spear is good, right, Jess? Spear is probably good. Have a longer dash instead of a smaller dash and space to have a character per name. Yeah, whatever works. We might eventually have to make a second one. Also, I added the goal to the yearly goal, and I just put like the 30. I said Puzy called 30 by the end of the year. Edict. It has been decreed that those who fight to bring order to realms shall be provided with pyroxene to aid their efforts. May it serve you well in the battle to come. So pyroxene are those things that I think I just picked up. Okay. Alright, I got 30 of them. What is it? Take these. Fuzhpuzy, you weren't in your room, so I'm leaving you this letter. Take these off my hands, will you? You can use them to refine gems, and old jewels live near my house, and this age is catching up to him, so he's hanging up his precious jewels for good. He came to see me to see if I knew anybody worth of inheriting them. I figured somebody as handy as you would be able to get them most of them. They say having that old gem attached to your weapon can be a good fortune. Thank you. Ah, pretty good. Babowski, where is your VIP, by the way? Sorry to keep bogging you with it. Hold on, let's finish the letters first. There was one more. Thank you, Fuzhpuzy. Pardon my writing ethics. I am a resident of the village that was attacked by the yellow turbans. We were all about certain we were done for, but the gallant appear to have put stop to these villains. Rumors speak of mysterious warriors who rushed to the aid of those need I help, but could it be that? Perhaps I could not pry. In other case, please allow us to thank you for what you've done, and let us pray for your safety in these times of chaos. Accessory grade wing. Ooh. Hold on a second. We need to put on something nice now. Look at this. So I have boost health by 3%, boost health by 10%. Well, I got wings. The things I have to get me wings. Hi Quadro, I want to be the 100th VIP. What if you miss it? That's what I'm wondering, baby skin. Not yet. Not that I could figure out. Not yet. I don't see a way to play as a woman. In the DLC, I know we changed it, so I think you can eventually. Just not, I think, as far as we are in the game. One pyroxene can be used to create one gem. There are 5 possible types of gems that can be created. If you obtain another gem of the same type, that gem will upgrade. Ascendant Gem created. Activates a 30% chance to automatically block an attack from an enemy's officer. Expand attack range by 10%. Wait, I don't understand. Where do you equip these gems then? 101 VIP slot? What if we don't ever get there? I guess I'm using all of them? Wait, maybe I shouldn't waste them. Numbers generated. I wish somebody knew this. Do I use... Does anyone in chat know if I keep using these? Or because I have 27 left. Can I use these for other things in the game later? Or do I just put them all in here? Like, I want to see if you can use them for other things. I wonder. I really, 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 really wonder. No one knows? Let's do 20 of them. I mean, these seems pretty helpful. You can 4 gems later. So should I not use all of them here? Like, for example, okay, so I got those 5 gems right now. What do I do with them? Oh, there's a gem spot. Ooh, okay, cool. Expand attack range by 11%. Boost damage to enemies launched into the air by 10%. Boost damage. Well, let's do one of the level 2s. Activate a 32% chance to automatically block an attack from an enemy officer. Activate a 32% chance to automatically block an attack from an enemy officer. That is actually pretty good. That is really good. That is really good. You will pick up free gems. So, the question I have, what else do you use these things for? Pyroxenes. If not for creating gems, what else do you use it for? 152? Which one was 152? I joined the live stream on YouTube as well, but the YouTube stream is on my TV. I think it's better. If you want to watch on the YouTube side, apparently the graphic-wise is better. It's better quality. So that's good. Thank you for anyone that's joined on the YouTube side, guys. Thank you so much. I know you guys are not chatting there, but thank you for having our YouTube up on there. We got 32 likes on there already. Thank you. And we got, I don't know if this is accurate, we got 43 people watching on there. Thank you, guys. Thank you for pulling up YouTube and supporting on there as well. That's for gems, and if you don't have to craft, you can keep it for later. Okay. So ideally, I should keep it, Jezza, or spend it?
The family in the house there just had a child.
Good for them. Let's hope the little one
I have your YouTube up on another stream. Thank you, Iron. I hope that's not extra work for everyone. And Cherry, and Rex, and Beast. Maybe Benny will still show up. There's still hope. You can upgrade the current gems. Should I spend all of the points on there then, Long? Or not? I just want to know if I should spend the other 25 or keep it. Hollywood mock gods, then this happens. Hi, Jesus. How you doing?
Let's hope the little one.
It's not extra work, it's just another browser window. Should I upgrade them? All of them? No? I don't know. I don't know if you guys even know. Let's get down to 20. Let's see if I get a better gem. I say spend it on your most OP gem. No, that's not how it works so long. Like, if you select one, it will go towards whichever is needed. You can't choose which one you want it to go towards. Like, if I do this one, it's automatic. See? It goes towards the Ascendant gem, which I've been using. You see what I mean? You don't get to choose which one of these it goes to. Are you streaming on Twitch too, or just YouTube? Peace, you're such a little schnitzlin. I just want to do my job and supporting in all ways I can. I really appreciate it, sports. I really, really appreciate it. I hope this term's been good for you. Okay. Yeah, let's not use all of it, just in case. Hello, Justin. Hello. Hello, Justin. Alright. Oh my god. Somebody... I think somebody's smoking. I think somebody's smoking outside my window. Hold on. I need to yell at some people. There's a person smoking, but they're kind of like far away. So even if I yell, I don't think she'll hear. Okay. Let me see if I can go closer from the other window and yell at her. Because it smells really bad. I'll be right back.
I ate them. I ate the woman. I ate the woman that was smoking, chat. Yeah. I basically was like, you can't smoke here. She smoked with them, I knew it. No, they're not, it's not their balcony. What can you do? Call police? No. They can't stand on like the front door. Like you're actually not allowed to stand there. You're allowed to like go like across the road like on a sidewalk or something, but you're not allowed to stand like below the door, you know? So anyways, no, it's good because like this woman, I told her like a bunch of times, but like I think like she can't walk that far, but I'm like, it's not my problem. Like I get asthma. Well, somebody has to tell her. Some people might not be sensitive. I'm really sensitive to the smell. Oh shit. Hi Aries. It smells gross. No, you know what the worst is? Like I'm right above like the entrance too. So like when I have this window open, it like the smell like literally goes straight up. Ooh, that's a good weapon. You're an ex-smoker and you can't stand it? That says a lot for an ex-smoker to say that. What's next? Oh my god. Ooh, that was a nice parry. Nice. Yeah, like I don't mind people wanna smoke, that's on them. I can't be around it. Also, my building is non-smoke building, so that's why there's this one lady, and she smokes all the time.
I've been waiting for this.
And she can't go in her balcony, obviously.
This territory.
So she goes right at the entrance.
Been defeated.
Yeah, it's cigarette. Yeah. I feel like weed is still a little bit better, but like the smell of cigar, it just like it gives me like I don't feel like I can like feel my lungs, you know? Like weed is at least like okay-ish smell. It's not okay, but it's better. It's not as suffocating. Yeah, I don't like either. Yes. Unleash a swinging kick with blinding speeds. Ooh, chica, nana. Nice. I can't stand cigarette anymore either. I still love the smell of weed though. You love? That's a big word. Love the smell? I guess you get used to it. Weed's legal in Canada. I don't mind the smell. It is illegal. Yeah. Even before it was legal, at least in Vancouver, you could smell so much. Every corner smelled like someone smoking it. Obviously, now that it's legal, it's even more. Oh. Skunk smell? I think you can kind of tell the difference at some point. Rather smoke gas than weed? Actually, yeah, same. Oh, you can travel to that one? Oh, wait, no. What is this? Who's this? Oh, this is where we need to go inspect. Hold on, let's go grab this. Interesting though, Summer. I didn't know you used to smoke, and now you hate it. What is that on the other side? Okay, we can't go there yet. It was decriminalized, but was illegal? I know a lot of people that still like smoke it, like people that I know, like friends-wise and all that. But I feel like even they have moved away from the... Ooh, look at this. This feels very Sekiro-like. Even they've moved away from the smoke aspect and they just have the edibles now. I want to make sure I collected everything. Still no Benny, I know. Rather smell butthole than weed? Huh? Who's this? I didn't do this one either. What are you talking about? What does it mean? My first cigar like years apart, but because he wanted me to light it up because he liked the smell. You get addicted to it. But I have heard that people who used to smoke and then they stop and then they can't stand it anymore. I've heard that. It's a deal breaker trying to hook up with someone. Don't mind too much weed. Yeah, I can't. I wouldn't be able to date anyone that smokes either. Yeah. Like I like for sure get like shortness of breath. I'm not exaggerating. Like I literally get shortness of breath. I hate smoking, can't stand it. My mom and dad got heart attacks because of smoking. I'm so sorry to hear that, Jake. Luckily, I was gonna say, if you have someone that smokes in the family, luckily, I got really lucky. Nobody in my family smoked, except my grandpa. But my grandpa, like the one that smoked, that grandpa passed away when I was 5, I wanna say. Like, I still remember him, and I remember he used to smoke. Wait, hold on, where do I go? I go up. But after that, like, no one in my household, both from my mom's side and my dad's side, smoked. Which I think I got really lucky, like, having someone, like, in the family that smokes regularly. 3-4 years, too, you miss it? Has reached the escape point. Shit, I failed. I failed. Oopsies. I didn't realize it was timed. 3-4 years is a long time, but to still miss it now too is kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm sure it's hard to quit. I know some people who moved to like the edibles and they found it okay, and they were able to stay away from the smoking aspect of it. Most of your family smoked growing up? Do you think you got used to it then? Oh shit. Okay, we're done. Okay, I have to do this fast, I think. So I might actually... I think we have to go this way. Okay, let me figure out... Okay, we have to go fast. Every day your mom smoked. It makes me kind of sad, especially because her dad has lost both his legs because of cigarettes. Aww. I mean, I don't blame people who smoke. It's very addicting. Shit. It's very, very addicting. It's nice there's a lot more options offered to smoking. Yeah. Back in university, there was a lot of people who used e-cigs. Come on, go. Wait, should I have gone to the other way, chat? Should I have gone to the house, maybe? Or this guy?
Get ready to be brought down.
Oh, fudge.
Take this. Take Looking rough. Take this.
Nice. Okay.
The enemy officer
Okay, wait.
has been defeated.
I need to go. Hold on. Wait, I'm confused. No! I think I have to go to the house right away. That's why I'm losing. You can't call a horse, I know. That's true. Hi, Kyrie! How's your beautiful face? Hi, welcome back. It's been a while. It also bothers me. My dad is super anti-smoking, but he drinks quite a lot of wine. He literally got 3 bottles of wine for his birthday and seemed to go through them quickly. Wow, 3 bottles. He must have built like a really good tolerance
cheetah,
towards
fight
it.
like a wolf. Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf.
Testing.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheered X 100. Sorry, testing TTS equals.
He just said the equal part. How you doing, Kyrie? Welcome back. How is your beautiful soul? Okay, after this, I need to go to the house, chat. We need to do this fast.
Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this.
Okay. Let me see if I can go here.
Take this.
What are you doing? Shit. No, no, what are you doing?
Take this.
Is that it? Go, open. Yeah, let's go straight to that house. I know there's a commander guy up on the left, but I think here I just need to keep going. Maybe. Happy New Year's, Kyrie. It's good to see you. Hello. I just get the disposable now. It's illegal in Australia, but you can get them if you try. Yeah, I know the vape option is a big, I guess, opportunity for people to move away from the other ones, other options that are not as great.
Take this. Take this. Stay sharp. Looking rough. Yup. Take this.
Nice.
Must stay sharp. Oh my might.
Hell yeah.
Must stay sharp. Take this.
Yes. Come on, come on. Yes, we did it.
The enemy officer
Because of how much it
has
stinks.
been defeated.
Yeah, I've heard weed makes people nauseous too. I've heard about that. I've heard. It doesn't make me necessarily nauseous, but I know what you mean. It stinks for me. Both of them smell really bad. The first one, though, definitely gives me shortness of breath. Heck yeah. Hell yeah. They just shut down every vape store overnight, destroyed a bunch of businesses. Did it used to be illegal and then now it's not smokes? Okay. I think we can go do our main mission now. Unless... Let's do one more route. And see if I did everything. Because those give you really good XP. They're like optional fights you can take. Skunkweed? What would you guys say? Oh, we should go explore on this side. What would you guys say is your favorite smell? Like some of your favorite smells. Ooh, it's a castle. Can't go in. And there's also a man over here. Elder.
Yes,
That's more to you than meets the eye. Your path is twisted by Turman's wind of hate. Here, take this with you. Battle Artem sword, mad battle rush acquired. Oh, damn, that looks good. Heck yeah. Fresh laundry, fried onions, orange, smell good, garlic, fresh laundry, goose. Pizza. If smoked weed, it will make me sick to my stomach so much that I want to vomit. Fresh chocolate chip cookies out of the oven. Candle smell, flowers, food. I like the laundry one too. I'm surprised. No one said the ones that I like. I am so surprised. I really love the smell of, you know, right before it's gonna rain. Like the smell of rain, basically. But like right before. Have you ever been like outside, like right before it's gonna start like raining? The few drops before. What do you mean, oh no? Smell of snow? I don't know if I know smell of snow really much. But there's a really distinct smell for this smell of rain I'm talking about. What do you mean you completely disagree? I also really like the smell of new book. Like a hardcover book. Oh, that shit hits different. You despite that smell of rain? Says the person who sleeps with his window open all the time too. It's relaxing. Also, the other thing I really like is, bro, is this one back again? Didn't I do this one? I'm confused. I thought I did this one. Or maybe I gotta do it again. The other one I really like is the smell of new car. Like the new, like basically leather. I really like the smell of, I mean, I wouldn't just like the smell of leather like on a jacket, but you know when you get inside a new car, that shit is different too.
Take this.
Everything just feels so peaceful. You did bookbinding? Wait, Smoke, how come I never knew this about you? To be honest, I don't know what most of you guys do. Like, I know what some of you guys do, but I don't know, or at least what you used to do. Shit, man. You did bookbinding. That's actually really cool. Hell yeah. Fresh bread? Oh, fudge. Nice.
The enemy officer has been defeated. Obliterate you.
This isn't why you're leasing your car, is it? Don't out me now. Don't be calling me out. Fudge. Dude. Dude, this guy needs to freaking. Come on.
Take this. Stop me out here. What's next?
Ah, no, my health is so low. My health is so low. Come on, kill him. Ah! Oh my god! My health! My health! Please. No, I'm dead! No! I was like a teeny tiny bit. Ow, no! JT Yankee with the Prime! Welcome! Welcome! Hello, sir! Hello, sir! Hello! I mean, I don't know if you're a sir. Yankees, thank you for the Prime! Hello! Welcome! Damn! That was close. Does bookbinding include a new book smell? Well, I'm guessing that's what he did for new books, right? Printing, yeah, but bookbinding was part of it. Yeah, so it was for new books. My favorite soap of the dozens I've tried called Free Solo Scrub. It smells like fresh wood with a bit of... Ah! Another thing you just reminded me. Eucalyptus, yes. I really like it. I like the smell of that too. But you know what? Smell of fresh fire. Like a fireplace, like a cabin. Ooh. Smell of cabin. The smell of wood. No? Would you guys agree?
Take this.
No? I feel like it's nice. Like a nice cabin smell. Cabin, barbecue, wood, fireplace. I sound like a serial killer? What do you mean? What does that even mean? New car? It's not like I said a white van.
Must stay sharp.
What's this guy doing here? Oh shit. Raid? That's not even bad. What are you talking about? Raid new car. How does this sound like a serial killer? Hell yeah. Nice. Almost got him. Ah! Yes. Is there another one?
Take this.
Oh, he's dead.
The enemy officer
Birch.
has been defeated.
So all white bands are owned by serial killers? Isn't that the stereotype anyways? Well, it's actually for kidnappers. Not even serial killers. She definitely watches too many killer movies. That goes to show you that I don't. The fact that I think white vans are associated to killers, that should be enough explanation. Cabin, fire, new car, fresh laundry, everything makes sense now. I didn't say fresh laundry. You guys said that. Nice try. Wait, before we go over there, I'm stalling that mission. Hold on. I need to go change something.
Do you guys have a chimney in your house?
I heard the family in the house there.
Like a wood one? A wood? I really wanted a chimney. So it's harder, like most apartments don't usually have them. Or they're like electric. What did I want to do? Battle preparation? I got a new thing over here. Whirlwind kick. Unleash a swinging kick with blinding speed during an approach. This will disappear and invulnerable to the enemy attack. Wait, do I not have that on? No. I lost a game, no chimney. Even though it's a men's soap company, I would strongly recommend you look up Sutzy Bear Blueberry and Cream Soap. A unisex scent since the one that everyone loves. Huh. Oh, these things come back. I see. So they just keep reappearing. Okay. Let's go see what this is. That's pretty cool. You can constantly do those to level up. We have a chimney, but it's blocked off. Oh yeah, they tend to do that with a lot of like old houses now, right? Shit, I forgot to get water.
The heavens are on our side.
Oh.
That which the Han stole from us shall be ours once more.
I thought you were on our side.
We are, as long as you pay us.
Huh.
Move! Hey, this way.
And they've completely took over the village then.
Get off! My child will silence.
This just won't do.
When a person has the power to defy order, it corrupts them. This is simply human nature. That's why the law must be applied to all equally.
I
And
see you,
all
Dieter.
criminals must be
I see you spamming.
Now's no time for a lesson. What are your orders? Tao Tao.
Oh, that's Tao Tao. Okay, good to know. Oh, he's cute too! In an evil way. Wait, so it's not... It's pronounced Tao Tao. Okay, I said it wrong initially. He's cute as well. No. Your house is 113 years old and does not have a fireplace or a chimney. Interesting. Yeah, I would have thought the same thing. Over 50 years, it's like you should usually have one. Wait, guys, YouTube has this thing where you can spam. Go look at the YouTube chat for a second. You can spam like these little heart things. I just realized how annoying that can be over time. Dieter, that's so weird. Wouldn't that be so distracting for like viewers and the streamer? To have like somebody constantly spam emotes like that? Yeah, you can spam like emotes on there. Yeah. Like what Dieter's doing right now. It's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Can someone add, please? He's cute too, in an evil way. Yes! That's good. Damn! Damn! Lucky's giving you guys all these beautiful quotes. Okay, Expedition Force Camp. Okay. Expedition Camp, Yingchuan Commandery U Province. They're the emote buttons, yeah. Hi, Bane! How are you doing? Happy Monday. Tuesday, technically.
I
now.
know you. You were the ones who subdued the Yellow Turbans. In Yo.
Wait, this is from the demo. Oh, it's from the demo now.
Yes.
What is your name? Where are you from?
Zhuzhun.
Liu Bei of Zhuo. Vassal to Lord Lu Ji.
Liu Bei. I do not know that name. Your position?
Hang Fu Song.
I have none. I work to provide help to those who need my services.
volunteer swordsman.
I think this is from the demo. It looks
But
familiar.
still, it's a good thing, I suppose, for like-minded men to gather like this.
Thank you for your kind words. However, ours is a ragged crew. It is natural for you to doubt us. However,
Natural?
if you were to give us one chance, here and now, to prove our worth.
The emotes are so annoying. It's like constant spam. Stop it. It's just like I see it from the corner of my eye. I'm like, stop it. Stop moving. Stop it.
Let this ragged band of volunteers show that we can be of service to the mighty Han.
Bold
Yeah, the
words.
purple hairs look cool too here.
Perhaps it is
They're like
only bluster.
eggplants.
But I see no reason not to give them a chance. You will serve under 𝗟𝗓 and fight together in the vanguard.
You guys are like kids.
Acceptable?
You know how like kids want to get their parents' attention or something? They're like, mommy, mommy, mommy. You guys are annoying as fun.
Of course.
𝗟𝗓.
Then this discussion
All their
is
eyebrows are
concluded.
like flick.
Don't let us down.
Sir.
They do the sir. Stop it! I have some beautiful quotes I created, but to read them, you gotta access the story I wrote in Wattpad.
So,
It is from the demo. Yes.
Who are these people? I don't recognize them.
They're a volunteer force.
Oh?
Allow me to officially introduce myself. My name is 𝗟𝗓. I
𝗟𝗓.
look forward to seeing what you're capable of.
Am I
in
saying it right?
combat.
𝗟𝗓.
Sir.
Sir. Yes. What? 𝗟𝗓. I like that name. It's like Chow, but like 𝗟𝗓.
Sir.
So I take it, I am 𝗟𝗓𝗦𝗏. We welcome anyone who is here to help our lord.
Xiao Yang. Okay, I'm not even gonna try these
Isn't that
names.
right, cousin?
I might be saying them right.
Shahaldun. You would do well to remember
This
that
guy's
we're to
cute
fight together.
too. I know he has beard, but he's cute.
Thank you for your words.
My lover. Oh, what a bae he is. Look at that. Like, look at that other man on the other side. That, like, the furthest one. Dude, that guy, the further one guy, and this guy up here looks so alike.
They seem like more reasonable people than the ones earlier.
It would be wrong to think that all government forces... Indeed. And those are 𝗟𝗓's true enemies.
Dude, I don't even want these guys to go to battle. They're too cute.
The battle against the Yellow Turbans will also aid us in removing
Gratsu.
corruption from the government.
Welcome
Keep
back,
that in mind.
Edric.
𝗟𝗓 never acts to gratify his personal desires.
I'll have to see for myself. Understood.
How direct? Well, it won't take you long working under 𝗟𝗓
Dude,
to
these
realize
skins
what I
are
say is true.
amazing.
Shahaldun. Enough. When a man is... Men who behave like beasts must be punished. That's all that matters.
Would you guys like it if my eyebrows were
I've
like
heard
that?
enough moralizing. I must go and supervise the battle preparations.
Goes whistle.
Very well. You should ensure the volunteer force is ready for battle.
Leave it to me.
I don't know why their eyebrows like that make them look like they're like cars or something. Like
You.
what would they look like? Like a Porsche?
I didn't catch your name.
You'll find out after long. Before long. No wait, you'll find out before long. Fuzhpuzy!
I'll remember you.
Fuzhpuzy! Senpai, notice me? Okay, back to chat. I see you, Kratsu.
Sure.
You do your eyebrows locks? Interesting. Interesting. Expedition Force versus Yellow Turbans. Yeah, I feel like the car, like Porsche, kind of looks like that, don't you think? Oh, there's another one of those things back there. Do you guys do your eyebrows though? Like, do you do it yourself at all? Or do you go and get it done? I wonder if I should do this one first. These give you extra levels.
Must stay sharp.
Stay sharp.
Take this.
Go, 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 go. Come here, bitches. Never done any eyebrows?
Take this.
Like, do you clean your eyebrows, I mean? Like, as in, do you style it? A lot of people do.
What's next? Take this.
Holy. Sheesh. You have a unibrow? I never style eyebrows ever. Everything's natural? Why do I sense a sense of pride there?
I've been waiting for this. Must stay sharp.
If I had monobrow, I probably would, but don't. Mono? Monobrow? What is a monobrow? You mean a una? Smoke. You mono? Is that another word for it? Maybe you're right. Maybe I've just never heard of it. That just sounds like a disease. That sounds like a disease. Isn't mono like usually used for diseases or something? I don't know. I don't know. No, I know mono is one. I just never heard it in that sense before, so it was funny. I know what mono is. Oh shit. Maybe it's an Australian thing? That's what I was saying. Maybe I don't even know. Maybe that's what you say in Australia.
Must stay sharp.
Yeah, no, I guess if you have like a una, like a unibrow, you'd want to do it.
Stay sharp. Take this. There we go.
Where's this guy? Dude, I'm gonna die. Shoot him. Nice.
Looking rough.
Is that it?
Take this. Must stay sharp.
Oh, I'm getting blinded. Oh, that guy's still alive.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
But yes, I understand what you mean. I shave my eyebrows, gotta display my massive forehead. You do? No, you don't. Yeah, why do I keep believing everything you say now? Got 27 of those extra things. Y'all have eyebrows? So what are those? Okay, here we go. A big battle. Recommended rank level 3. Okay, I'm level 4. Battle of Yingchuan. Expedition Force versus Yellow Turban. So I think this is the one from the demo, I'm pretty sure. The Yingchuan one? Who remembers the Simpson episode where Homer was like, mono means one and rail means rail? I didn't watch, so I don't know. Probably someone in chat does. What is a duo brow? Commander Contender for 2025 Comedian of the Year.
Let's begin.
Dude, I need water.
Listen.
Alright, Battle of Yingchuan. Double mustache? What's that? Double dash. Oh, fudge. Oh, fudge. This is disturbing as fudge. No, that's it. That's it. We're not looking at that. Some cherry. Get some hairy chest. Why did I say cherry? You get some like hairy chest looking things. Don't search it up.
Yes.
Yes.
You thought beard was annoying? You'll get people with their chest all hairy. Hairy cherry. That's not what I meant. I meant to say hairy and chest and then it got messed up. Cherry, I think it's good for you to go sleep. That wasn't meant towards you. I messed up the word hair and chest. And then it became, instead of hairy, it became cherry. Oh, God. What am I doing here? Is this Fuzhpuzy? Okay. War Council. Battle preparation. Cherry's like, I'm gonna show myself out. I don't blame you. Guys, how long is this game anyways? Does anyone know?
Now go.
I know, Cherry's getting thrown under the bus. What about your Persian jeans? Were the people of hair? I don't actually have that much hair, to be honest with you. Compared to other Persians. I think you need sleep, streamer. You might not be wrong about that. Select how messages displayed during combat. This can be changed from system and configuration in the menu. Ah, they added this. There's battle assistant now. Simplified. This game will pause only when important information is displayed. The game will pause whenever important information is displayed and also when they're... Yeah, we're gonna play with helpful. Because last time I was confused as hell. Good night, Sportsin. Good night. I hope Wukong has a DLC kind of like this. Maybe. Maybe Dieter. I feel like they might. I mean, I do have chest hair, but it isn't like the bed like I've seen others. Exactly. Battle area. With active fighting are shown, blue if allies are winning and red if they're losing. Okay, all of this would have been amazing if we had in the demo. Jezza, do you remember how much we struggled and I was like freaking lost? Some of you guys remember. Just meant the first photo on Google Fuji, the one with the other dude sitting down. No, I saw a bunch of people sitting down and they were all hairy. I don't want to go back and see that again.
Show these Han scum that their villainy will not.
I don't even know why I listened to you, Lox. Why did I even search that? Where to go, where to fight, yeah. But remember my game was broken and then we had to restart it. Okay, so blue means we're winning. Yeah.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Also, the reason I think the demo was harder is because we might have been a little bit under leveled.
Damn it! There are more of them than I expected.
Okay, I need to focus here. So we have to go. It's a little bit different now.
Now is the time to advance.
They kind of, I think, improved it a bit.
Ask the heavens to help us rid the land of these dogs.
So I think I gotta go to E next, right? Complete the depleting themselves in the red battle area will be forced to flee. They need help to stay and fight. Okay.
Take this.
So do I keep running to E? Move! I can't even go that way. Shit. Hold on. It's 25 to 30 hours long? Whoa, look at these people. Holy shit.
Take this. What's going on here?
Okay, wait, we have to fight here actually.
Can't cut through them. They just keep coming. Take
Google monkey
Guardian
tailbeard?
of peace.
Hello?
Some things are so deeply ingrained that one can never forget them. You should know that. The all-seeing eyes of the sacred bird. Perhaps they will enable you to...
Okay. Survey the battlefield with L2 Eye of Sacred Bird.
Yes, with such eyes, it would be possible to see the flow of
pretty cool.
incense.
Hi, Jester Molester. How you doing? Okay. Move the camera to search the suspicious location.
To see the unseen, know the unknowable. That is the true power of the eyes of the sacred bird Luan. You are a guardian of peace. Use this power to do what must be done.
Okay. So you possess a special power called the Eyes of the Sacred Bird, allowing you to see things which cannot be seen otherwise. This includes the ability to perceive the flow of an incense that used to perform sorcery. Your Eyes of the Sacred Bird show the health of those around you, as well as the situation on the battlefield. Use them well to maintain advantage in the battle.
Have you had an idea?
So what do I do with that purple?
If there's something you can do to help, please do it.
Ah! Bay is talking to me! My Bay! My Bay was speaking to me! What a beautiful boy.
I've been waiting for
What a beautiful man.
The yellow turbans are nothing but common bandits. Xiang Bao's head shall be mine.
Oh wait, these guys. Coming here feels like a family gathering.
What's next? The fog is getting thicker.
Where is their hold on.
What in heaven's
Where
name?
is their dude? Which dude do I fight?
Stay sharp. Looking rough.
I'm confused. I guess they don't have a dude, right? Guys, should I flee? Should I flee to the section E or should I keep fighting here? Chat help, chat help. Guys, Juicy Brains activated, please.
Take this.
I feel like they'll just keep coming back. I don't understand that purple thing.
Looking rough. Looking rough.
We're not making any progress. We need a breakthrough.
Wait, I'm kind of confused. Use the Eye Sacred Blind to find the sensor and destroy it. Whoa. Oh! Oh, you gotta do. Oh, that's pretty cool. There should be a dude there. Oh, it's been a 1 hour and a 27 minute. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, smash it.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘 cheer gets.
Ah, the bananas are back.
It's fun.
Cool. So the Nutella biscuits. Huh? The Nutella who?
What's going on?
I actually went back to having Nutella biscuit last stream. I was craving something sweet, and I gave in.
Looking rough.
We must have broken their spell.
Nice.
Must stay sharp.
Oh, fudge.
Got this.
This way, this way, this way.
Take this.
Nice. Okay, now I leave. Now I leave. Go, 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 go. I need to hurry up here before I die.
You've managed to
Maybe
break
you
the
get to.
bewitchment.
I know. Have you played
You
this,
saved
Jester?
us. Thank you. I hope
Have you
Lord
played
South
these games?
South's troops are okay.
Hi, CJ. How is
They
your
may have
wonderful
encountered
soul?
similar trickery as well.
Did I judge the situation poorly?
Facing a desperate fight, assist at once. Allies left fencing themselves in a red battle area will be forced to flee. If they need help, stay in the fight. Okay, well, I need to fight this guy first, right?
Stay sharp.
He's almost dead. Wait, where is he?
Afford to fall here.
Must stay sharp.
Go, go, go. Come on, he's almost dead.
I
Yes.
don't think we can take down John
Okay, now I gotta go to...
We should rendezvous with the others first. The quickest way there should be up this ladder.
Oh, it tells you. Okay, this is a lot more assisted than before. Holy. Kill General first and get the fuzz out. Yeah.
We will fight by your side.
Cool.
Rumored sorcery of the
Oh wait, there's another sorcery. This is really neat. Ah. Because otherwise if you keep killing the shadows, you can't kill them. You have to go and kill the whatever the source is.
broken through the Western Front.
Ah, I love this.
Accept your aid.
This is really cool.
More yellow turban trickery.
Soul still intact.
On you.
I feel you. It's a very Monday vibe. Do you make your character or do you give a legendary warrior? You don't customize your character, no. You're just given the same guy the whole game. You can change his outfits and stuff, but... Wait. Is there another one?
Excellent. I cannot.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's two. There's two, guys. There's two. Oh yeah, there's another one on the other side. Okay. You can change your outfit and stuff, but no, you can't really customize.
Efforts weren't enough.
You're finally here. Sorry for the trouble.
There we go. There's two. Cool. We didn't have this in the demo. Have a good one, Lox. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Take care of yourself.
Spell has been broken.
Okay, spell's been broken. So that's some kind of like sorcery, which is pretty neat.
Good. The spell is broken. Well done. What's next? Don't stop.
Must stay sharp. Coming at you. That it. Got this. No retreat.
Nice.
The enemy officer.
You change characters one progression to a certain point.
Forget this.
But there's still no customization, right?
So the volunteer force has done it. They really saved us. Now it is our turn.
All troops, advance! Hunt down 𝗟𝗓𝗏!
Oh yeah, maybe you get to play with other people later. 𝗟𝗏 is now advancing towards
The situation
𝗟𝗓𝗏.
is likely the same on the eastern front. Let us hurry. They will need our help.
How satisfying to hear of the volunteer force's triumph, Good. I'd like to see the faces of those who underestimated them. Let's get serious.
Don't get too carried away.
Oh fudge, I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh my god, please. What? Oh my god, wait, where do I get health, chat? Where do I get health? Oh my god, oh my god. Woo! I'm so scared. Oh no, 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 this is looking really rough. No, no, no.
Take this.
I'm so scared. Oh my god. You're moving too fast. Head. I have no health. Oh my god. No.
Getting rough. Must stay sharp. Getting rough. It's not over yet.
Oh my god. Please.
Got this.
No, no, no. I am stuck on a ladder. I was stuck on a ladder. I was stuck on a ladder. I was stuck on a ladder. You don't have to restart it.
I don't think we can take down 𝗟𝗏𝗏 alone.
Dude, that's
we should
so
rendezvous with the
dumb.
others first. The quickest way there should be up this ladder.
That's so dumb.
I hate to admit it.
Was you stuck on a ladder? That is so dumb. Can you carry 2 weapons in this game or just 1? I think so far 1.
Let's cover some ground.
I only have 1 right now.
Sorcery of the yellow turbans. I doubt we can
Maybe later you can carry more?
Lord
That's
Tum
so
Tum,
mad.
are you all right?
That is so dumb.
Blades are yours.
Nobody was helping me either.
Tears. So you have broken through the Western Front.
But I feel like you could carry 2 though from the demo. Because the demo was a little bit more advanced.
Are we not rid of this spell yet?
Then maybe you can. Maybe you can, Warrior. If in the previous ones you could, probably in this one too. Shit.
Damn it. Looking all our efforts weren't enough.
Go, 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 go. This part's really cool.
No giving up. To the bitter end.
You're finally here. Sorry for the trouble.
Excellent.
I'm supposed to have helpers, but they're not really
Go
helping.
forth and show me what you can do.
You know what I'm craving now? Dates.
Her spell has
I
been
really
broken.
want dates.
Then we shall have to switch to an all-out attack.
Where's the man? Who am I fighting?
Well done.
This guy.
Come to help me out? I would be a fool to refuse your aid.
Oh, Blizzard would be good too. I'm not really craving ice cream. I will never say no to a Blizzard. Hell yeah.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Okay, now we can go in.
Forget this.
Come on, go. Come on. What are you doing?
The volunteer force has done it.
There you go.
It really saved us.
Fries would be good too.
It is our
No, I said dates.
All troops
What days? Days? Bruh.
The situation is likely the same on the Eastern Front. What's next? Let's hurry.
Oh yeah.
Our help. How satisfying to hear of the volunteer force's triumph, Dun. I'd like to see the faces of those who underestimated them.
Don't get too carried away,
Dude, fudge off, man.
Then it will all have been for naught.
Oh, wait, there's healing over here. Oh, there was healing there this whole time. Guys, why aren't you telling me these things?
The enemy officer.
There was healing there. Okay, now I'm gonna go to F. Yeah, I didn't see it. It's the pots. The pots are the healings. Thank you so very much, Kratsu. Have a wonderful night. Take care of yourself.
Reinforcements.
Thank you for hanging out. Hi, Atlas.
Right now.
Beast, you should do that on the Twitch side. At least give it a try. Just click on it and see how it goes. Oh, fudge. Is there one over here? Yeah. Nice. How you doing, Alice? Good morning. And Rocky! Hello! I know. Feel like it's getting all flat now, though.
We knew the spell wouldn't last forever. Take this. Now we must fight with everything we've got.
Oh, what the? Wait, is that it? Yeah. Okay, there's a lot of these guys we need to hit.
Backup. I cannot express how welcome this is.
Let's get serious. Take this. Stay sharp. Got this. Take it.
Nice.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Nice. The parrying works really good. You finally finished Judgment. What is Judgment? What is that? How are you doing, Rocky? Happy Tuesday.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
How are you doing, sir?
Our allies are safe for now.
Okay, allies are safe. Wait, okay.
Let's move on to the enemy stronghold.
Alright, we're almost near the end. We almost win the battle. Diesel, welcome. Hi. Hello. What is dieseling today?
Cannot.
Looking rough.
I love those coils.
Looking rough.
Coils. Oh my god.
You're finally here. Sorry for the trouble.
Nice.
Stay sharp.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
This territory. The enemy officer
Woo!
has been defeated.
Jeez, this is chaotic as hell. Yeah, these are the healings. I know what you mean. I know. The coils in my hair, I get it.
You dare go against the yellow turbans to further your own selfish aims.
Zhang who?
You cannot hide your sins from the heavens. Retribution will be swift.
I love that move.
You are so transfixed on the heavens that you forsake all who belong in the living world. You yellow turbans have attacked the people and pillaged their villages.
Yeah, how do you say his name? Zhang Bao. Alright, let's go get that guy.
Earthly crimes must be judged according to earthly laws.
We shall
Don't stop believing.
Let's get serious. Got this. Take this. What's next? Turn the tables.
Nice.
I won't fall.
Healing system? Need buns, breaking pots in enemy's base or enemy officer. Random drop after defeat. Okay, so people also drop it. Okay.
Now, let us overcome this enemy.
Nice. Hell yeah.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
This should do it.
Let's get serious. Time to act. What's next?
Okay, I need to go kill that other man right now.
The
Go.
enemy officer
Come on, come on, come on.
defeated.
I must stay sharp.
This is the main guy.
No way. I'm gonna lose.
Nice. Damn, that parrying works amazing. The parrying is amazing.
Stay sharp.
I'm loving it. It's so good. Like, I love this kind of gameplay. It's just like no brainer, just fight, fight, fight. It's so chill. Like it's so rewarding and it's so chill. It just feels really nice. We won! It seems our time for retribution has yet to come, but sure, it's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time.
Woohoo!
Driven back the enemy. That's a victory in my eyes.
It's definitely a victory in
This
our
victory
eyes.
could not have been achieved if not for the volunteer forces.
By the way, I was saying
Thank them
dates,
personally.
not days. Like dates, you know. Dates. Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, guys? You know what I'm saying? Skill points acquired. Oh, whatcha. Alright. Wait, I don't know if I can use... Enables you to evade repeatedly. Oh shit, that was 30 skill point costed. I finally kicked off some cosplay recently. I was gonna say, what have you been playing or cosplaying? Jess, I'm still getting used to your username being green. It's so odd. Alright, I have 10. Oh, these are each 30 skills as well. Ooh. Oh, there's more. Musu rank, hero rank. Recommended rank level 3. 30. This one's 40. Enabled to hold more meat buns. What did you say meat buns were again? Which one should I be? I actually like this color. It looks good. I just need to get used to it. It's fairly simple right now because it's just suits, but a great way to get the ball rolling at least.
So, why weren't we invited to the War Council? Huh? We did more than anyone else in the last fight.
There you go, Beast. Yeah. Now, do you know how to do it? Click on the thing at the bottom and then go. We got so many new VIPs today too. You could be one of them.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘, remember our place. We are a band of volunteers without official positions. If we start demanding to be included in the council, we'll be seen as a burden rather than an ally.
A burden?
Ah,
What
you might be
burden?
right, brother, but it still aggravates me.
Yes. I am of the same opinion. While our men were thrown into confusion by the sorcery,
Your militia
alone
kept
kept your heads. None can dispute your contribution to our victory. I will ensure your efforts are recognized.
Why, thank you. Lord 𝗟𝗓𝗏, we owe our success in battle to this warrior who saw through the
Thank
enemy's
you.
sorcery
They're so proud. Someone's sending all the hearts on the YouTube side. Who are you? Is that Dieter spamming?
He too deserves your lordship's praise.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I see.
I appreciate.
So, that clear-eyed gaze of yours sees through sorcery, does it? You rise above the chaos on the ground.
Wait, what did you say meat buns were again?
Find the path.
Did you explain it? Meat buns, meat bun healing. I don't know how to use those to heal though.
Like a bird of prey soaring in the sky. 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. That should be your name.
The bird of prey soaring in the sky, 𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. That should be your name.
A winged omen that heralds the reign of a good king and condemns that of a wicked king, leading the world toward peace.
So not everyone can see this guy except us. He's kind of like a ghost.
Peace in the Luan.
𝗟𝗟, stop warbling like a poet.
You're just confusing
them.
His lordship is a true scholar.
Hi, Hendrix. No, that's not me this time.
Still, 𝗟𝗟. It has a nice ring to it and fits you well.
It's a nice ring to it. Fits you well. Thank you.
I like it too.
Ooh, Lube likes.
It's not our opinion that counts, though, is it, brother?
Lively group you have here.
I'm playing it on the PS5 Diesel.
I shall be.
You can play it on PC too, though. It's on Steam as well. When the health is 100%, cannot take meat buns.
Has your old ability come back to you?
Okay. How do I use the meat buns? Has your old abilities come back to you?
Your eyes can see things others cannot. That should help you in the fight against the yellow turbans.
Okay.
Defeating the
Following me
enemy
everywhere.
is our purpose. Placing yourself on the battlefield may help you regain your memories.
Yeah, the person that came in from the raid said 𝗟𝗟, and yeah, I think that's where they stopped. Why help me? Tell me what you want. Why help me?
To stop the leader of the yellow turbans, 𝗟𝗟𝗄. Our goals align. Besides,
yeah, she kind of stalking us.
You must survive for the sake of those who did not.
She cute. She cutesy. Very demure of her. Very cutesy. Missions are optional medium-scale battles. Winning these battles will earn you special rewards. Head to the camp in Jing province. I have the sacred bird. Using L to use it on the world map helps you find old coins. Ah, interesting.
I heard there was someone who saw right through the yellow turban.
Expedition Camp Noon coming to Jing's province. You can use it on the actual world map thing too. Hi, Smokins.
Lord Chu-Jin, you wish to see me?
I did. We have a job for you and your men.
Yo.
Here in Jing, our advanced forces have already driven the yellow turbans back into one.
Oh, we get to go to castle next?
We want your volunteers to rendezvous with the Vanguard and finish off the enemy together.
The Vanguard, you're saying? Very well, my lord. In our hands, the mission is as good as done.
Excellent. Good luck, Liu Bei.
I wonder how they chose the colors, like the greens and the purples working together as allies and then the yellows as enemies.
A report, my lord. Lord Sun Jian has arrived. He asks for an audience with you.
Oh, then send him in.
Sir.
Oh? Who's that? Who that?
I, Sun Jian, come humbly before you.
Hello!
no! Dude, all of their eyebrows are like fleck! Sunjan. Dude, I feel like I need to be writing these things down.
Very good. I have heard about your achievements.
I am honored.
Why does he look kind of odd? I can't pinpoint what it is. I feel like that kind of shirt looks like he should have boobs. And then he kind of has like earrings that don't seem like... Oh, his earrings actually match mine. And then yeah, he oddly looks like Geralt too.
I wish to see your strength under my flag. Let us...
I see.
You want me to join your command?
To join your command.
Huh.
Yes, I know I am asking a lot of you. But I only do so because I have great faith in your abilities.
Good night. Have a wonderful night and sleep well and chicka well of the day tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
And you've come here in person. Surely my request is not
Surely my request is not too outrageous. Huh.
I did not expect such humility. You
Kind of looks like a
tell
wolf.
me to follow your orders, Lord Jujin. You are the general of the household, while I am but a regional official. Why would I hesitate to accept your offer?
Question is, why haven't you accepted it already?
The might of the House of Sun exists solely to serve the Han. We'll follow any order if it helps bring...
Thank you. Okay. Q. Damn. Battle of the One Castle. Ah, see?
Lord Sun Jian is doing great things everywhere.
The next thing will be the castle. Cool. Dude, the VIP badge on the Discord chat looks so
I
weird.
heard that Changqiao wields some kind of strange magic.
It looks so different. What is it? Suppress Ewan's recommended level 1v3. Wait, let me see if I can find... This one tells me to go that way. See, it apparently takes you to... It takes you to places where you can pick up old coins. Which is kind of cool. This part of it reminds me a lot of Ghost of Sushi.
Tricks in the last battle.
See, it highlights where these things are. Oh, but that one goes over there. It doesn't give you the coin.
And they say Lord Sun Jian is doing great things everywhere he goes. What a hero.
Yeah, the wrench is weird. It's funny to me that they use a wrench for that. Okay, what does this guy want? Volunteer forces. Recommended level 3. Fierce Tiger Fang. The Yellow Turbans have to... So are these like... Doing these, from what I understand, are they like side quests? Like you help out enemies around you?
The path we must walk is set. Onward, everyone! Start the advance!
Hi, Kai!
I cannot afford to lose
How you
this
doing?
position. I shall personally see to its defense.
Hello, you wonderful face.
There we go! Take this!
Yeah, we're back on the YouTube side. I know. How was your day? You didn't work today, right? I know I need to go get water. Actually, Diesel, thank you. I ran out of water and I forgot to fill it up before stream. Hell yeah. I will go after this fight. Oh wait, where are these people? Alright, no, we gotta move. No, we can't go this way. See, this time it doesn't allow you to go places that you're not supposed to go. In the demo I got lost because it would let you go anywhere. I think they fixed that since then, which is really nice. And we didn't have the eye thing before, which is cool too. Come on.
work today. I took mom out for lunch and grocery shopping.
Let's get serious.
Came home, was supposed to take a nap. Took 3 hours, you did chores. That sounds like a lot of things to do on your day off too. Yeah, this guy's here. Come here, sir.
Got this.
She keeps running away from me. Nice.
Let's give it to them.
Nice.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Sounds like a good day though. Sounds like a woochin goochin luchin day. What are these guys doing?
Take this.
Oh, we need to go the other way. Wait, is there another one? No, I don't see another one.
Looking rough.
Oh! He got deleted.
Get ready to be brought down.
Okay, wait, I need to move. Hold on.
That one would put up a good fight for sure. I'm gonna go see for myself.
Do we leave this area? Oh wait, no, there's another general here? Oh. Oh, a new one came. Interesting.
Prepare for pain. Prepare for pain.
I messed up my parries. Nice.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Yeah! Let's go! Woohoo!
This territory.
Wee! Does anyone know when Steph Curry and the rest of the Golden State show up? I thought this was a documentary game. Ah, yes! Sword is level 3. Enables the use of blah 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 blah. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. LeBron drinking on horns of Chinese fools. Would you play this game, Justin? Alright. Boost your bravery. Woohoo! Boost your bravery. I think you get an extra one now. Level 5. You absolutely would. I know you would. You probably also played Nier, right? La 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 la. Excessive Fierce Tiger Fang boosts attack loading by 5%. Cool. Wool, wool, wool. Wool. It bothers me that when you're in this part of the map, you can't jump. You can't jump and roll. What is he at? Gucci. I played Dynasty Warriors a ton as a kid. I would definitely buy and play this game. So I have boost health by 10%, boost attack strength by 5%. I don't think we need that. Survival over everything else. We still have those accessory gems. What about crate gem? Let's use. I'm close to that bottom one getting to level 3. This one. I need to. Okay, that one's also restore 35% health for 100 enemies defeated. Ooh, that one's pretty good too. I want to get that bottom one. Activate a 32% to automatically block an enemy from an enemy's offense. Expand attack range by 11. Actually, the first one's pretty good too. Oh, that one's a level 2. Boost damage dealt to enemies with parries by 12%. Oh, that one's really nice too. Oh shit, that one's a level 3 now. Restore 41% health for every 100 enemies killed. I really want to get the bottom one.
It's really random. It's kind of like gambling here. Yes! Okay, good. Activate a 33% chance to automatically block an attack from an enemy's officer. That one seems pretty good too. I don't know. I guess it depends. I mean, the parry one I've been doing more too. We could use that too. Good night, Moons. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. Have a good Tuesday. It's like a gamba. All right, let me go get the water. And get the water. Water. Shit, it's already been 5 hours into stream. How has it been 5 hours already? How the heck does time fly like that? What did you say? You can change the number. You don't have to do one every time. What do you mean you can change the number? I thought it was like a gambling thing. You don't know which one you're gonna get. Yes, I need to go grab water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you guys with this music. Thank you, folks. Hi, Scorps. Scorp, why are you not talking to me? How dare you talk to everyone except me? Hi, woman. Oh shit, that's a big win. That's a big gamble, Chairs. I am. Sure. Cheers. I'm drinking more from a cup these days because something nasty happened, y'all. This, I always use this when I'm drinking and I have a lot of lipstick on.
and I don't want, I had to like do a deep clean for it. So yeah, I'm trying not to use this. I'm gonna use it as a storage, but like on stream it's not a good idea because the inside was so hard to clean. There was like lipstick stain everywhere. And it's easier to clean a cup than it is like that. Hi Frank! Hello! Frank, where's your VIP? I know one day you were VIP a couple seasons ago. Bleach it? I heard bleach is good. It gets rid of all the germs. I let it soak in dish soap for like half the day. And then I have this thing where like you clean, what's it called? Like straws? That helped. That's excessive? All you need is soap?
And they say Lord Sun Jian is doing great things.
No, I'm sure it had a lot of, what is that? I'm sure it had a lot of germs. Bravery? Wait, what does this guy want? Who's this?
I got a flower from one of the children.
Hey!
Hey there, Fuzhpuzy. That's you, isn't it? Are you gonna pin that? Thank you, Scorps. Thank you. Give this a try if you're so inclined. I bet you can do it. Strong attack training. There's a new training session available. Is that through here? Oh, there's another tent here. Ah. Thank you, Scorps. Thank you. I was forgetting that again. You need to rinse that bleach good, otherwise you'll have another problem. That's true, yeah. I don't actually know if I have bleach. I have like the kind of like bleach you use for like,
that's not good.
You know those like pins?
You won't even touch the yellow
if you have like a stain on your shirt. But I don't actually have like
I heard there was someone who saw right through the Yellow Turban's tricks in the last battle.
That just goes to another tent. Okay, let's do this one. Use metal straws. I really like this bottle though.
Take this.
Yeah, and those are probably it's probably better in the long run. But this is the one I got from TwitchCon I really like. And it's like quite big too. I have one of those metal ones, but they're not... You know the problem with the metal ones, they don't have like closed caps. This one's really nice because you can close the cap for it. The metal one I have is more like, the straw is just out. I don't like it.
Must stay sharp. Take this.
Paper straw? Wait, paper straw? In a like a water bottle? Oh wait. They exist? Paper straws in water bottle. I've never heard that. Also Cess! Wow. Nice of you to show up. How have you been? I saw you last time you came in from Mana's raid. How is everything with you? I barely got a chance to see you the past couple months. How was life?
Take this.
Woohoo! 7 hours?
Take this.
Nice. Ooh, yeah. Some fast food restaurant would supply them as a way of going green. Well, actually, most places here have paper straws. I'm talking about water bottles, like reusable water bottles. But yeah, restaurants all have paper bags for us now too, and paper straws. The paper straws are actually really annoying, especially if you get like a...
Can't believe this. The enemy officer.
Say like you get, what do you get? Like even bubble tea. Like when I get bubble tea, it's usually paper straws. And it's annoying because if you don't drink it in time, it gets all soggy. It's so frustrating. Oh damn, we got 9 points. Holy shit. Strong attack training. Defeat 100 foes with strong attacks. Boost attack strength by 3. Take a counterattack stance. Attack while the style you will unleash a shockwave and go airborne. Let's do this one first. They didn't ban them, they just charge you for them. No, here they don't. You can't even get it. Like if you go to Starbucks, you can't get anything other than a maple, other than a paper straw. They don't give you the plastic ones anymore. At least in BC, they don't even give you bags anymore. They only have paper bags. And most places just don't even give you bags anymore. Yeah, I know, Scorps. Isn't it past your bedtime? It's not that late. It's not even 1, Alex. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hi, Popo. How you doing? Hello. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. Stop being soggy sad.
If you're willing to risk your life, being in the army at least guarantees you'll...
Yeah, that's the only downside of using the paper straws. I don't know why I said maple. Okay. I'm gonna do this last one and I'm gonna do the main mission after. How you doing, Popo? Welcome in. Nice to have you here. Hello. How did you find us? La la. Whoa. Hell yeah.
It stops now. Take this. Take this.
I tried to be very cute, thank you.
Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf.
Run like a cheetah, fight like a wolf. Oh shit. Nice.
That's 100. Okay, I'm heading to bed and I have to shower. Have to wake up early for work tomorrow. Hope everyone has an amazing rest of their day / night. Food pool out, food pool out, food pool out, food pool out.
It sounds so funny. Edric, have yourself a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good day tomorrow as well. Thank you for hanging out. Good night. Can't believe it's already Tuesday tomorrow. Good night. Shit, man.
You got debated. You got
Alex?
You got debated.
No way! Hey, no way! Wait, what? Why? Wow, starting a hype train, I see. Wait. This is not actually a pause. It's just my eye thing where I can do a little pause here in the game. Good night, Edric. Good night. Alex, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's been too long. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for starting a hype train as well. Let's go. Thank you. You've been here for so long. Thank you so much. And I think you got your new gift sub too, the badge. You got a 25 sub badge. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Got this.
Thank you very much. This is so kind of you. So very, very kind.
Let's get serious.
Isn't it past your bedtime also? Nice. One more. Yes.
Situation.
I'm at 46 subs. Guess I should do 4 more to make 50. Oh, I didn't see. I just looked at the badge. Wait, you've gifted 46 subs in here before? Since when? When? When were you doing those? Oh yeah, that like 5 years ago, right? It was before even my time.
Debated. You got debated. You got debated.
You're so crazy. Debated. That looks good. I see the pink badges. Baited. Debated. Gated. Baited. And we got to level 6. Woo! Alex, thank you. Thank you for the 51 subs now in the channel you've gifted. Thank you. Congratulations on the pink badge too. It matches your founder and the VIP too. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Also, Lazy, welcome in. Hello, thank you for the follow. The follow.
Thank you, 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 thank you. Mucho, 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 thank you. Defeat 100 foes with strong attacks. Oh, these are like side missions for this man. Stop an enemy attack with a special art one time. Defeat 100 foes with battle using a sword. Yeah, I think that's like an ongoing thing. Hi, Pushimira. How are you? I need to get rid of some of the Christmas emotes. I got rid of this one, but some of the other ones are still there. I need to fix them.
I heard there was someone who saw right through the Yellow Turban's tricks in the last battle.
If we get a new emote this year, what would you guys want it to be of? Any ideas? Last time we got the Fuzhpuzy one, like pat on the head. What's that? We don't do that one.
They say Lord Sun Jian is doing great things everywhere he
Scorpio?
goes.
By the way, I opened a Pokemon card today. It was something Scorpio. It was sus. It wasn't pretty.
I heard there was someone who saw right through the Yellow Turban's tricks in the last battle.
What would a Fuzz Salute look like? You driving with your leg up. Smoke, you're so funny, eh? You drive with a wonder why? Yeah, it was a Scoliopeed. Yeah, it was like a Scoliopeed Pokemon card. I do! Kai, you wanna see? I showed chat earlier. Look, I got Pokemon TCG. Dude, I have 16 cards as of yesterday. Well, as of 2 days ago, actually. Look. Look at my cards. Wait. I can't see. Oh, it's too bright. These are my cards. I mean, I don't have much. It's very boring. But there's some cards in there. The most I have is like a stage 2. Oh, this is the Scorpio one, but it's called Scolipede. Kind of looks like a scorpion. It looks like it's getting green screened, I know. But it's cool. Whoa, it is getting green screened. It looks like my phone is hollow. But yeah, I never thought Fuzz would actually download it. I know! My cousin was so confused yesterday. I have like a distant cousin, he's 12. And he was even confused. He's like, you play Pokemon cards? What? I used to collect the physical copies of them when I was like younger. Like back in like elementary school. No, like even younger. And I was like, you know, I went to Apple Store and I was like, I typed in Pokemon. This is the only one that came up. I was like, okay, it's either this or Pokemon Go. Yeah, Pikachu? You mean the one that goes, achoo! That was bad. Especially in forest, yellow turbans. The yellow turbans are red. Achoo! Alright, here we go. Achoo! Is that what you meant? Bless your soul. It was bad, that's okay though. What you gonna do about it, Justin? Have you thought about that? The Justin Telmo.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
I know. I was asking Chad if I should download some kind of Pokemon card.
Many thanks.
Can I switch these up? It doesn't seem like I can do anything about that. And then they were like, yeah. Chad said yes, it would be amazing. Just kidding. I don't even think they agreed. But I was like... I think somebody said something around, I don't see you ever playing Pokemon or something. And I was like, what you mean, bish? See, the opposite thing works on me. If you tell me I can't do something, I'd want to prove you wrong. Alright. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much again. Alright, here we go. Begin battle.
Good luck to you.
Keen said it? Yeah, I think Keen said it. Well, that's what you get. Did he? Oh, Keen didn't even know. Did Keen come in at the beginning? I don't think Keen knows I started it. Oh no, he does. He does. He was here. Sorry. Okay. Battles are heavily influenced by the morale of each side. Okay. This is like the demo.
Stay strong.
Okay.
Hold the line. Show them what we yellow turbans are made of.
How was Cringe Mask?
The enemy has no choice.
Cringe Mask was very cringe.
Now.
Very cringe.
Ready the attack.
A lot of time with family.
Give them hell.
But yeah.
Follow me.
It was good though.
Keep up. Castle will be ours.
Nice. How was your holiday season? We can't beat Sekiro. That one's different. That one's different. I didn't love the game.
The enemy officer.
And I wouldn't care enough to do it. Wait, is that guy dead? Oh yeah. Strong archer. Oh, they have archers now? How do you get on top of an archer?
Ready the ram. Destroy the gates and storm the castle.
Ooh. I'm upset that I was not here for Pokemon Talk. It's okay, it wasn't that exciting. What was exciting is I opened my first pack with stream today. Not my first pack, my first pack of the day. Kai, what you don't know is I already spent money in the game too. Only like a few dollars though. I was too pumped. Alright. How did you not like Sekiro? I never said I didn't. Well, actually, yeah. I didn't like the combat style. I don't like the parrying a whole lot. And the grappling. The grappling pissed me off as well. I need to focus on this man. Yes.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I think we can go towards Mighty Yellow Turban. Ooh. Oh, there's a lot of people here.
Take this.
Do you play it too?
Let's get serious.
Kai?
Take this. Must stay sharp. Nice try. I've been waiting for this. Take this.
Come on.
Take this.
Nice. Do you still play it? Oh wait, oh wait, oh wait, oh wait. I am dying because of the archers. I didn't realize. I'm dying. I'm dying. I am dying.
This is how it's done. I claim another victory in the name of my brother. Time to act. All my might.
Wait, is there any healing?
Time to act. Looking rough.
I don't see any other healing. You still play it, huh?
They're coming from all sides.
Looking rough.
We must push them back.
Let's get serious.
We march at once.
What is happening? Nice. Okay, good.
March at once.
My health is really low.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Okay. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I need help. Oh, I need help. Oh. Wait, so I should go... I guess I go here? There's another dude up there. Did we fight these people? I guess, Jay?
Take this. Take this.
Still waiting for a real challenge.
Oh wait, I'm gonna die.
It's clear.
Where do I get health from? Oh wait. Oh, I have okay. I have healing. I had like 3 healings. The meat buns.
I need help.
Take this! Die! Coming at you! Got this! Take this!
Yes.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I know, you can't do anything about the archers on the tower, unfortunately. Oh, that was another healing as well.
Now, storm the castle.
I think that's
Now
it,
the real battle
right?
begins. I can't wait.
I don't see anybody else. Is that right? You'll kill the commander, you might want to see what he dropped.
Let's get serious.
Do they usually drop anything? I haven't been able to pick up anything specific.
In advance. Nice try.
Nice.
The enemy officer
I know defeated to get the job done.
Woo! Hell yeah!
I'm still waiting for a real challenge.
I don't think I've ever picked up anything from people.
This is not working out. Is my training not enough?
Wait, there's another one. There's another guy up here.
Another one falls behind me.
Oh, there's another man. Oh, there's another one. How many? Do I just keep fighting here?
Do you mind lending me a hand?
Get up.
I'm still waiting for a real challenge.
The enemy officer.
I think I just keep fighting here, right? Or do I keep moving?
Now we
There's
can
another
proceed.
one.
Okay, open the gates.
There's another guy over here too. Okay, we did it.
The gates. We won't be able to hold out much longer.
Main gate is now open. Okay. Okay, we'll just go back then. Why do they get a horse and I don't? Seems a little sketch. Like, aren't I a main person?
I challenge you to battle. Prepare yourself.
Gods, help your lowly servants. Render us invincible, that we may put these Han dogs to the sword.
Alright, now what? Oh, I see. Oh, shit. Okay.
What is this fog?
It's the purple stuff again.
Take care, my lord. I sense that something foul is afoot.
Okay, oh, that's even further back. Holy. Wait, is that... Hold on. Wait, this side... Wait, I think that's different than this side. Hold on. That's a different one. There's a couple of different purple things we need to get. Here? Oh yeah, there we go.
The battle is
Beast,
more
it's about damn
intense than
time,
I
man.
anticipated.
Come on.
Continue to fight without complaint.
Oh, this is bad. If someone doesn't get here fast, we're done for.
Are you saying you're old? Scorp, are you saying you're old or something? Okay, the only other purple thing I see is on the other side. Shit.
Let's get serious.
Wait, what? It's not gonna let me go there? Dude, they're not letting me leave. This is bad. I can't fight these guys because they're still ghosts. I guess this way? I can't even go this way. Leave me alone! You shit. What? I don't understand. If I can go past here, I guess oh, I can. Okay. I thought they were blocking the way. Go, go, go.
Looking rough.
Shit, it's all the way at the end there?
Looking rough. The road ahead is thorny, but walk it we shall.
Okay, we keep going up. Fight, no!
I won't give up. Not while
Leave me alone, please. Okay, on the right? Oh, there it is, there it is. Go, 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 go! Holy! Whew. I know. Okay. Whew. There we go. Woo, it's tough. Alright.
Someone has broken the spell.
Nice.
Victory will surely be ours. Take down
Surely.
John Leon.
Surely.
Damn! Now what?
I'm coming.
You have no hope of stopping us. Retreat! We can stop now. Keep fighting.
Go.
In a new era.
I need more healing eventually.
What is your new era anyways? Is it really worth dying for?
Oh, Zhang who?
Focus not on unknowns. Think of your family. Don't throw your lives away so easily.
Nice.
Let's get serious.
RE1 remake for PS5 in 2025. I don't know if it was a fake news or not. Where did they announce it?
How dare you deceive my comrades?
All I did was ask.
Oh my god, my health is low. Woo! My health is low. Oh.
New era.
Hold on.
But simply enough food.
I can't find any more of those pots. I understand, but I have no health.
Will someone please notice me?
Hold on, I have no health.
Looks like I owe you one. Just for today, you'll have a reprieve from my criticism.
You guys, I don't have.
Excellent timing. Would you mind lending me a hand? You figured I was in trouble, huh?
Oh, nice. Oh, heck yeah. Okay, that was close. I have like no health.
Did you? You have my thanks.
Whew. I still have no health. I'm like 0.
I thank you for your aid. Be grateful that I will be the one to bring you down.
Come on. Yes. Oh, that was close. It sucks you guys can't see my health. It's like I'm sitting right on it, but it's better to be on the left side than the other side.
Far from over. Those who
because that way then you can see the map. I think that's more important.
Them we should blame.
Woohoo! Let's go! GG's. I guess I could do like the what's the screen? Not do the green screen look. Ooh! Strong defeat foes with strong attacks. Didn't I do that? Defeat 100 foes with battle art sword? Turn your face up. How about that? Make yourself smaller, but that doesn't matter. You guys can't see it. It's like right over here. You want me to go small like this?
Ah, I recognize you. You
Hi,
fought
guys.
well in the battle. A most
Handing.
impressive performance.
See, this is so weird. I feel weird. It's too small. Right? Hiding her health to prevent us from seeing how potato she's playing. Don't you see me beating it first try, Alex? A little appreciation would go a long way, eh? I feel weird. See, now I switch it. Now this looks too big now. Yeah, his armor's really cool. Hending.
It was you who won the victory, Lord Sun Jian. Not with the sword, but with your words. To persuade them.
Better that than suffering them to die in vain.
You led the battle well.
The Yellow Turbans have their cause, right or not, and I understand what drives men to die for what they believe in.
What? Their egos?
But they will not win their cause, nor feed their starving families, by throwing themselves on the swords of my men. I am an officer of the government, and though I know it sounds arrogant to speak this way, the Yellow Turbans make false promises to inflame the minds of those who would fight for life, and so lead them instead to death.
I think I agree with
Dude,
you.
he looks like a bloody wolf. You complimented me where? On YouTube? What did you say? Fuji, your hair looks nice today? Ah, shucks.
Those poor souls didn't join the Yellow Turbans just to be slaughtered on the battlefield. When I met you in G, they were not as fanatical as they seem now.
That was a long time ago. I wonder they have fared. I know, Scorch, that was so nice. Like, it's bringing like tears to my eyes. Like, oh my god, I'm getting emotional over here.
Indeed. Yet I still remember the righteousness I saw in your heart.
I am so grateful for that. Oh my god. Like, I'm so grateful. Like, ah.
Alex! Okay, that's official. I can't. Alex! Yo! You did it! Alex! You did it! No Helen Wellen of the Vigilant! You making peepees grow out here! Dude, imagine my brother hearing me right now and be like, the fuck? Alex! Thank you for the tier 3 to the PP of the Vigilance. You are riding the PP and you are making it long as a baboon's butt. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know if this is updated. It might have updated after that. Wait, I should actually update this now. Dude, thank you so much. Your bro is like my sis has a PP. Guys, we are officially at... Don't peek. We're at 173. My brother thinks I'm probably going crazy in the other room. Imagine he comes knocking, he's like, yo, sis, are you crying? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also enjoy the tier 3 emotes too. Wait, also didn't forget. I'm gonna give you a blue, whoops. I'm gonna give you a blue heart. The blue to the Alex. You know what's crazy? Considering Alex is a really common name, we don't have that many Alex usernames in the community. So you're the only one and true Alex. The Alex of our hearts. You making PP grow out here? Exactly. Thank you. I never had one of those. Exactly. See? After these 3 years of being here, you finally get your name on a heart.
G Province. Are you talking about the disturbance last year? I heard 2 great warriors drove off an official's private army.
What's Persian for sister? Persian for sister? Ohad. I don't know if it's you can say it easily. It's kind of hard to say. Are you about the disturbance last year? 2 warriors drove off official private army.
It's probably best you don't know the details.
Then I shall pretend I never asked. After all, I've no interest in arresting men of honor. You seem calm, yet I sense a fire burning within you. You're my type of warrior, truth be told.
No, it's spelled
like
this.
When officials turn to tyranny, it is a sign that imperial power is weakening. At such times, we must rise to the occasion.
No, haha. It's pronounced kha, like kh. It's hard to say it if you don't have kh in your language, but like it's like kh, like kha had. It's a hard word.
I am sure that we will have the chance to fight together again sometime.
Yes, I'm sure we will.
I, for one, look forward to it.
Yes. Ah, I knew it. Hi, my bae. Damn. Imperial? I didn't know this was part of Star Wars. It does actually very feel like commandery imperially. Imperially.
They say Lord Sun Jian is doing great things everywhere he goes.
No way. I have kha in my throat. Yeah, that's how it's pronounced. Kh. Can you guys say it?
It's you. You were with the volunteer force.
Yeah.
What was it? Perhaps we didn't state our names. I am Huang Gai.
Huang Gai. I can't remember all these men's names. Haga? No, can you guys actually say kh? Can you pronounce it? Someone of little consequence, Fuji, eh?
That's right. That does sound familiar. Those two giants stood out amongst the volunteer force. But I can tell you
something special. You sound like you're throwing up.
You acted of your own volition to take care of things. When I saw that, I knew you were awfully level-headed.
Mortis or prawn.
So tell me.
Fuji, eh? Who are you really?
You don't seem the type to go home and work the fields once the army is disbanded.
I talk the warrior path. I walk the warrior path just to travel. I walk the warrior path.
So,
are there different endings in this game?
With fighting to make a living. No matter how brilliant someone is and how detailed their plan, no one knows what will happen on the battlefield. However, having you among our forces.
How did these guys get steroids? I was actually thinking that like before, like way before. Like damn, someone like how that guy earlier, he's so tall.
You have the valuable knack. From now on, I will know who to
yeah, like there is no way he trained the gull like this. Where's my finger? This way.
I will be counting on you.
Fuji, eh? I wish they said my name. I am on you. I can't guarantee anything.
So you know how to
You are nice.
What is this? Stitch? You're nice. Jeez, that's so loud. Yo! Hello! Who is this? Kick Stitch. Who is that? Who is this Kick Stitch? Thank you! Thank you for that dono. Yeah, I was gonna say, is it like Lilo and Stitch? That's the first thing that came to my mind. I think it's actually somebody's username. Kick Stitch. Thank you so much. Wherever you are, however you are. You should meet her on her bad day, Stitch. Hey, what do you mean? Bad day? I don't think I've ever had a bad day, on stream at least. Not usually. Stitch, welcome in. Hi, I really appreciate that. Thank you. You've been here following since December 2024. Hey, you've been here for a little over a month. Hi, welcome in. Also, when you said, what does my brother call me? He calls me Fuji or Fuj. No. Why would you call your, like, siblings, like, hey brother, hey sister? Do you guys do that? If you have any siblings, do you call them by their name, or do you just say, hey sis, or hey sister, hey brother, hey bro? I feel like that's weird. And a gifted sub to Stitch, Alex. What a W move. Let's go. Thank you. Huge thank you. Stitch, welcome back.
Encrypted Alex gifted Keek Stitch a
You call your
subscription.
bros bro?
Encrypted Alex
Depends.
gifted a
My
tier
siblings
1
call me
sub
bro,
to Keek
but
Stitch.
she can also call
They
him
have
dad
given
bro.
52 gift subs in the channel.
If I'm texting them, I say hey sis or bro. In person, I call them by name. You call mine Snitch? Because he's a cop? Oh. Wait, that's kind of funny that your name is Stitch. Is that like a coincidence? I call my family by their names. I call my brother Brian. I see. Wait, you text your siblings with hey sis or hey bro? Wait, Cherry, I can't. That just sounds weird to me. That's weird. I don't know, I can't even think about that. Hey sis, hey brother. No. I feel like you would say sis to like a friend. Hey sis, what's up? That's cute though. That's cute. I just can't picture myself doing that. It's weird in my head. You call your mom dude and mate sometimes? So if your mom's like, oh, dinner's ready, you'd be like, thanks mate. No, that's weird. That's weird. Get out of here. No, that is weird. Your brother just texts me bro?
Well, it is time we departed, but I'm glad.
Dude, I get, but mate. You call your mom mates?
Until next time, good health to you.
I do say dude sometimes to people too, though. I do. I do. Yeah. Dude, yeah. I do use dude.
G province, you say?
I do say that to my brother actually sometimes. Hey dude. Actually, yeah, I do say that. A lot of times I say hey dude. Or I just call him with his first name. We have like shortened nicknames for each other. J province, you say?
Yes.
Yes.
Huang Fu Song went with Cao Cao in pursuit of Zhang Bao.
Zhang Bao.
We will lead Sun Jian and go after Zhang Liang. Soon, they will both.
You call your mom
be
maid?
at our mercy.
No, you don't. There's no way you do that, Stitch. I don't believe you. I called my dad dude once. Got slapped so hard, never. Actually, Scorps? There's no way.
The survivors will try to regroup, combine their forces.
I can't imagine that.
In one place.
Of course. G province. The home base.
Yes.
Oh, sips.
Lord Lu Ji has already arrived in G.
He's taking
and
control
is taking
once you
control.
provide him with support.
Lord Lu Ji.
Oh, it's the old mentor. Thank you for selecting us for this mission.
Ah, yes. I remember that.
Hi, Rockstar. How are you
I
doing?
am sure Lord
Hi.
Lu Ji will be glad to have you.
Yes. Until I met him, I was a mediocre student. But he changed my attitude. For that, I owe him a great deal.
But he's since passed, so... Wait, what? Oh, your dad. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Yes, yes, yes. I knew that. I know it's not weird. It's just when you said it to me, it's weird. But I'm sure for you, it's not like... If I tell you call your siblings like, hey, dude, then it sounds weird to you maybe too, you know? But for me, it's like very common.
We shall set off right away.
Yes. Right away. Alright. Prior to depart for
I heard there was someone who saw right through the Yellow Turban's tricks.
I heard that Cheng Chao wields some kind of strange magic.
Oh. These places haven't opened. Did they open a new place for us to go? No new place for us.
You ready for the battle?
How you doing, Rockstar? Who's this guy? It's a merchant.
You're one of those. Thanks to you all, we're seeing a lot fewer raids on. You'll be heading off to fate. It won't take you across the. Ride well, and it will
Carry you to victory. Good luck. Wait, isn't he a merchant?
It won't take. Ride well.
No, I thought he actually sells something. But we get a horse. You guys, riding a horse allows you to move quickly. You can call upon a horse at any time during combat or on the world map with L3. Woohoo! We got our horse. Ah, so cute. So cute.
children in the
Nice. Nice. This is so cool. I guess you could use it in combat too. Okay, I have to give it a name. They just call it a horse in this. It's like a torrent. Roach. Yes.
They say Lord Sun Jian is doing
Wasn't
great
Roach
things
from...
everywhere he goes. What a hero.
What did they call it in Red Dead again? Was it torrent or roach? Torrent. I need a name for it. Let me think. Oh, I want to name it. Let me see.
I heard there was someone who saw right through the Yellow Turban's tricks.
What about Sky? Shadowfax. That horse is a AA horse, of course, unless that horse is Mr. Ed. What about Sky? I know, I don't know why you named your horse after me. I mean, it's cute. But it's just funny to me if you ever go like...
The family in the house there just had a
Come here, Fuji. Fuji, come here. Come here, little horsey. Fuji.
Grow up in a time of peace.
Who's this? What do you want? What do you want from me? Have you tried self-destruction yet?
Excuse me, sir. Given that it's so crowded, would you mind sharing a table?
I don't mind.
Thank you. As a token of our thanks, we'd like to offer you one free item.
Oh.
This way, sir.
That's actually really funny and nostalgic.
Sorry. I won't bother you, so don't mind me.
Oh yeah, Roach was Witcher 3, Torrent was Red Dead, right?
Well then, I'll have what he's having.
Sound like you just farted. Yes?
I remember you from before. I was wondering if you might remember me too.
What are you gonna do to me at TwitchCon? Make me self-destruct? Demon, that sounds so sus. Hi Gat, welcome in. Hi Blazin, welcome back. Wait, what do you mean by that? You're gonna make me self-destruct? Excuse me? Read that you named the horse yourself.
I'm Han Dong. I serve Lord Sun Jian. Do you remember fighting together in the volunteer army? No, wait. Don't answer that. It'll wound me if you say you don't.
Sus,
and I'll
Steven,
feel equally
sus.
as horrible if you lie and say you do. You know, I said not to mind me, but I'd actually like to chat with you for a bit.
Why? You didn't stand out much.
Why did it take you so long to remember? And what do you mean I didn't stand out?
Oh, it's your day off, Stitch. Nice. Nice. Demon, you're being sus by not explaining yourself right now.
I'm always surrounded by comrades with such incredible presence. How am I supposed to stand out compared to them?
No, I was asking if you tried self-destructing in this game. No, what was the TwitchCon thing about? And that was so misleading. Doesn't mean your skirt blows up.
I rarely get a chance to draw attention to myself one-on-one like this. All the more reason to leave a real impression while I can. Can you believe my order still hasn't come?
I made it so long ago.
I made it so long ago.
Maybe they forgot it.
Rub salt in the
Hi,
wound,
Martin.
why don't you?
Good morning. How are you?
Though I'd wager that you're right.
Early for you? It's like early.
And it's not like they're doing it on purpose. They're just all busy with their own tasks. Still, the fact that I risked life and limb out on the battlefield and nobody even remembers me is pretty depressing.
There you go, Rockstar. A nice relaxing time finally.
My lord says that's its own sort of skill, but that doesn't really sound like
it means
a
you haven't
compliment
failed,
to
not
me.
standing out as a skill. It means you haven't failed.
It's true that mistakes stand out. And was it actually a compliment after all?
Wait, what? Get her done? What are you doing? Stitch! Why are you stitching on us? Thank you! Thank you so much! Thank you for the
another dono again. Get her done. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. As for TwitchCon, I was saying that I was going to call you like you was calling the horse earlier. Oh, Demon. That was so misleading after the self-destruction comment. That was so confusing. Stitch, thank you for the 10 dono. Thank you. It goes straight to the PC building this month. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying your day off though also. Enjoy it. Also, B said I'm trying to learn more about this game. Every time I search up best Dynasty Warrior gameplay, I keep getting redirected back to the stream. Beast, isn't it the best game you've seen? No, this is a stick-on tattoo, Kai, and it still hasn't gone away. It's been 3 weeks.
Thanks for that. I feel like I can accept my... Even if you soon forget our conversation. But next time you run into me, do at least say hello.
Fuzhpuzy. Yes, will do. Will do. I'm good, thanks. I'm getting ready for work. Nice. What time is it for you, Martin? So what does this guy have for me now?
Hey.
Before you've gone and forgotten about me, I'm about to teach you just as much as it is for you. Okay, so these guys will give you different training stuff and then give you... Successfully parry 3 attacks, defeat 3 foes using battle. Okay, so it's kind of like a battle pass. And they give you extra points, which is kind of cool. It's continuing to give this up they got from Alex. Wait. Wait, how does that work? Wait, how does that work? If somebody gives you a sub and you're continuing it, wait, I'm confused. Is it like for the future months? That's a temporary tattoo. It's been 3 weeks. I know, it's not very temporary anymore. How did you do that, by the way? You were just gifted a sub. Probably continued after the sub ends. Thank you! Huge thank you, Stitch. Mucho appreciates. Because the gifted subs don't actually count for our PP goal too, so it goes a long way. Thank you.
The family in the house
thank you,
there?
thank you. Even if it's for next month, it actually helps out a lot.
Let's hope the little one can grow up.
Thank you very much, and to Alex as well. That means they turn on auto renew. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, Alex, see what you started there? See what you do? You can turn a gift sub into an actual paid sub.
I vow to you that I won't kowtow to 𝗟𝗓, no matter how.
But I think it goes towards their next
Lord
month.
Sun Jian is doing great things everywhere he goes.
This guy also has some training stuff for me. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. No, gift subs don't count. It needs to be individual people subbing. Prime subs also don't count for the PP. Okay, wait. Where am I going? Oh, yeah. Let's do one more mission here. Alright.
I heard there was someone who saw right through the Yellow Turban's tricks in the last battle.
Okay, let's take the horse.
I'm no coward. I vow to you.
I have to go to the other side.
You got jebaited.
Stitch! What is going on with you? What are you doing?
Stitch just gifted
Thank
5
you so
subs.
much. Seriously. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is your first ever gifted subs ever as well. 1 month of you being here. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the gifted sub. Huge thank you to you. I really appreciate. Thank you.
Let's hope the little one can grow up in a
Yeah.
time of peace.
Thank you so much. If anybody got a gifted sub, you know what to do. Thank their souls. A favor returned. I appreciate. It's a pretty cool game. Enjoyed so far. Better than RDR2 for sure. I hope Smokey forgot about YouTube. Oops, I read that out loud.
G is not here.
Yuji is not here.
Why not? He has been imprisoned for refusing to give the attendants the bribes they expected.
No.
Oh.
He stuck to his principles and allowed himself to be condemned for a crime he did not commit. He is a fool.
𝗟𝗜𝗞𝗘. I can't remember all their names. A lot of them look alike too.
The corrupt officials are the ones at fault. There is no reason Lord Lu Ji should be blamed.
Those with power live. Those without die. Anyone who fails to understand this truth is nothing more than a fool. Cunning is but another means to power. Lu Ji failed to realize this, and now finds himself a captive.
Nice try, nice. You knew this. Have you figured out how to prevent the TikTok ban for the US viewers? Oh, I saw that. I'm not in the US though, Alex. I'm not in the US. I know I saw. When does the US TikTok ban take place? Is it from next month?
So, are you one of the powerful or not? I do not judge on status or title.
Oh shit, it's from this month? In 5 days. That actually sucks so much because I know a lot of people make their income from TikTok. There was actually, I was part of a conversation when I was at TwitchCon, and there's a lot of creators, like streamers, that make a huge part of their income from TikTok. Yeah, I don't really use TikTok anyways. Also in Canada, you can't even be monetized. I'm gonna miss my TikTok people. I mean, I was gonna say, can they people use, like, I don't know, what's it called, like VPNs or something? I feel like people are gonna find a way to get around it, no?
Prove it during this battle. You may make a name for yourself if you are successful.
Oh? Where's the music getting weird?
And if I fail to do so?
No, you can't monetize in Canada.
Then the battlefield will claim your life. That goes for both of us.
That sucks though. Battle of 𝗟𝗜𝗏𝗏. Alright. That really sucks. That's right away too. Like there was like barely any warning. I mean, there was warning, but I guess a lot of people didn't think it was gonna officially happen this suddenly. Oh, you guys, oh wait, I just realized. Yeah, if I even post anything, you guys can't even see it. Musk is trying to buy it. What's funny is everyone in the US is moving Red Note, which is actually owned and controlled by China, back for the government. Maybe it won't happen since everyone's doing that. Wait, this is actually crazy. What does this guy want? Alright, let's do this. No wonder Trudeau's stepping down. Do you think they'll eventually ban it in Canada too? Oh wait, I can get on my horse and fight now. Ah, cool. Nice. Thank you, Jake. Thanks for the posture check. Nice. Ooh. Wait, the horse is really cool. The only thing is I think you can't really use your abilities on here. Hi, Soph. Welcome in. Yeah, don't say that word. The username is pronounced Fuzhpuzy. It's not what you think. Donut, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, so don't be weird. You're being weird. You're gonna get banned. Don't act weird, sir.
Got this.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Take this.
You could just honestly, you can just ban that guy.
The enemy officer has been defeated. It's not over.
No need to do like a long timeout. It's not gonna change anything. How you doing, Donut? Alright, there's 2 of these guys. Your eye of Sacred Bird can be seen through the sorcery. They can also enable to perceive useful information. Yeah. Usually there's no point in doing a long timeout because... Yeah, there's no point. It's either they get timed out now, or they get banned. Yes. Woo! Okay.
Has been defeated.
Now we go to...
I have defeated an enemy officer.
Shit.
That one would put up a good fight for sure. I'm gonna go see for myself.
We go to... Now we go to red?
Going great. Keep up the pace and push on forward.
Yeah, we're going the right way. Is this right, chat? I guess? But it's just me now, though. Phew! Oh my.
Take this. All my might.
Since he's China's friendly, welcoming to us in Redno, welcoming TikToker.
This area will make a fine addition to our territory.
Oh my. That was so close. Ah.
Take this.
Come on, please.
Defeated an enemy officer. Take this. Oh my God.
Please. Please die, please.
Prepare for pain. Take this.
Come on, get this guy, please.
Take this. Prepare for take this.
No. Woo!
Good eye. The enemy officer.
Wait, this is
been
bad.
defeated.
Where's my team? My health is low again.
Stay sharp.
Come on.
Time to act. All my might. Keep up your spirits.
I'm really liking it, Donut. It's been so good. Have you played the other ones? Yes. Whew, no, I didn't have any more meat buns. I used all 3. Phew! Nice. So I actually never played the other Dynasty Warriors. This is my first time. GG's. The horse you take into battle becomes stronger. This increases their speed and may unlock new trades. Ah, I like. Sheesh. Okay, so doing these things will give you a lot. Beast, somebody's being nice to you on YouTube. Oh damn, that's a lot. Ah, defeat 100 foes using battle arts. Using battle arts, successful parry attacks. Cool. So I don't have all these other ones unlocked. I don't know when we get those. So I guess for now... take counterattack stance of attack while in this stance. You will unleash a wave or a go airborne. Enables you to hold more meat buns. Ah, I need 3 more. Damn it, I should have done that one first. Will encourage your horse replenishing some endurance. Boost defense strength by 3. Cool. Yeah, this has been really good. Gat, I hope you're doing well. I'm take it you played the other ones too? How many games are there anyways, like overall?
Keeping my weapon in good condition is the least I can do.
Should we call it capture of the base? So many places you can fight. This game is so addicting though. Like I don't want to stop, but I feel like we should stop. Alright. Man from Puyang. Fujie, it's me from Puyang. Well, I suppose that doesn't actually tell you who I am. You saved me from the attacking yellow turbans. You swooped in like a bird of prey and smashed through their ranks. I couldn't believe help would come to place that even the government forces had abandoned. All of my fellow merchants speak highly of you as a famous but peculiar warrior. Sorry, I don't mean to speculate or cause any trouble. I just wanted to thank you. I will never forget how you saved my life. Shit, that's pretty good. Boost health by 20%. Oh, that's really good. I'm the anonymous volunteer soldier who previously sent you a letter. I want to thank you for saving me again and blah 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 blah. And once again, thank you. What did you say? You must have gone through incredible training in this case. Okay. Give me a... Yeah, I feel like I would want to keep going with this game, which is not good. It is good, but you know. Use one of these. Okay. You saw the light. Ooh. Battle preparation. There are 9. This is the 10th one. There's 10 of these games. Ooh, we get another. So you get things like that. Your horse also gets like levels too. Increases mount stability by 50%. Oh, that's pretty good. Because as soon as you go into combat, the horse just throws you off. The gems are pretty cool. You can add the gems. Ooh, I got more stuff here. So this thing, I don't really use a whole lot. Let's change it to something else. Take consume counter stack stance. I will attack while in this stance. This will unleash a shockwave and go airborne. Let's switch to that. I also have... that one I don't really use a whole lot either. Gundam wings. They're kind of connected with Samurai Warriors and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I see. This one, what is it? Take a parrying stance. If attacked while in the stance, you will perform a swift counter strike. Okay, I don't like this one actually very much. What's this one? Do I use this one? Whirling kick, yeah. Aerial assault. I remember playing the demo for the Gundam. Is it like Gundam style? Is that how you do it? Is it like Gundam style? Okay, this one seems really strong, and it's a level 3. Let's do that. And I also get another accessory later, which I can't equip yet. It's locked. So boost health by 20%. Heck yeah. Boost defense strength by 20. Reduce damage taken while a battle art is active by 30%. Okay, let's keep the one that I have. 2 months and 17 days. Days for days. Okay. This game is so good. No, actually, it's been so good. Dargon. Oh, wait. Dargon, welcome in. I am Peter Wales. Welcome in. Lasso, welcome in. I missed so many people following. Hi, guys. Welcome. Sorry, I missed them earlier. You played the first one too? Is it the one that goes like Gangnam Style? Gangnam Style. No? It's not like that. It's very addictive. Yeah, I know. Okay. Will you guys see one more? Or no? Are y'all done? Are y'all done? Would you say it's better than Astrobot? I plead the fifth. I won't say anything. I shall not. I shall not give in. What is this? Battle of Gungzong. Guys, we got one more. We got one more battle. Are you guys down? One more? To be another 3 hours? Well, it's so good. And like, I mean, we got the early access, we might as well, but I was like, I don't want to bore you guys. I'm down on the floor. Hi, Wes. Hello. Okay, one more. Guys, permission granted? Yes, nah, Okay, Alex, okay, fine. Talk to the hands. Just kidding. Have a good one. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the subs as well. Where's the pork chops? Hell yeah. Alright. One more. One more time. Ah, la, 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 la. Shh. Prepare for battle.
Shall we start?
Gangzu. We still haven't got to the demo one, I feel. You know, the battle we did in the demo is a bit different. Talk to the queen's hand. Got it. No, I'm just kidding. Take care of yourself. Go sleep.
Uh-huh. I'd say so.
I say so. So in this section, I don't know if I can do anything else. Like, they just tell me where these guys are gonna go.
I'd say so.
Oh wait, I had an option? Oops. Okay, we did that.
I'm counting on you.
Counting on you. Okay, here we go. The battle. Okay, help me figure out where I need to go.
The leader of the Yellow Turbans.
We will lead the attack. Punch through the enemy formation.
Yes.
And secure
5
the
only.
central stronghold.
There's only 5.
March at once.
All right. Allies left to fend for themselves, and the red battle is forced to flee. Okay.
It looks like Dong Zhuo's forces are going for a frontal attack.
Here we go.
Then we will help them by
Yeah,
destabilizing
Lubu.
the
Yeah,
enemy.
this isn't Lubu though. We haven't fought a Lubu yet.
Welcome to help. I'll leave behind anyone who can't keep up.
Ooh, that's a cool move. All right, let me target these guys. Nice. I need 3 perfect parries.
Justice to the land, so that we may have peace once more.
All right, where are the other ones?
The enemy officer. An unfortunate situation.
I did upgrade my weapon. Yeah.
How to change this?
I think it's a level 2 or a level 3. Oh, that was a parry? Heck yeah. Okay, that was 1. I need to get 2 more parries in this war. Nice.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
There's one more over there.
We have captured the central area. You'd think the Yellow Turban's leader commanded such a paltry force. This need not concern Lord Dong Zhuo, for I will take down Zhang Jiao myself. The enemy officer has been defeated.
We're good. Go.
Unable to read the tide of battle. How does he not see the enemy gathering their troops?
Holy! That was a nice parry too. What does this do?
This cannot be.
Oh, okay.
Enemy soldiers. Take this.
Now's the time for us.
There we go. That was another successful parry. Nice.
Fight them as
The parry gets you a nice like break so you can hit them. Woohoo!
I've been waiting. Even withdrawn.
Nine. That was another cool parry. Okay, next.
Has been defeated. Retreat! We cannot hold out any longer. What shame I have brought onto Lord 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. Yes, I do.
The heavens will not ignore your evil deeds. You're all the beasts.
Man.
They pillage and plunder. You shall be engulfed in flames for your sins.
Oh no, we're losing? Wait, how are we losing?
I will break you. Slain the enemy officer.
Nice.
Dude, what is my person doing? Come on.
How will the battle unfold? I can't help but feel that something big is about to happen. Guan Yu, go join Dong Zhuo's army and head to the front lines. Zhang Fei,
Come
you are to
on.
stay with me to defend this area.
I don't think they are dropping anything. I mean, not that I know of. I don't see anything.
Looking rough.
I will break you.
Nice. Yes.
The
Okay,
enemy
good.
officer has been defeated.
Sure know how to fight.
All right. I don't think they defeat. They drop anything.
So the nuisance is gone.
I mean, the game tutorial didn't say that anything. Friendly reminder to everyone that VIP is redeemable. Make sure to get yours today. Beast, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna stop trolling us finally?
Crush all who stand in our way. Dominate them.
Taking our homes. Cannot let sacred 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏, the marauder, get away.
Has arrived? What?
Let's get serious. I have also risen. This is indeed the will of the heavens.
Nice.
For your strength, I've been waiting. We shall bring divine justice upon the animals who prey upon the weak.
The weak are nothing.
So when one of your commanders dies, you start losing. Yeah, but like, what can I do?
By eradicating you all.
Like, I still
The
need
enemy
to.
officer has been defeated.
So where do I go now?
Time to charge.
Wait, where do I go now?
Like a whirlwind. Advance now.
Do I start here? Do I keep? Do I stay in
Dong
G?
Zhuo's forces plundered the villages along the way, and yet they brazenly
I don't really
fight under
understand.
the government's banner.
See, this is where I get lost because
Indeed.
do I
These yellow
stay?
turbans have justification for rising
I think I
up.
gotta stay in G, right?
The enemy's starting to overwhelm us. We have to turn this around somehow.
Cannot hold out for much longer. This'll do.
Time to attack. All we wish to do is bring down those who oppress us. Will you not give us the chance to do so? You don't look like a villain to me. As a matter of fact, you seem like someone with dignity.
You wish to impose your will on the battlefield? Then you must do so with a blade.
The enemy
Okay.
officer has been
Where's
defeated.
the other G guy? There's so many of them too.
Cannot hold out for much longer.
Oh no!
I will break you. Hold your heads high. Fight with courage. And march with pride.
The enemy
Okay.
officer
Now what?
defeated.
Cry when things are
So
taken
many of
from us.
them.
We are heroes, serving the heavens and bringing peace to these lands.
Where are you going? The fuck? The yellow turban man over there. Where'd he go? Over there.
You fight me then. I'll have you know that I am fairly strong.
Okay, now what? Do we go to F?
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I guess we go to F. Right? I don't know. Go I? I is even further.
The enemy officer has been defeated. Turn the tables.
This appears to be as far as we go.
Let's get serious.
Now this is a problem. How shall I rid myself of this annoyance?
One more. Okay, I get it.
The officer
What took
has
you
been
so
defeated.
long? Hurry up and help me.
The enemy
Okay.
officer has been
Now
defeated.
what? Should I go to I or E next?
This appears to be as
Should I go I or E? Guys, quickly. I or E? Do I go I or E? I think I should go I. What do you think? Yes?
Don't
I?
be overpowered.
Okay, left. I.
This isn't over.
This sucks. How am I still losing? Aye, Captain.
Your aid is truly welcome. I reckon we are all in your debt now. Nice try.
Tables turn. The enemy officer has been defeated. Take this. The enemy officer
Okay.
has been defeated.
Now what? Now we go to...
This isn't over.
Do I go to E next then? Or do I go to that base? Should I go to that little house on the left or should I go to E? E? Oh wait, I have a horse.
Let's go.
Go, Diego. Go. Yeah,
Let's join with
this
Dong
horse is
Zhuo's
so
army.
slow.
The battle should be nearing its end.
This horse is slow as fudge. Oh, what? What?
Let's go.
Oh wait, I can dash, right. I'm here.
Looking rough.
You're here to help me? I'm great.
Take this.
Got this.
Nice.
The enemy officer
There's one more.
has been defeated.
Nice. Okay, now what?
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I must fall back.
Now what?
None among our ranks can match your deeds.
Where we go now?
Let's go.
Should I go this way now? Oh, okay. Sheesh! Okay. Oh, it's this man. Cool. A massive gathering of enemy soldiers can sometimes from a large foes. Officers and soldiers are supposed to have high courage. After a large foes, gather awakening them. Okay. Hi, Beloti. Welcome in.
Let's go.
Now you win. Okay.
A single warrior charging into an army. That one must be a fool.
Alright. Where's my team, though?
Warrior. Could it be? Must we face him here as an enemy? The one with the fluttering belt appears before me as an enemy. What could this mean, I wonder?
Now is not the time.
Wait, am I on my own here? Where's my team?
For the sake of all.
An improvement at last. This is our time to shine.
Let's get serious.
Take this. I've been waiting for this.
Got this.
This'll do.
Intend to fight all of us by
Get up, get up, get up, get up.
Recklessness will be the end of you.
It's not over yet.
Oh my god, can I get some help here? Like, holy.
Let's get serious.
I'm gonna die. I don't have help. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Woo. I don't help. I don't have help. Where's my freaking team? Wait, do I leave? Or am I supposed to fight those guys on my own? I have no more help. Dude, my team sucks.
Onward, everyone.
Why are they fighting this guy? What the hell?
Take this.
What am I supposed to do if they're not there to help me?
Going down.
What? I guess we start at this one. They all together attack as one. So what should I have not gone to the final section yet?
Let's go.
So here, what do I do from here?
Let us join with 𝗏𝗏𝗄's army.
So I go to
Battle
E
should
now?
be nearing its end.
Okay, so this is before we did the E part. Why are you laughing?
Let's go.
So I have to go to E, but then after E, what do I do?
You're here to help me? I'm grateful.
Let's get serious.
Okay, we got E now. So what now?
This'll do.
Here. Fudge.
Slain the enemy officer. The enemy officer.
Now we go to
has been
F.
defeated.
Where's F? Where's F? Where's that?
Let's go. Let's go.
Go to I? Fudge, where am I going? Ah. I mean, I looks okay for now. Go, 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 go. I see. Yeah, no, I see it. But I didn't think, like... I thought as long as it's blue, it's okay.
The enemy officer.
Okay, now what?
Has been defeated. You sure know how to fight. The path
It's a
we must
51-50
walk is
battle
set.
at I.
Onward.
So now do I go back to B?
Start the advance.
Oh, start the advance. What does that mean?
An even match. Let's go. We must push harder.
Go to B, okay.
So we're slightly behind. So what? We need to push back is all.
Okay, okay, okay. I see. There's a little bit of a B. One more dude.
Take this. It's not over yet. Take this.
Bro, can you die already?
This appears to be as far as we go.
Hunter attack.
He's not dead.
This'll do. Let's get serious.
No.
Tables turned.
Dude, how does he have so much health? Holy.
Enemy officer.
Now I gotta go back to G.
But you lack focus.
Go to the big base?
That is the difference between you and us.
Or should I go to G? Goblins are unleashed over a number of blows with Imperial variety technique. Okay. So now what? Do we go to... it's a new weapon. Okay, cool. Hold on, where are we going now? Should I go to G though, or go to the big base? I don't know if we can like sacrifice it. Do it without G? Okay.
Let's go.
Some of you are saying the opposite. Wait, what? Now you're saying G? Shit. As long as some people are here to fight with me, it's okay. But see, some of them don't come this way.
Seems we are ready. We will now charge the enemy's main formation.
Oh wait, I think that actually works.
Go now. Crush, trample, and dominate them.
Warrior. Could it be? Must we face him here as an enemy?
Dude, my people are not even here to fight. They are, but they're so bad.
For me as an enemy. What could this mean, I wonder? Perhaps now is not the time to ponder such things. Must do my part as their leader, for the sake of all. Wow.
This is going to be fun.
Do not fear. For we are stronger. Unite as one and repel the enemy.
Take this. Time to act. Out of my Your aid is truly welcome. I reckon we are all in your debt now.
Figured I was in trouble, huh? Gotta admit, this is kind of embarrassing.
It's thorny. Walk if we shall.
Now this is a problem. How shall I rid myself of this annoyance?
What?
You saw my predicament, did you? You have my thanks.
Enemy officers are nothing has been defeated. They are no match for my battle-hardened troops.
Get into your formations. This is our chance to destroy the enemy.
What took you so long?
What?
Come and help me.
The enemy is attempting to execute a grand tactic. You can stop them by meeting a certain condition. What? What's happening? Excuse me?
Hope that you could be confident. I suppose it was too much
What's
to wish
happening?
Take this.
I don't know what those guys are doing. There's something sus happening on that side. I'm just... Oh! What? Excuse me? Oh my god. What the?
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I got some dim sum. Success. I don't know what's happening right now. Oh wait, I need to go fight this man.
Looking rough. Take this. This'll do.
This isn't over.
Take this. Looking rough. Time to act. Let's get serious.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, move! They're like bananas, man.
Take this. Looking rough. Sacred bird protects us. This'll do.
My health is low.
Everyone, take this. Believe that the heavens are with
I'm
us.
gonna have to die.
The yellow turbans will not falter against some tyrant.
Where are my shitters? Dude, fuck off!
I have a mission to achieve.
It's like a chain of bananas. Like, leave me alone.
Take this. Disgrace.
I don't understand where they come from.
Good.
This is absolutely nuts. Holy.
Take this. This'll do. I've been waiting for this. Prepare for pain. Sacred bird protect us. This'll do. Good eye. The enemy officer.
Wait, I need healing.
Looking rough.
Now this is a problem. How shall I rid myself of this annoyance?
What is this shitter doing?
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Fuck off!
Hurry up and help
So annoying.
Take this. Good eye. The enemy officer has been defeated.
No. We are not lost. Not yet. Just hang on.
Take this.
Losing. Whom do the heavens bestow their blessing upon? If not
Ah! Wait, what? What happened? What happened?
escape while we hold them off. You cannot perish here.
Woo! Oh, we did it?
The enemy officer.
I don't have any more buns.
Not done yet.
Wait, oh wait, we gotta get that man. Come here, you ass. Oh wait, they left?
You lost 𝗟𝗜𝗏𝗘?
Wait,
Well, no matter. His days are numbered. in
wait,
any
what do we
case.
do now? Oh, we won! But I didn't kill the guy. GG's! Wait, I'm confused. So we got the 1,000 kill, but then we didn't actually kill the man. Hi, MetaCat. Welcome in. Smokes, thank you for the 10 trophy bits. And Beast. GG's! Woo!
He's supposed to flee? Oh, he's supposed to. Okay. I was like, what? You just left? Damn. So somebody earlier said if you get 1,000 kills, you do get something. So that's what you meant. And able to use a serpent stand by pressing L. Ah, GG's. Yeah, 1,000 KD is crazy. I know. I guess it's from one battle too, right? That was me, and you got 1,000 kills. Good job. Heck-a-willa! GG's. Oh, that was close. Phew! Level 7! Let's go. Nice. Nice. Haha. Oh, and our horse is a level 2 now. Cool. Ah, 41. I think I got a lot of these. Oh yeah, I got the parry one. Nice. Woo! Ah, yes. We got the new thing on the map now too. Okay. That was pretty cool. Boost health by 5%. Let's get that one. Let's get the extra hold more meat buns. That one's pretty helpful. Boost health by 5%. Boost defense by 3. What's this last one? Restore health automatically to set up a mount upon reaching low health. Ooh, this one's good. We should probably save up for this one then. GG's. That was pretty neat. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I'm definitely gonna play this. Looks fun. It is really fun.
We have defeated Zhang Zhao's main force in battle.
Yeah.
And it seems you've proven that you can at least survive.
Yeah, it's really fun to play.
I hear both Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are facing defeat after defeat. The end is near for the Yellow Turbans. Now, let me ask you.
So he did run away though. I guess we'll have to come back to that.
What do you think Zhang Zhao lacked? Why has he been forsaken by the heavens? Fallen from grace?
Power? Righteousness? Probably power.
Indeed. His actions did move the realm. But he did not have the strength to move the heavens. It matters not what one's ideals are.
Hi, OP.
Without
Welcome in.
strength
Hi.
or victory,
How you
nothing is accomplished.
Did you put ad swear in the YouTube smokes?
In both politics and war, the weak are the first to flounder. And as soon as one has shown their weakness, their fate is sealed.
410. Sus.
Ridiculous. So
The strength
those
are destined for
without
doom.
That
This is the
is
nature of this realm.
It's nature.
It's nature. Nature. Ta-da! Dude, the game is so addicting. You just want to like go, 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 go.
That's incense. The same type the Yellow Turbans use to create their illusions. Follow the scent.
You'll find someone
There.
waiting for you.
You will find someone waiting for you.
She's so creepy. Like sneaks up behind us.
Very few people know how to use this incense. You would do well to remember that.
Yeah, it comes out in 2 days, yeah. That is true. Ooh, and it's dark now too. Ah. Don't worry, this isn't another fight. It's just another part of the cutscene. We'll see this too. Hi Ryan, how you doing? Hello. Hello.
Ah, you figured it out.
Zhang Zhao.
If you followed the flow of incense here,
Oh wait.
that means you are a guardian of peace.
Oh, it's him. A guardian of peace.
That Look. It doesn't seem like you're joking. Or perhaps you do not remember?
Ooh. This is the same guy we were fighting.
I see. I understand now. You seek to defeat me.
Not because you were ordered
because
to.
you were ordered to. But of your own volition. A guardian of peace. One who knows not their duty. Judges me.
If that's
That is
not
not
a
the
will
will
of
of the
heavens,
heavens,
then I am at
a
loss. He looks handsome, yellow turban guy. I will agree, yes. I will agree. I feel like the long hair looks good on him.
Even if both heaven and earth try to judge me,
He does look hot.
I will not stop believing in my righteousness as long as others ask it of me.
There's a lot of good looking people in here.
This ideal is not a mistake.
You'll lose nonetheless? Do you truly think so?
Everyone believes in me. How can I not believe in myself? Our fates are intertwined. I shall await the day I see you in battle. Guarding.
He doesn't look like a... Doesn't like literally look like a bad guy.
I am Zhang Zhao.
General of Heavens.
Heaven. These two hands will upend the heavens if need be.
He looks like a good soul that's been lost. Damn.
Maybe
damn.
the yellow turbans are just driven by their...
Huh, interesting.
Don't
Okay.
get yourself killed chasing
Look, we have so many people now. This Dong Zhao guy is also here. What's he gonna give us? Okay, let's watch this too. What's he wants?
There you are. Another victory
Under your belt.
The yellow turbans are
The
just
starved
dogs.
dogs. They'll prostrate
They'll
themselves
prostrate themselves before the might of the Imperial Court.
Dude, I need to change his outfit.
If they truly
he
want
does
to
look a
save
little homeless.
themselves, they'll need to acquire enough power to devour even the heavens. To tell you the truth, your abilities caught my eye. So, now then, you fight as an unmarked warrior, do you not? Why are you without an official position?
And so what
And to
does
what
it
purpose
apply
do
to
you
your
apply your
ability?
abilities?
For the people of the land, to know myself, for you, Dongzan. To know myself. I guess you
Not
get different
knowing
endings in the
yourself.
game.
What
Maybe?
a curious thing to say.
Like, I wonder what happens if you choose the other options.
Still, using your abilities for your own ends is an entirely respectable thing to do. For the land, for the Han Dynasty,
For the
Lord
lands.
they serve. Those seeking power have a bad habit of
You
aligning
saved his life, he
themselves
should
with
give you
some
and
great
everything.
cause.
That's true.
But in the end, people operate for their own ambitions.
This guy looks cute too, huh?
Look at the yellow turbans. They rose from the bloodshed in a time of desperation, and then devoured the weak in turn. Those same yellow turbans will be decimated by the Han, devouring the weak for our own aims.
He's cute.
It's simply what humans do.
I like him.
That's precisely why it's power that determines our fates. If you're strong, you live. If you're weak, you perish. Even among the strong, you stand taller still. I have no doubt you are capable of determining your own path in life. But one also mustn't forget their superiors. You best take care, lest you wind up as prey yourself. Had the Yellow Turban rebels gained a little more, being devoured in an instant by the very
hand that
same
caused them to starve.
one beast struggling as it's devoured by another on the verge of death. Quite a boring story once you...
Dong Zhao. He's a
Keeping my weapon in
big
good condition is
man.
the least I can do.
Cool. It's so good. So good! I'm so happy. There's a amazing game we're playing. So far, this whole year has been filled with amazing games. has blessed us. But look how big this map will eventually be, too. Look, we haven't even gone to probably like the nicer areas here. In the mountains.
Don't get yourself killed chasing glory on the battle.
Oh. I'm just so tired. Oh, I didn't even save this whole time? It's the Middle Earth Pog. It's definitely an amazing game. So only. If only. Whew! That was good! That was really good. I hope you guys enjoyed it too. It's a lot of like slash. But I think it's like, it's exciting to still watch because it's like, a lot of it like gets like harder under time strain too. Crazy battles ahead? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. No good nights. It hasn't gone down yet. Don't even. Don't even think about it. Putting a good night in chat. Don't even think. Don't you even dare. Thank you for streaming. Okay, that's okay. That'll get a pass. All right. Well. Wes, I can't believe you also made it to the stream. Because I think usually we stream really late, so you can't be here. I just want to say I love the baby hair. Really? I don't love it. I feel like it gets really messy, but it is really easy sometimes just to keep the curly hair. But thank you very much. Thank you guys for the stream. It was really good. Thank you for the stream tonight. Thank you, Demon. Thank you for hanging out today. Let me turn this down a bit. I enjoyed it. It was fun, but congratulations on getting 1,000 kills. I know, Warrior, you called it. That was really cool. Dieter, thank you for keeping the YouTube chat alive there too, and Smokes as well, and our mods. And Scorp, I see you there as well. Good night, guys. Good night. Listen, hold on. Tomorrow we'll be live. Tomorrow we'll be live, and we're back with this game. Maybe a cosplay. I don't know. We'll see. If you're not in the Discord, stay tuned. Best way to stay updated. So join Discord. Feel free to introduce yourself if you're new. Add your birthday. And also, we are live streaming this game both on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want, I think it's like better quality. If you want to watch the streams on better quality, you can follow us on the YouTube side too. I'm also uploading Nier on there, so more Nier content to come. Good night, Smokes. Thank you so much for hanging out. Cool game. Wow, it's approved. It's Smoke approved. One very big question. What's up, Kai? Is Benny? No, Benny wasn't here today. Maybe after a while he'll show up. We'll stream this game over on YouTube as well for the next week or so, and then depending on what the next games are, I won't be streaming on YouTube. So it will depend. It will depend. But guys, also if you haven't, hold on, where is this? Here's this thing. If you guys haven't liked the YouTube live, please go like it. It just like boosts the algorithm, so please go like. Also for anyone that followed, hell, thank you also for the follow there too. Welcome in. Hi. If I missed saying hi to anyone, hello. We pray for Benny return. I know, I was hoping he'd show up today. It has been a year though. Good night, Warrior. Good night. I will see you guys tomorrow. Remember, 7 p.m. PST. Today I started a little bit later because the game didn't actually get released till 9 p.m. But tomorrow we're back on schedule. I'll aim to be live right around 7. And yeah, thank you. Thank you. So many people joined VIP today. We got 3 new people that joined the PP today. Our PP is almost at 200. So thank you. Thank you for anyone that boosted it with a tier 3 today. And I appreciate all the subs and the resubs and the bits. Thank you. Hi Nick. Oh, here go. Oh yeah, I said hi to you already. Still working my way through Nier playthrough on episode 4 now. Nier playthrough? Are you playing it, Demon? Making my way through Nier episode, or are you talking about the YouTube videos? Good night, Demon. Good night. Good night, Cherry. Thank you for hanging out today as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. But yes, tomorrow I will see you guys very soon, in less than 24 hours. And mods, mucho appreciation as always. Thank you for hanging out. And if you guys also haven't got your VIP Discord roles yet, make sure you get those from a mod. Good night, Quadro. Good night. Good night, Rex. It was fun watching Dynasty. I really hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I'm really invested in this game, so I want to be playing it for this next week. Definitely more because we got the early access, so I want to play this as much as I can before the game actually gets released. So we'll probably be streaming. I'll probably be streaming every day this week. Hopefully, other than Saturday. So yeah, so every day except Saturday this week. Most likely. We'll see about Thursday night. Actually, no, Thursday I'll probably stream. We might keep it a little bit shorter because of the Friday early stream, but I'll let you guys know. Good night, Scorbs. Good night, Beast. Maybe VIP soon. And Quadro, good night. Kai, have a good night. Shock, have a good night. Take care of yourself, guys. Thank you also for anyone on the YouTube side. I don't know if someone's watching. But say good night to the YouTube side too if you guys are on there. Good night, Iron. Good night. Thank you for hanging out today. Thank you to anyone that was also lurking today as well. Mucho appreciate, guys. Have yourself a good Tuesday. Sleep well, eat well, and I will see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Good night. Okay. Bye.